야차 야차 없어져의 새었다 내 총이 보인다 백전백승 소동당 새시대를 열었다 승리만 내 힘쌈을 온세삼에 펼치다 불쏘다다 발리나다 트레이에 만나보소 지리대는 대내로의 악담도 나가가 유약자 범죄도의 새옷박이 등이 보인다 유약자 범죄도의 새옷박이 등이 보인다 노동단이 등산의 웅인 나린 새씨리 쏘가자 파이기가자 퇴리 맡아보소 차우토마 역세가 어세리 소위리사 으야차 저도 내 새해 날이 많이 나온다 으야차 저도 내 새해 날이 많이 나온다 수신열의 파도가 하이르여 나가나 원술과 증사해 물들을 넓혀라 쏘가자 빨리 가자 퇴리 맡아보소 손만 대기가 팔다 몸이 부딪혀 이겼자 모든 덤티 빨다가 나와봐줘 이겼자 모든 덤티 빨다가 나와봐줘 모든 덤티 빨다가 나와봐줘 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is also our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, hump day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Wednesday, it's hump day, and I hope everyone's having a great one, no matter where you are in the world. It is September 9th. A TikTok mentioned you. It is September 9th, 2024. And I'm right on time. It's 11:15 a.m. Right on time for all the boys, girls, and MVs. And I hope everyone's having a great one because today is going to be a beautiful day. Oh, what? Did I say September? Didn't I say 4th? Did I say September 9th? Everybody calm down. I misspoke. Zel. Ben telefondan veriyorum. Ya tamam biliyorum evet. Evet soru söyle. Anyway, sorry. Restart. Okay, we're gonna restart from the... What's up, everybody? We're gonna restart from the top. Okay, it's September 4th, not 9th. 61 days out from the election, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It is definitely not September 9th. It's actually September 4th today. Okay, folks. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and honestly, I played a lot of Wukong last night. That's the only thing I did. I played a lot of Chapter 3. I finished all of the other bosses with the exception of that really annoying one right before the main boss, right before the major boss of Chapter 3, so we'll be playing that in a little bit. Oof. We haven't gotten there yet. New school shooting alert. We'll obviously cover that in a little bit. That just happened, though, so... One of my least favorite things that I unfortunately have to address immediately is like whenever I like something or respond to something on Twitter, I always run the issue of like, are we giving this person extra attention that they do not deserve? And chatters immediately using the copy pasta that Sean the Black posted makes me feel as though, yes, I always do that. Anytime I fucking respond to someone that is like, maybe a hater, like Sean is not a hater, obviously. Sean is a friend of the show, but there's someone who was hating on Sean and myself, and I responded to it on Twitter, and immediately you guys are fucking like turning it into an annoying copy pasta, which gives this person extra clout that they do not deserve. It's very frustrating. Don't do that, please. Stop doing that. It's my least favorite thing that this community does. You just like hype up the worst fucking people, and before you know it, it's like you got a bunch of Jackson Hinkledinks running around. Okay, I didn't even engage the haters this time. This is a fan. What is this? Yeah, you guys love making characters out of the worst fucking people, just like the dumbest fucking people of all time. Anyway, folks, there's not really much else going on in my world, in the world of HasanAbi Piker, other than the fact that I did upper body day today. That's why I'm feeling brolic. I'm feeling vascular. You got the striations that you can kind of tell. You can kind of see. Do you see that? It's crazy. Shoulder striations. I'm training the one-handed push-ups. Obviously, I have to do it with a little bit of help. Did some single-handed push-ups today, which was cool. Look at that. There it is.
That's so net, girl. That's wet.
Can we get a front bicep? What do you mean like that? Like what do you mean front bicep? I think the LSAT in a month. Will you give me good luck, chat/Haas? Good luck. Hit 205 for 6 total. But you know, wasn't very clean, so I didn't post that one. Yeah, hit 205 for upper incline for 6 on my top set. Not bad. Not the worst thing to be under, you know. Decent amount of weight to be under for obviously an incline bench press. So, you know, I'm cooking. Can I build a body like you without much protein? No, you cannot. That's an insane question. Next question. But other than that, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty freaking good. I'm feeling pretty freaking great, as a matter of fact. Okay. And I'm having a grand old time working out, weightlifting, playing some video games, and that's it. That's it. There's not much else going on in my world, in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Do you weigh your chicken raw or cooked? Both. Is there a list anywhere that you can maintain a list of your home gym setup? No. I do not have a home gym anymore. I work out at a home gym, but it's my trainer's home gym, and they have everything. So, yeah. Did you see RFK endorse Trump? What? That's crazy. Did you stop watching One Piece? No, I have not. Oh, that's another update, I guess. I'm in Wano, and I think I'm in like 1018 or something, episode 1018 or 1017, which is really interesting because I have never been able to, in the same episode, notice the major differences between 2 art teams. Okay, in Wano, okay, on episode 1015, they basically, it's hailed as one of the greatest episodes of all time. Okay, it is seen as a masterpiece. It's because from start to finish, the story is great, but from start to finish, the episode is drawn by a different team. Okay, out of nowhere, the art style changes, the animations are more fluid. It's still under Toei, but it's a different team that's drawing. Okay, no reused assets whatsoever, and it's phenomenal. And when you're watching, you go, how the fuck did this happen? Like, how the absolute fuck did this happen all of a sudden? Okay. Now, what's interesting is it keeps up with that animation team for a couple episodes. And I believe right now I'm at like 1018 or 1019 or something. And I can see when they swap teams in between combat sequences. Okay. It's really, really, really interesting because when they swap combat sequences, like when Frankie is, for example, fighting the rhinoceros guy, okay, the tank from the Smile team, the animal team, the tank commander, you can tell like it's the same fucking team that did 1015. But then it swaps back to like, I don't know, the little baby with the dumplings, or it swaps back to like swaps back to basically like Usopp and not Nico, sorry, Usopp and the baby and all of them, and it turns back into the old team reusing the same fucking assets, and it's just really fucking annoying. You're picking up animation quirks now, peak weeb shit. It's just very frustrating to see. It's very frustrating to see like the change. You're literally gonna start seeing Vincent Chancellor's work soon. He literally carries. Also, he follows you on Twitter. What he does, that's cool. You are such a slut for this shirt in a good way. Yeah, no, I'm being extra slutty since until the summer ends. But also, this is why I do it. Look at this. This is a fan cam from 20 hours ago. It's got 46,000 likes.
It's a fan cam, right? This is literally a fan cam. We're in the middle of a fan cam.
It's crazy. I need someone to make a cutie one with her screaming, "Let me out of this fan cam," or whatever she said into Phenomenon. He's appearing in my dreams. I gotta stop watching the stream for a while. No, that's when you have to watch more. I'm yelling Austin knows too much. Why do they call fan edits fan cam? It's an inside joke. I actually explained this to Hasan once and he called me a nerd and he said he will continue to call it fan cams. Yeah, because we're old. That's why. I would date you, but you're gagja. First of all, I am not gagja. I am a straight man, contrary to what my haters and lovers both think. Ironically enough, the gay community does a handshake with all of the homophobes on that one. There's two issues that the gay communities, the homosexuals and the homophobes align on two things, okay? One, using the F slur, like all the time. Two, wishing I was a homosexual man. That's the two things that they align on, okay? And sometimes, obviously, with Andrew Tate, wearing skin-tight shit for no reason. Vincent will add memes to the impact frames and the animations he does. The big Zorro fight is animated by Vincent. Okay, all right. All the nerds need to chill out. Cutie fan cam that comment was talking about.
This is a fan cam. This is literally a fan cam. We're in the middle of a fan cam. This is our worst nightmare, Cutie. Get me out of the fan cam!
This is wonderful. Someone get me out of this fan cam. Turns out you may not be gay, but you bait them like crazy. I don't. That's the other thing. I don't. I'm just a straight guy who's comfortable with his sexuality and is not like offensively homophobic and only uses homophobia in an ironic sense in an identical way that gay people use it. It's so funny that like I think I put a little stank on it when I was talking about Harry Daniels the other day, and I don't know him like that, so I shouldn't have been like that. Some random twink shows up, and in the comments on that TikTok, people were like, "Twink is a slur." First of all, it's not a slur. What the fuck are you talking about? Is there like a generational difference now? You know how like old trans people call themselves transsexual versus like obviously that's like not appropriate any longer. Like, is that a thing, or is that just like young people that are stupid and don't know anything? I don't know if you guys knew that, by the way. That's like that's an actual thing. Like old trans people will like literally still, like the old guard will use transsexual or transvestite, sorry, not transsexual, transvestite as a term, which is like obviously no longer, it's not even transsexual, sorry. Transvestite is the term that they use, or even transsexual actually, but like they're elders. So in the trans community, they just kind of let them do their thing because like they literally have survived incredible odds in general. But obviously the new generation doesn't use that. There's better terminology for it. They're transfathered in. Yeah. Transvestite is dressing up in the opposite clothing. What's wrong with that? Yeah. It's what is it? It's not a slur, but for some reason people are starting to use it to mean gay man. I disrespect. There's just an F slur placeholder on Twitter. That's not what the kids are talking about. No, though they think femboy is a slur. Wait, what? So like the young generation thinks femboy or twink is a slur? What the fuck? Listen, you can't be coming in here. All right. I'm a straight man. You guys know this. I don't fucking like gay bait or whatever. I'm a straight guy. Having said that, however, I am also a bottoms rights advocate. Okay. So you can't be coming in here to a man's community who advocates for the bottoms to unionize, who advocates for the bottoms to organize, and then be like, twink is a slur now. You can't say it. Evet güzel. Tamam bana uyar evet. Anyway, by pan guy here. The times I hear the word twink or femboy used by people self-describing that way, basically if the term has negative connotations as a slur, there is no negative connotation to being a twink. What the fuck? They are tender queers. We have a slur for those kind of gays in the community now. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Anyway, just something that I was like confused by, but wanted to give you guys a little bit of update on. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist. Trans bottom here, and I appreciate you standing up for us. Always stand on business. Know your worth, kings, queens, and emperors. Okay, if you're out here bottoming, the amount of fucking work you got to put in the amount of work you got to fucking put in, okay? They need to be appreciated by the tops, okay? As a straight man who has done things with straight women that, you know, were not as prepared, has caused me to understand an important lesson, which is that bottoms require a lot of effort, okay? Bottoming requires a lot of effort. That's all I'm saying. And I think that people should not overlook all of the effort that bottoms put in on a daily fucking basis. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Are you saying you were pegged? No, dude. I'm saying, no. How else can I explain this? How else can I explain this in the most obvious terms? Okay? Think a little bit. I'm done with this. Okay? I'm done talking about it because it's far too early to start talking about, you know, what happens when your partner wants to do something, but maybe they're not super well prepared for the thing that they want to do. And then, you know, it just basically turns into a situation that nobody wants to be a part of. Okay. Not exactly a big fan of anal anyway. All right. Let's continue. Accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Twink is a slur, just like straight. Hope that helps. Brother, I am eating. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're moving on from that. So folks, why? Where were we? Not super well prepared for what they want to do. Oh, like holding a book talk? Yeah, no, that's what I meant. Like doing slam poetry to friends and not whatever the fuck you thought. I do want to talk about something really interesting that is going to be new information for a lot of people that haven't been a part of the HasanAbi broadcast, but your parents are going to be really surprised to find out something really important that you've been trying to explain to them for months. CNN has finally decided that, yeah, Netanyahu is the person derailing the fucking the ceasefire negotiation. That's shocking. We're going to be talking about that and a lot more in the HasanAbi Year of Vindication continues. Hopefully a lot of people will learn some lessons from this. Most likely they will not. Yeah. Wow. Shocking, dude. I mean, hey, you will probably have a lot more normal conversations. You will probably end up having a lot more normal fucking conversations with your friends. Okay. Are you going to go over the Two Nice Jewish Boys podcast? Yes, I will, dude. Okay, I will. Mainstream media finally acknowledges Netanyahu destroying the ceasefire negotiations as the Year of Vindication continues. New school shooting. Yeah, I was watching the NPR coverage of the Israel-Palestine like ceasefire negotiations, all this stuff, and I was shocked because it sounded exactly like I don't know, my broadcast, but from like 4 months ago. Really, really shocking. It took them fucking 5 months to get there. Okay, it took them 5 goddamn months to get there. It's shocking to me. Okay. Anyway, new school shooting, Year of the Dragon, and Vindication. You did say it was September 9th. Maybe you're a time traveler from the future. True. I accidentally leaked that I'm a fucking time traveler from the future. Do you think the change in tone is for pressure from Biden? We'll talk about all that in a second. Hold on. Let me blast off real quick. Does anyone have a blast off meme? Yeah. What was the example you always talk about? How countries doing what Israel's doing always fails? Fascism. Internet Archive ruling not in favor of the internet. Oh shit, that sucks. Okay, there's a good blast off meme here. Okay. Wrong later, get in now. Okay. We are going to not start off with the school shooting, which is, of course, as we found out, an unimaginably commonplace experience for the United States of America. So goddamn commonplace, as a matter of fact, that it literally happened during the lockdowns, apparently, 10 fucking times, as a matter of fact. But yeah, first week of school, of course, brings back school shootings. You already know what it is. You already know how this fucking works, obviously. Anyway, here is the blast off. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it started. Let's get it popping. Okay. I need this fucking shirt. This is Osama bin Laden shirt. CNN is reporting shooter is 14 years old.
You can think of
Georgia high school shooter believed to be a 14-year-old male. At least, We're back, dude. We're fucking back. I don't even know what to say about this. Like, this shit doesn't even, this is so unimaginably commonplace at this point that it's like, it doesn't even hit the fucking, it doesn't even hit like the top of the agenda for the day. You know what I mean? It's just like, maybe like 20 years ago when this would happen, it would be like, or in any other country right now, other than the United States of America, this shit happens and they're like, we have to make broad legislative changes. We have to make sure that this never happens again. Nowadays, it's like, oh, there it is. There it is. There it fucking is. Okay. Bro, top of the agenda is thoughts and prayers. The fuck do you mean? This will leave the news cycle. Well, I mean, depending on how much coverage there was, if the fucking shooter strapped a GoPro on his chest and filmed the entire process, it will be around, depending on what the shooter's background is, what the shooter's ideology is. If he's like overtly right-wing and a white supremacist, it'll be around for like a week and a half. If he is overtly left-wing, for example, it'll be around for a month because the Republicans will talk about it as though like, there it is, leftists doing a mass shooting. They do it all the time. If he's an immigrant, holy fuck, obviously that's, if he's like the child of undocumented immigrants or something like that, it'll be around for maybe months and months. But ultimately, if it's one of the exact same style of school shooter that you fucking see all the goddamn time, like a white kid, a straight white male, okay, who got his dad's gun and walked into school and shot a bunch of people, then it'll be over. It'll be over in like 3 to 4 days. No one will talk about it again because why the fuck should we? That's just commonplace. That's just how it works, Bro, he's 14. Yeah, I know. What do you mean? Oh, peace, man. Thank you for everything. Oh, anyway, we'll get to the shooting. We'll get to the shooter in a moment. We got other shit going on right now before that. Okay. He's 14. How do you have an ideology at that age? What's wrong with just being kids? Bro, we'll get to all of that in a second. We're not going to do the shooting yet. Okay. We're not going to talk about the shooting yet. New school shooting in the tweet is a bit crazy. Is it? Try covering every fucking school shooting for the past 10 years. Okay. Sorry. I'm meeting the expectations of the fucking audience instead of like sitting here and acting like this is completely out of place and uncommon and a chaotic situation that nobody could have foreseen. What is this? Is this her eating Turkish food?
I got Turkish food. Let's try.
She did Turkish food without me? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. She invites you on in this?
I had to move destinations because the sun was burning through my corneas. Let's start with the drink that I just dropped on the ground before I could try it.
This bitch.
It's a Turkish yogurt drink. It's
Ayran.
called Aryan. Aryan. It can't be the nationalist word. Or maybe that just means white.
Sure, Jan.
So let's give it a taste. It's not my type of drink. The flavor is not killing it for me, but I understand how it.
Bro, I can't deal with this. First of all, it's a 4-minute TikTok. It is a salty drink. This is crazy. I'm watching a hate crime unfold. Okay. I'm watching a hate crime unfold. No one you make try that likes it. I know. I'm gotta have it with spicy food. I wish more people tried it like that. Yeah, it's true. You're supposed to have it with like kebab. You're not supposed to have it like side by side.
I grew up drinking it. It's salty and thick. So I'm gonna give that one 0 out of 10. Would never drink it again. Appetizer time! Before I get into this, is my baby daddy Turkish? Is Hasan Turkish? I'm kidding, Hasan. Come here on the cooking show. Let's see besties, Hasan. First appetizer! Stuffed grape leaves. Oh, she just squirted on the table.
I'm sorry, I'm so embarrassed, but
This is not that good. I don't like this stuffed grape leaves. Anyway, Twitter already going with non-binary trans shooter. Bro, we're not going to get to the shooter stuff yet. Okay. We're not going to get to the shooter stuff yet. We'll talk about it. Obviously it's a breaking story. We'll cover it extensively when there's more information. I don't understand how motherfuckers don't personally like have this shit locked down at this point. Dog, when the school season starts, okay, when the school semester starts, shootings start, okay? by this point, you should have this locked down, okay? If you're in this community, if you watch this community, if you watch this content on a regular basis, there's a couple things you know. Number one, we wait for more information, okay, from official sources. Number two, okay, whenever school shootings or things like that happen, which are incredibly fucking commonplace, right-wing Republicans are going to make shit up, okay? They're going to make shit up. They're going to always make shit up. And the thing that they love making up is that it's a person that is like an undocumented migrant or trans, okay? Twitter is the least reliable source of this information because it has turned not only to 4chan, but now to fucking 8chan, okay? It is the worst place to learn anything. That's it. That's it. It's the worst place. Show shooting coverage. Also, we're not covering the shooting yet. Come on, dog. You're 8-month subscriber. Obviously, like, I'm, when people are like, oh, look at this, look at this, look at this. Like, I'm going to briefly talk about it. And then I'm going to tell you, we're going to get to it. Okay? Holy fuck. Why are you being annoying? Why are you being annoying when I'm in the process of, like, trying to fucking move away from it? And, like, the only reason why you say this is because you want to be like, I'm a smart guy. Okay? The only reason why you're saying this is because you want to be smarmy in the chat. Okay? I'm literally trying to move away from this subject matter and you're bringing it right back to me. Okay? This is the attitude that a lot of people in this community have. You got to stop having this. It's just confusing is all. No, it's not. Okay? No, it's fucking not. It's not that confusing. You want to know why it's not confusing? Because of course, look at the fucking, first of all, look at what it says at the top of the fucking chat. Hasan will cover the shooting story when there's more information. Please stop asking about it. That's number one. Number two, there's a shit ton of people who are posting in the chat about it. Okay. Number three, because this happens so goddamn frequently, because this happens so fucking frequently, we have a protocol for it. Okay. We have a process for it. Limbless Gaza children blown up by American missiles. I sleep. Expected school shooting. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense that like people are more tapped in on that because it's a domestic issue that never stops. Okay. Last but not least, I hate when people do this. Don't fucking backseat my goddamn content. Okay. Especially when I'm trying to move away. Especially when I'm trying to move away from the fucking process because it's like annoying to cover it without enough relevant information. Okay. Instead, we're going to start off briefly and talk about a couple different things. Okay. Specifically related to the ongoing situation in Israel-Palestine. Because this morning I woke up and I did my daily routine and I listened to, NPR. And on NPR, I saw something that I've never seen before. Coverage that was actually attributing fault to Benjamin Netanyahu. Coverage that didn't say Palestinian-run Hamas-run health ministry, but the Palestinian health ministry. That coverage that actually showed that 40,000 Palestinians have been slaughtered over the course of the past 11 months. It was shocking. It was shocking. It almost recognized the humanity of Palestinians. I thought I was personally hallucinating for a second because I'd never seen such anti-Semitic vitriol from mainstream media. As a matter of fact, it would be considered anti-Semitic vitriol in mainstream media to do that sort of coverage literally like a month ago or maybe 2 months ago. Okay? So how the fuck did this happen? How do we get here? How do we get here where fucking mainstream media is literally 8 months too late to the goddamn game here? Netanyahu derailed a potential Gaza hostage deal in July, Israeli newspaper reports. Wow. Wow. Wow. Maybe fucking Kamala Harris and Joe Biden can fucking finally see this reality as well. I don't know. Just kidding. They're too invested in lying at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu. Weird. Weird that it took a month to finally get here. But they got there nonetheless. Good. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in July effectively spiked a draft hostage and ceasefire deal by introducing a raft of a new 11th hour demands, according to a report by Israeli newspaper Yediot Ahronot, citing a document it obtained. Now, let me tell you something, okay? These guys, Ynet, not exactly a fucking anti-Zionist institution, okay? As far as Israeli newspapers goes, yeah, they're doing news coverage on the matter, as I've said time and time again. Not exactly anti-Zionist, okay? This isn't a local call. This isn't local call. This isn't 972 magazine. This isn't even fucking Haaretz, okay? This is Yediot Ahronot. This is not a fucking Israeli newspaper that is even remotely anti-Zionist, okay? The report lends credence to charges often leveled at the prime minister, most notably by hostage families, of purposely prolonging the war and torpedoing deals for his political benefit. Far-right members of Netanyahu's coalition have pledged to bring down the government should he end the war. No, it's not because they killed enough babies to make CNN report the truth. Don't be fucking delusional. It's because, and I told you this already, this is happening, okay? It's because 3 out of the 6 hostages that were killed, okay, literally were named in the ceasefire proposal in the first round of hostage negotiations. They would have been with their families by now if Benjamin Netanyahu didn't just add new poison pills to the fucking ceasefire negotiation. Okay? That's why. That's the only reason why. There's so much goddamn internal pressure inside of Israel now that, like, American media even is saying enough. Okay? We have to report this adequately. This is why I said things are changing dramatically with these fucking protests. Okay? This is why I said what I said. Do you understand? Because Western media does not fucking care about the humanity of Palestinians. They do not care about that shit at all, okay? Palestinians are nothing. They are collateral damage to Western media. They're nothing. But you know who is something? Israeli citizens, hostage families. And when hostage families, Benjamin Netanyahu's own fucking cabinet members, Benjamin Netanyahu's own defense minister, Yoav Gallant, and numerous other, and every single fucking Israeli newspaper is like, Benjamin Netanyahu, do the ceasefire deal, you fucking piece of shit, you fucking animal. God damn it, do the fucking ceasefire. Enough is enough. American media, which normally, by the way, I don't expect this from New York Times, by the way. New York Times will probably not cover this because, like, in terms of ultra-Zionist creed, okay, bullshit, I would say New York Times is up there. CNN is a close second. New York Times is one of the worst, though, in terms of, like, objective, or rather liberal, supposedly objective, supposedly liberal media. New York Times probably one of the worst in its coverage, like, straight up. Okay, so New York Times is going to publish this conspiratorial claim without an ounce of skepticism or providing a single shred of evidence. Cool. Across the United States this spring, Iran also used social media to stoke student-organized protests against Israel's war in Gaza, with operatives providing financial assistance and imposing on students, according to American intelligence assessments. Oh, my God. There you go. If U.S. intelligence has evidence of Iranian agents posing as students and organizing protests, can they name them? This is a very specific and explosive claim. Yeah. New York Times is literally just doing the exact opposite. Every other outlet is like, NPR is literally being like, yo, Benjamin Netanyahu fucked these deals up, huh? Benjamin Netanyahu sure seemingly does not want to do a ceasefire deal, you know? New York Times, on the other hand, Iran emerges as a top disinformation threat in the U.S. presidential race. That's one of the top. Look at this. U.S. announces plan to counter Russian influence ahead of 2024 election. Iran emerges as a top disinformation agent. Come on, man. Maybe talk about the Israeli protests, dude. What's going on? It's crazy how far they have fallen off the map on this shit specifically. HasanAbi spiritual top disinformation threat. Yeah. I think the subtle but important difference is Israelis don't just want Bibi out. They want the truth. For so long, Israelis were told by the government that destroying Hamas would bring the hostages back, but destroying Hamas and bringing the hostages back are actually two very different things. So there's a couple things. You're not entirely wrong about that. Ultimately, Israelis don't give a shit what happens. Like, by and large, massive subsects of the Israeli society don't give a fuck about what happens to the Palestinians. They actually either A, want them all killed, B, want them, or even if they are all killed, it just doesn't like matter to them enough to like do something about it. And then there are obviously the pussy ass socialist to fucking, you know, older Ashkenazi Jewish population that does care a little bit. They're like kind of anti-war and they do protest. You got like the Standing Together group that has grown in size and that ideologically is like all the way from liberal Zionists to like anti-Zionist. It's comprised of like the largest force internally inside of Israel that is conducting anti-war protests that isn't just about retrieving the hostages. But of course, the largest force that you have seen so far are people who are directly, aligned with the hostage families. That is the mass organizing that has occurred in Israel. And of course, many of those people don't necessarily give a fuck about what happens in Palestine, what happens with the Palestinians, but they want their fucking friends and their family members back. Okay? So that's that's something to consider. It's important. You need to understand what the actual motivation is here, so you are not led astray. I'm not going to fucking lie to you and act like a lot of these guys care about Palestinians or anything like that. They don't. But it doesn't matter, because this right now serves the exact same purpose. If you want a ceasefire, these guys want it too. Why do they want it? Because they want the fucking hostages returned. Okay? They want the hostages returned. And that's precisely what's going on here. Okay? Now, for months and months and months, I have been screaming from the fucking rooftops about the situation. It is obvious to me and anyone who actually sees the situation in front of them that it's not actually Hamas that's sullying the ceasefire negotiations. It's actually Benjamin Netanyahu, almost personally. Israeli hostage negotiators, former and current, have said Benjamin Netanyahu is sullying the hostage deal. Yoav Gallant has said, his own defense minister, who is literally another person that has war criminal charges in the ICC right now, an application for the arrest warrant of Yoav Gallant is literally about to come down in the next couple of days, probably by Friday. Okay? He has said Benjamin Netanyahu wants a military solution to Hamas. It's not going to happen. Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, with the big ass ears that you know very well, the guy who went down to the fucking tunnels and was like, remember that calendar? That's a terror calendar, which it turns out it was just a regular calendar. That guy has said there's no military solution to Hamas. Everyone fucking understands this, okay? People are starting to come to that recognition even in Israeli society, especially when, you know, you're supposed to be militarily dealing with Hamas, but all you have created for Israeli society is destruction of your economy. You have a shit ton of reservists that are fucked up. You have thousands of dead soldiers, IDF soldiers. The amount of IDF casualties is akin to like fucking 12 years of occupying Lebanon at this point. It's like crazy the amount of fucking people that have died. The amount of IDF soldiers that have fucking gotten smoked by dudes who are 18 fucking years old wearing busted ass Adidas, running up to fucking Merkava tanks and just dropping a grenade and then piecing the fuck out back into a goddamn tunnel system. It is crazy, okay? The incompetence is out of control. It is very obvious that you cannot deal with these people militarily, okay? You just can't do it. You can't do it. And every parent you kill, every child you orphan, most likely going to be either Hamas or whatever the fuck else comes from the ashes, okay? Even if you were to destroy Hamas, you cannot destroy people's interest in wanting to be free, okay? That's just a normal human basic necessity, okay? Free from the top of the hour ad break at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. And I give you the means to do that, to free yourself from the treacherous nature of the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour by subscribing. Hasan glazing Hamas right now. Bibi is crazy, but you guys keep being surprised. Hasan glazing Hamas right now. Bitch, I'm not glazing Hamas. What I'm simply telling you is if you fucking kill people, yes, their orphans are going to be like, hey, the guys that killed my parents, the guys that blew up my school, I fucking hate them. I'm going to fight back against them. It is the most understandable thing. If that were to happen to you, my expectation would be for you to fight back as well. Ridiculous to assume that Palestinians are supposed to just sit there and get fucking murdered. You know what I mean? What a crazy expectation. Yeah, look at that. Hamas rebuilds forces in northern Gaza, recruits 3,000 fighters. New report. Like, what did you think was going to happen? This happened in Afghanistan with the Taliban. Some random account posted.
Look at this guy.
Legendary Intifada monologue.
What shouldn't happen? Killing 260 people at a music festival. No, you're right, man. That just happened on its own because, like, bad guys wanted to do bad things. You're right. Do you think the Israeli state was just, like, peacefully coexisting? They didn't deserve it, you idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence.
This is literally October 9, by the way. For those of you who don't know, that's from October 9. This is me talking back in October 9.
You want every single Palestinian to be executed ruthlessly in the streets. How do you think this happens? You think these people are just like, oh, we were violent because we want to be violent? Or do you think it's because you have entrapped them, you have bullied them, you have subjugated them? 2 million people live inside of Gaza. They're not even people in the eyes of Israelis. The average age is 18 years old, 57% unemployment. They can't even get concrete inside of Gaza so they can build water salination plants because 97% of their water is toxic. They're dying of mass starvation. You cannot push people into a corner their whole lives and not expect them to fight back at a certain point.
Y'all got it all figured out, huh? Well, I don't think we have it all figured out. Sorry, I'm just mad today. Bro's mad. Yeah, of course I'm mad. I don't think we have it all figured out, but I will say, again, in the eve of mainstream media, CNN, all these fucking cherished institutions of wonderful journalism finally catching up to the fucking reality on the ground in Israel, the reality on the ground in Doha, something that I've been screaming about for the past fucking 6 months at this point. I don't know. You know, maybe I do have some things figured out. Maybe I just have a different point of view. Maybe I look at the situation and analyze it with the actual recognition of the humanity of the Palestinians. Perhaps that might have something to do with my commentary being correct and everyone else being fucking incorrect. And when you're talking about 40,000 fucking dead people, like, and you're not mad about it, I don't know what to tell you, you know? Literally, my friend was like, isn't Hasan weird? And I was like, what do you mean, bro? Listed off a dozen things you've never said. Like, they thought you were anti-Palestine. That's the funniest one. Not 6 months. You've been screaming about this for years, and I respect the fuck out of you for it. Yes, specifically in terms of Palestinian emancipation and many other issues that I cover on a regular basis. Of course, I've been talking about it for the past 10 fucking years nonstop. But in terms of, like, looking at the situation and being like, this is Benjamin Netanyahu fucking up the bag. This is Benjamin Netanyahu fucking up the negotiations. This is something that Americans can, like, look at, and if they actually were to look at the other sources that are readily available, and maybe apply a little bit of fucking logic to it, you'd be like, maybe the party that killed the principal negotiator on the Palestinian side is not exactly really interested in doing a fucking ceasefire. You know, I'm noticing a separation in the liberal Zionist crowd. Those here in the U.S. are mostly still exclusively blaming Hamas. Those I know from Israel are putting it more squarely on Bibi. Do you think liberal Zionists who use Western news will come around? If more shit like this happens, yes, they will, because liberal Zionists in the Western world are fucking sheep. How do you arrive at the position of liberal Zionism? You don't live in Israel. Maybe you've visited one fucking time. But many liberal Zionists have never even fucking gone to Israel. How do you get to that? How do you get to that conclusion? Social conditioning. How can you shake that out? More social conditioning in the opposite direction, in the direction of the truth. That's it. Also, Zionism is fascism, so liberal Zionism is an oxymoronic position anyway, and many liberal Zionists are like very progressive people otherwise, with the exception of Palestine. So, of course, for them, you know, it's probably much easier for them to, like, shake themselves from this, like, idiotic fucking notion that this is sustainable. So who you voting for, Hasan, if you're so mad and figured it all out? Because Kamala says she's going to do the same fucking thing. I know, chatter. I know. Which is very frustrating, and I talk about it on a regular basis. Anyway,
the conversation is changing in regards to BDS, boycott, divestment, sanctions movement in America, partially because of progressive Muslims like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar.
Palestinians don't have to be saints.
This was Agitative Propaganda, the show, the short show that I had on the Young Turks. This is me talking to Mehdi Hasan, okay, talking in 2019 about Islamophobia in the United States, talking about boycott, divestments, and sanctions, okay, and you know, all that good stuff.
My life. The consequence, Omar said, is the most.
The conditions in which Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Very much so. I mean, it's definitely shifting. Some would say this has been a pivotal moment in the debate over Israel-Palestine, definitely in my lifetime, definitely in my career of watching American politics and following American foreign policy on the Middle East. And it has come as a direct result. The reason Peter Boehner can go on CNN and talk in that way, and credit to Peter, good for him for doing that, is because Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar opened this conversation. And actually, in a way, they didn't even open it. It's because that they were attacked. Here's what's so amusing and ironic in this whole depressing, bleak situation.
Anyway, I've been there for years, okay? So when people say, it's pretty funny. When people say fucking, you know, Hasan is anti-Palestine, is pretty funny. Here's another one. This is from 2018, obviously. May 15, 2018. Israeli murders Palestinians, and we act like it's totally fine. It's not. You know, I've been doing this shit for a minute and a half, okay? Some chatter asks why you look younger, lol, like it wasn't 5 years ago. Yeah, no, I've definitely aged in the past, I would say 6 fucking years. Right here, this is in 2018, okay? This is coverage and commentary from 2018. Of course, I have gotten older since 2018. That was 6 fucking years ago. To be fair, I don't even think I look that much older than this, but we'll get to Kamala Harris live and her new policies in a second. My point is, I mean, you guys have seen this. You guys have heard it. I'm sure you can pull some of my older fucking tweets about Benjamin Netanyahu sullying the ceasefire negotiation. There's a shit ton of tweets about me talking about the media refusing to recognize the truth on the ground in terms of who's fucking up the ceasefire negotiations. And now they're finally coming around to the reality. Now, will this be short-lived? Perhaps. Okay. Actually, I don't even think I look better than I do back then. Anyway. Yeah, sorry. I mean, you look younger now. Okay. Pre-Zin era per. I think it's really important that you were critically questioning the narrative put forth by Western media. So, anyway, beyond the fact that, like, I've been up Western media's ass on obviously uncritically and unconditionally supporting propaganda that is pro-Israel, that outflanks the reality, that completely sidesteps, like, the wants and interests of, like, peace at the behest of like the American State Department and their interests in the region. It is a welcome change of pace in terms of, like, CNN and NPR finally offering a little bit of truth to the matter. Okay. Having said that, however, yesterday, the Biden administration said we're going to give a last take it or leave it style deal to Israel. Okay. Now, I looked at that and I judged it by what I have seen from the Biden administration thus far. And I said, this take it or leave it deal is probably going to be whatever the fuck Israel puts on the table. And it's just basically saying to Hamas, take it or leave it. Okay. And all things considered, of course, Hamas has been taking it nonstop and have been leaving it nonstop. Palestinians have been getting fucking ruthlessly slaughtered in by Israeli hands using American arms for the past 11 months, about to be 12. So nothing has changed from the way that they analyze the situation. And seemingly nothing has changed from the way that the American government is analyzing the situation, which is, of course, insanely frustrating. Having said that, however, America took it one step further, and it seems they chose to do this thing, which is really fucking stupid. They chose to prosecute the leaders of Hamas. The Department of Justice is charging Hamas leaders in October 7 attack. I don't know who this is for. I'm sorry, this is funny. Okay. I can't take this seriously. Half of the people that they're charging are dead. There's like one guy remaining that they could even prosecute for this. Okay. Are you fucking joking?
The Justice Department has charged multiple senior Hamas leaders in connection with the October 7th attack, while demonstrators face off with police in Israel demanding a ceasefire to bring the remaining hostages home. Marcus Moore is on the scene in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Marcus.
Well, George, good morning. The Department of Justice charging the head of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, for his alleged role in the deadly attacks and the kidnapping of American citizens here in Israel on October 7th. Attorney General Merrick Garland pointing to the terror group's killing of more than 1,200 people, including 40 Americans. The DOJ accused 6 top Hamas leaders, quote, for financing and directing a decades-long campaign to murder American citizens and endanger the security of the United States. At the same time, here in Israel, we've seen thousands of protesters back in the streets, really trying to up the pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu to sign a ceasefire deal and bring home 97 hostages held by Hamas, and that includes 7 Americans. These protests have been intensified after Hamas executed 6 hostages on Saturday. Now, U.S. officials are still determined to get a ceasefire deal, saying that President Biden is personally involved in the negotiations. But one of the major obstacles is Israel's refusal to fully withdraw its troops.
Wow. Wait, what? Israel's refusal to withdraw troops is a major obstacle? Whoa, that's crazy. Shocking. Guys, color me surprised, okay? Look, I'm shocked. What? But I've been watching mainstream media for the past like 4 months into, if you've only been tuning into MSM coverage of the ceasefire negotiations for the past, you'd be shocked that they're now recognizing that it was Benjamin Netanyahu that's been responsible. If you've been only tuning into MSM coverage of the ceasefire negotiations for the past 4 or 5 months and nothing else, you'd be shocked that they're only now recognizing that it was Benjamin Netanyahu that's been responsible for destroying the talks all along. Are you okay? I am. I'm the most okay I've been. What do you mean? Are you okay, Hassan? Are you okay? Is there a chance that Israel off the hostages a false flag operation? Fuck no. Dude, what are you talking about? No, there is 0% chance that Israel offed the hostages themselves. Why would they fucking ruin their own PR? Like, yeah, no, they definitely do the Hannibal Directive, and they have done it many times over, okay? They've killed a shit ton of the Israeli hostages, but they're not going to, at this point, when there's a ceasefire negotiation happening, directly go in to a tunnel and, like, shoot the fucking hostages themselves. There's no gain. Why would they, what would they benefit from doing that? They have complete gridlock, complete bedlam in Israel. They had a fucking mass strike. Everyone is directly holding Benjamin Netanyahu responsible for the deaths. Israel knows every time a hostage dies, that puts pressure on Israel, not Hamas. What more pressure could you put on Hamas, dude? What are you talking about? Look at Gaza. That's the pressure on Hamas. That's the pressure that was supposed to force Hamas's hand. What do you mean? It didn't work. It's been a year. You think people can't recognize that, especially when they are closer to the situation? Come on, dude. Walls are closing in on Bibi. Pod Johns have been discussing this before his speech in Congress. New York Times did an expose on full proper history on right-wing fascists, including 1993 assassination of an Israeli PM and direct ties to Bibi's current government, and now CNN and NPR. The tide must be shifting behind the scenes in the State Department. When you lost the libs, you are cooked, Bibi. No, the tide shift has always been there, okay? Virtually every fucking employee of the State Department knew exactly how Israel was going to retaliate. No, don't say copium. Don't say copium. There is 2 different mindsets within the State Department. You have ideologically minded zealots, okay, who think business as usual on Israel. Let him fucking pummel. Let him keep going. It'll be fine. Then you have the other people who are like a little bit more sane, who want the continuation of American imperialism, who look at the situation and go, yeah, we can't let Israel do this because it is destroying the rule-based international order, like it is, which never really existed, but like it is destroying the argument that we could even craft or conduct in the Western world to claim that we care about this sort of thing. It's done. No more American soft power. It's destabilizing the region far too much. It is destroying our fucking chances of like ever conducting any kind of like the facade is being destroyed, right? Like we can never fucking stand on rule-based international order ever again if we continue giving Israel weapons. Okay? It's destroying the illusion of the rule-based international order. Okay? So obviously, when there's a fucking genocide going on, the entirety of the third world is already aware of this, but now even the Western populations are becoming more and more aware of this reality, and the government is directly at odds with the citizens. Even if the citizens don't give a shit about it all that much, they still see it. This is, of course, going to be a major problem for American dominance. America also looks weak in this situation. Israel's supposed to be our attack dog. They can't continue this fucking bloodshed without our weapons. So, of course, for a lot of people within the State Department who want to continue American imperialism, they're like, this is fucking crazy. Like, we can't do this. We need to put an end to this. So that's always existed. That's why a shit ton of State Department employees fucking quit very publicly, made bold declarations. Like, we're talking about dudes who are responsible for other genocides being like, well, this genocide is going to fuck up the bag for America. Okay. And they are right. So ultimately, that divergence have always existed within the American State Department, considering how much Israel fucking bullies the American agencies in general. If we were to look at the State Department, like, I would say one of the, like, there are obviously very pro-Israel people within the CIA, And then there are very anti-Israel people within the CIA as well who are like, what the fuck? They keep spying on us. They keep doing whatever the fuck they want. How are you not going to do anything about this? Like, they keep fucking up our operations. So it's more so a battle ideologically within the State Department of people who are unconditionally and unimaginably pro-Israel versus people who are like, yeah, I'm pro-Israel, but like we also have American dominance to care to consider here. So that already exists within the State Department. Now, though, because the contradictions are so heightened and so glaring, so obvious, the hypocrisy is in full display, that it's getting to a point where the media, which always has these two different interests of, one, maintaining the shred of legitimacy that they desperately need to hold on to, which is why they sometimes will give you crumbs of real coverage on situations like this, and the other more powerful reason, which is doing the bidding of the American State Department and propagandizing whatever the American State Department's position, is at odds here, okay? Because you can't do both. You can't consistently lose. You can't consistently lose massive amounts of people who no longer believe you have any integrity whatsoever in the broader population and still continue to be a successful communicator of American State Department positions. You just lose that. If you don't do both, if you don't play this like delicate balance, you're going to fuck it up. People are just not going to take you seriously. They're not going to listen to you. They're going to be like, I know you lied about this. Okay? So that's the reason why I think, while it is, in my opinion, a little too late, you have this sort of coverage coming out now.
From Gaza's border with Egypt, but a new draft of the U.S. bridging proposal is expected to be presented to all of the sides in the coming days. Rebecca.
And now it's been almost a year since Hamas took those hostages from their homes and lives. All right, Marcus, thank you.
Yeah. Netanyahu's doing a second press conference. Once again, I'm not going to cover it extensively, but here are some updates internationally in terms of global pressure. This is why I don't just cast aside the 30 weapons contracts that the United Kingdom government sanctioned out of 350. That's still very significant. That is a move in the opposite direction, the direction that they've always been moving towards. That is no longer unconditional pro-Israeli sentiment from the government. That is the government responding to public pressure. That's a huge fucking deal. Make no mistake. Judge the actions in front of you by not what you wish would happen, but by what has happened thus far. Okay? If you apply context to the situation, you will recognize that these are unique movements, unique moves that Western governments are making in a direction that they've never made before, at least in contemporary American and contemporary Western history. Okay? The German government is highly frustrated with Prime Minister Netanyahu's policy regarding the negotiations on the Gaza hostage and ceasefire deal and the fact that he does not prioritize the issue enough, a senior government official told me, German official. Why it matters. Germany's diplomatic and security support for Israel has been critical since October 7 attack. Germany blocked a series of anti-Israel initiatives in the European Union and UN institutions. The German government is very concerned about the murder of 6 hostages by Hamas. The government deputy spokesman Wolfgang Büchner said on Wednesday that the murder shows that the hostage deal is the most important thing. All other considerations should be pushed to the back seat. Everyone involved in negotiations should demonstrate maximum flexibility and be ready to compromise. Over 10 German citizens are still being held captive by Hamas in Gaza. Several family members of Carmel Gat, a hostage who has been murdered in captivity by Hamas, are German citizens. German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock will arrive in Israel on Thursday and meet with the families of the German hostages. She's also expected to meet with Israel's foreign minister. The senior German official said that the frustration in Berlin with the Netanyahu government is increasing because the impression is that Netanyahu does not prioritize reaching a deal for the release of hostages and a ceasefire in Gaza over the continuation of the war against Hamas. According to the German official, this is in addition to a series of other measures that increase concern in Berlin, such as inflammatory statements and actions by ministers in the Israeli government. Why is this important? Because Germany, with the exception of a select few allies in the American government, is unconditionally the biggest dick riders of Israel, okay? They love fascism in general. They're like, fascism here, fascism there. We don't care. We love fascism, okay? So they are super pro-Israel for a couple different reasons. I've described it time and time again. One, because Israel is obviously killing their new enemy, not Jewish people, this time Muslim people, so that's really good. And number two, they get to talk about how, they've learned their lessons from the Holocaust. They didn't. Okay. And that it's actually Muslims that are the biggest anti-Semites, not the Germans, not the Nazis, right? So it's great. It's like a great opportunity for them to basically demonstrate a guilt transfer to the Arabs somehow. So yeah, they shift the blame over to the Arabs, and it's great. They no longer have to think about it. So, do you think Israel being a critical counterintelligence threat to the U.S. contributes to our unwavering support? Amid bids to release Jonathan Pollard. I mean, guys, Jonathan Pollard is a great fucking example of this. This is why I'm saying that the CIA absolutely fucking... There are people in the CIA who fucking hate Israel, okay, for understandable reasons. This is why I said there are people of two different minds here, okay? You have the unconditional dick riders of Israel within the American State Department, and you have the people who are like, dude, what the fuck are we doing? Okay? Israel, like, the hilarity of Israel is... Like, even during the fucking Russiagate shit, which Felix loves talking about, like, a big chunk of the foreign interference that we actually intercepted was coming directly from Israel, okay? And then we were like, oops, maybe we shouldn't talk about this stuff all that much. You have to understand, Israel absolutely plays a role in the American elections in very obvious, publicly open ways, like AIPAC, Kufi, okay? Demonstrating the interests of some of the most far-right elements within Israeli society in terms of continuing the apartheid, in terms of continuing the genocide, and then also in more covert ways, like the bots and shit that you see every now and then. Didn't even Obama not fuck with Netanyahu? Yeah, I mean, Obama was one of the most, like, anti-Israel politicians in the highest office, for sure, which is hilarious to say, because ironically enough, Barack Obama gave Israel $38 billion on his way out, by the way. So it's pretty funny that like the standards are that fucking insane. And yes, doing the Iran denuclearization agreement, doing the Iran denuclearization agreement literally was the biggest fuck you to Israel that America could ever do in terms of its foreign policy. That is precisely the reason why Republicans famously invited Benjamin Netanyahu to speak at the U.S. Congress. Okay? So, yeah, that's like anti-Israel, as anti-Israel as you're going to get. A guy who gave Israel $38 billion fucking dollars. And if you ask ultra-Zionists, or even Zionists in general, not liberal Zionists, but ultra-Zionists and Zionists in general, they will literally fucking tell you Barack Obama is a Jew hater, like straight up. Aside from a bunch of other anti-black slurs, and maybe call him a Kenyan Muslim man. So, you know. But let's get back to this point here. Jeremy Scahill from Dropsite News, formerly of The Intercept, talked to the breaking points about his latest investigative reporting. Here is what America is potentially doing.
I'm going to be joined this morning by Jeremy Scahill, who, of course, alongside our own Ryan Grimm, is co-founder of Dropsite News. Great to see you, Jeremy.
Good to see you.
Good to be back.
Yeah, of course. So you have some bombshell reporting about these ceasefire negotiations and really pointing the finger at, in a conclusive way, at Bibi Netanyahu for intentionally undermining a deal that he had already agreed to. I can put this up on the screen, and you can elaborate here a bit more. But effectively, Hamas agreed to a three-phase deal that actually backed down on what was one of their key demands, that there be a permanent ceasefire. This was something that supposedly the Israelis had already agreed to. And yet after Hamas says, okay, yes, we accept, then Netanyahu, specifically enabled, as you point out, by the U.S., layers on a bunch of additional conditions intentionally met to undercut the achievement of a deal. You know, talk to us about the documents that you were able to gain access to and put this in a broader context for us.
I mean, the broad context is that for the past 10 plus months, the narrative from the United States and Israel has been that Hamas has been blocking a
My sister-in-law's brother is a Palestinian in Gaza who watches and loves you, especially your gaming. He was injured in an airstrike and has been watching the stream from the hospital, even though he's now missing an eye. I told him I would write in chat on his behalf. Can I pass on his message? Yes, of course. Why is everyone turning now? It seems like it's a coordinated effort. First of all, this is Dropsite News, and this is literally, not only is this Dropsite News, but also this is Jeremy Scahill. they've been fucking hitting this point over and over again for months at this point, including on this broadcast. So this is not new for them. What is new, however, is that the mainstream media is now catching up, playing catch up.
Ceasefire. And, that has not been true throughout this entire time. Certainly, Hamas and Israel had very different perspectives on what they wanted in any document that established a framework for a ceasefire. But it's been propaganda from the beginning to state that somehow unilaterally Hamas was sabotaging it. But let's fast forward to the very current situation. You have Kamala Harris anointed as the Democratic nominee for president in Chicago earlier in August, and you had AOC and others praising her for working tirelessly for a ceasefire, saying the White House was working around the clock for a ceasefire. And what they were talking about is that President Joe Biden in May announced that that he was going to present a framework for a ceasefire that had actually been presented by Israel. And he said, now the onus is on Hamas to accept this deal. And what that framework essentially said was that there would be 3 phases. And in the initial first 6-week phase, there would be a large exchange of captives. Many of the civilians that are being held by Hamas inside of Gaza. There are also some that are classified as in a humanitarian category. One of those we understand was Hersh Goldberg Polin, the dual U.S.-Israeli national whose death in Gaza was announced on Sunday.
He said he beefs with you and Austin is his favorite and always makes him laugh. He loves Kai's curly tail. And he said Marat reminds him so much of his uncle who used to be a mechanic before the war. He says his favorite people emoji is sludge. And if he ever meets you who wants to play basketball, his name is Ayub. He's been a fan since 2020. God damn. Hopefully one day. Why didn't the dude say it himself, doubting the chatter? I don't know. Maybe because he's in fucking Gaza in the hospital currently. I don't know. That could be part of the reason. Don't you think? Also, it's not that far-fetched. I directly talk to people in Gaza, like, fairly frequently. So this might come as a surprise to some chatters. But there's probably people in Gaza right now watching. There's also Palestinians here that don't live in Gaza, but either A, live in the West Bank, or live in diaspora that speak to their family members who are in Gaza on a daily basis. Anyway, let's continue.
By Israel. And so you had this framework. Hamas then looks at it. They gave some notes on it then, within the next 10 days, and they said that they wanted to be able to negotiate a permanent ceasefire in the first phase of the deal. Now, according to my sources in Hamas, they were told by the international mediators, Qatar and Egypt, this was a deal breaker for Israel and the United States. And so Hamas deliberated on that. The United Nations Security Council endorsed the so-called Biden framework. And by July 2nd, Hamas had actually backed off of what it was one of their most important demands and made what they thought was a really big concession by taking that language out of what they were insisting on. They then go back to the mediators, and the documents I have show that on July 2nd, Hamas formally informed both Egypt and Qatar, the 2 main mediators dealing with the United States and Israel, that they would accept the terms of the framework based on an American amendment. And Hamas sources told me that the Americans acknowledged that Hamas had accepted that framework, and they went back to Israel. And then Netanyahu bombards the process with a whole slew of new conditions, including an indefinite presence of Israeli troops in the Philadelphia corridor, which has been governed by agreements going back to 1979 and 2005 with Egypt and Israel. Israeli forces are not supposed to be in the Philadelphia corridor or controlling the Rafah crossing. And they also insisted that they would maintain troops in what's called the Netzarim corridor, which essentially splits Gaza in half. So Hamas said, no deal on this. We already agreed to something. And so what we've seen is Antony Blinken running over to Tel Aviv and traveling around the Middle East. And now what's happening is they've tried to say to Hamas, yeah, we know that you agreed to this, but now you have to accept parts of these other demands that you've made very clear you will not accept, which is an indefinite Israeli troop presence inside of Gaza.
Yeah. Everything that Scale's talking about here, where's the sourcing on this? Brother, use your fucking eyes. What's really funny about what you're saying here in terms of like, where's the sourcing on this, which is at Drop Site News. If you would like to, if you want to specifically go to the source, that Jeremy Scahill, the primary investigative reporter on the subject matter, is just basically reiterating on Breaking Points with Crystal and Sagar. But beyond that, if you're looking at like the actual sourcing, it's coming, one, directly from Hamas officials, and two, it is now also coming from Israeli newspapers like Yediot Ahronot's latest reporting that shows that it was Benjamin Netanyahu that was sullying the deal since July. Qatar said that too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, the person that is like the person that conducted this investigative reporting is not just some random fucking dude. He is one of the most important and well-recognized, award-winning investigative reporters of our generation. One of the best journalists of our generation. Yeah. A government source closely involved in Netanyahu's coalition, Benjamin Netanyahu, decided some weeks ago that he does not want a deal. And when it became possible, he got nervous and did all he could to torpedo it. This is from Haaretz.com 7 hours ago. The dominoes are falling. Okay? That's it. Oh, do you think that this is the first stage of Bibi's undoing? This is a lot to get caught red-handed with. Nothing will change unless American government, like people in the highest positions of power within the American government that currently are unconditionally pro-Israel, respond to public pressure and change course. Okay? This entire thing changes overnight with ease. Okay? This entire thing changes overnight with one phone call. That phone call has not come yet. That phone call has not come for 11 months at this point. Okay?
Moving back to the West
Meanwhile, here's what the State Department is still doing in a holding pattern.
Bank. There was a footage 2 days ago showing Israeli bulldozers targeting a group of journalists, including journalists working for TRT and Anadolu, while they were covering Israeli raid in Jenin. Do you have any comment on that? And generally, and do you have anything?
Aren't there sources where Bibi told Gallant in an argument about the deal that Biden backs him? So why is he opposing his demands? Biden is not opposing his demands. I heavily suspect that the whole we are indicting the American Department of Justice, indicting Hamas officials 11 months after October 7 in the midst of Benjamin Netanyahu getting a shit ton of internal pressure is a deliberate way to try and move the conversation in a direction that they want to have, which is remember Hamas, remember October 7. It's not working. It's unsuccessful, but they're literally still openly showcasing that they are not interested in actually forcing Benjamin Netanyahu's hand at all. Okay? They are firing off on all cylinders.
This is a threat to Israel again.
And secondly, sir, more than 40,000 Palestinians have now been killed in Gaza, a majority of whom are civilians. And these numbers are from the Palestinian Ministry of Health, but they are backed up by the United States, by international organizations. Humanitarian conditions in Gaza have degraded so much that diseases like polio and hepatitis A are now spreading. We have seen countless children be orphaned. We have seen countless mothers lose their children. How much is too much, sir? At what point is it time to end this war?
Well, we'll end the war when we achieve our war goals of making sure that Hamas can't repeat such atrocities. But we're fighting this war in a just war with just means. In fact, with means that no other army has ever fought. No other army has taken the precaution.
I mean, he's right. No other army has dropped 5 atomic bombs on a densely populated civilian area that it is the belligerent occupier of. That's literally true. Historically speaking, no other army in world history has ever dumped 5 atomic bombs worth of munitions into an area that it is currently the belligerent occupier of. So he's not wrong. Whenever Benjamin Netanyahu says stuff, because it's such pure projection, or not 5 atomic bombs. The United States of America dropped 2 on civilian territory that it was not the belligerent occupier of. Okay? Anyway.
That Israel has taken, sometimes at great risk, to make sure that we minimize the number of casualties. You talked about polio. We enabled now massive vaccination of polio. We want 90% of the Gazan people of Gaza vaccinated. I think 200,000 I think were vaccinated today. We put in 1 million tons of food, 1 million tons of aid, 700,000 tons of food. That's unheard of. We've taken...
He's like, we're fucking killing them, but sometimes we give them food too. Yeah, it's 11 months, man. It's 11 months of genocide, of course. You know how bad, you know it's bad when the density of bombing is worse than Cambodia? Holy shit. Anyway, yeah, war criminal running the, war criminal running the fucking war criminal show, the war crime show. Doesn't seem like he's going to change course, but why should he? Because the American war criminals could actually change his trajectory dramatically. Now, remember this, chat. I've been saying this for quite some time now. Blaming all of the evil here on Benjamin Netanyahu is the exit ramp, okay? It is the liberal Zionist exit ramp, and it's been there as an exit ramp since October 10, okay? America is so far removed from the reality and so uninterested in putting an end to this bloodshed that they won't even take that exit ramp when it is beneficial for them electorally. On a lighter note, I had to tell you that Ayub and his family had been staying in the home of a couple who's of Turkish descent who love him despite his family having supported the Greek lineage somewhere in there. Lots of 3+ generation Palestinian Turkish people. We feed the ones that manage to survive sometimes. Remember this. When all is said and done, Benjamin Netanyahu will be remembered as a monster. Okay? History will write about him as a monster, a singular force of evil. But we, who have witnessed these actions from the Israeli government, know better. Okay? People will write in history books as though Benjamin Netanyahu, this corrupt tyrant, took over Israeli society and forced Israel's hand into achieving such unimaginably bloodthirsty goals. Okay? Straight up, it will be the exit ramp for those who unconditionally supported it to turn around and say, oh, it's just him. It's just Bibi. He's the one doing this. As they fucking championed it, as they either turned a blind eye to the atrocities or enabled it or directly supported it. Okay? Just remember that. What is shocking to me is that the American government hasn't even pulled that ripcord yet. At a time when there's an upcoming election, at a time when there is massively positive consequences in terms of like self-preservation, bloodless, cold, calculated electoral analysis. I'm not talking about the morality. I do not think these are moral people. Okay? I'm not talking about being anti-genocide on principle. These are people who do not care. Okay? That much is clear to me. I'm talking pure, bloodless calculation for the upcoming election. It is crazy. Anyway, by the way, that BBC Settler video is a new investigation on the ground. I'm going to move on from this for now. This one is BBC, West Bank Palestinian families living in fear of extremist Israeli settlers. We might get back to that in a little bit. I do want to talk about some updates from the Georgia school shooting. We're going to get to American domestic politics. We'll talk about Kamala Harris's campaign event that she just had, where she, of course, talked about the school shooting as well. Here, let's take a look at what's going on in Georgia.
Helping her and to know.
Actually, let me start off here. Let's take a look at what's going on in Georgia from the police.
My name is Sheriff Judge Smith. I'm the sheriff of Bear County Sheriff's Office. We're standing on the campus of Appalachia High School here at Bear County Schools. First and foremost, I want to lift up our community. I want to give our sympathies to our community, our school system, our kids, our parents that had to witness this today. Obviously, what you see behind us is an evil thing today. At about 9:30 this morning, we received the first call that there was an active shooter on this campus. We're not releasing any information as far as injuries, but we have multiple injuries. This is a very, very fluid investigation. It's very early. And I have asked the assistance of the GBI and the agencies here behind me today, and there are multiple agencies that responded this morning to help us and help the sheriff's office. We do have a suspect in custody. And we are asking for your patience as the media to please let us get the facts that we need to make sure we get this right. Again, I've asked the GBI to help us, the Sheriff's Office, to help us along with this. I know this is not what you want to hear, but I'm not going to answer questions after this is over with. But I wanted to give you the respect and our community respect to let them know what was going on initially. We're in the process of reunifying our students with their parents. Obviously, that's chaotic, but we want to be respectful of them and their privacy as well. I want to thank the state, the federal agencies, the local agencies that showed up today, as you can see.
A very dark piece of data. We've now had 15 times more deaths because of mass shootings than undocumented migrants. 386 mass shooting deaths versus 25 undocumented migrants mass shooting data. Yeah.
The multiple EMS and fire from other agencies that responded today. Again, I ask that you lift up Bexar County Schools, lift up Appalachia, lift up our agencies. This is going to take multiple days for us to get answers as to what happened and why this happened.
This is more of a failure of gun control, not the failing of the police first, though. Yes, both are at fault. Yeah, of course it's a failure of gun control, a lack of gun control. That's crazy. Of course. It is. This is a legislative problem, okay, first and foremost. That's it.
But I wanted to give you a statement. It is our hope, in conjunction with these people behind us, that we can give you another statement around 4 o'clock, because I know you have to go back on the air. That is my hope. But I wanted to be fluid with you all, understanding that it's fluid as well with this investigation. I appreciate you being patient with us. Again, it's very active and is ever developing. Every minute is developing on what we're finding.
So let's see what there's. I'm sure there's some more coverage on this. But here's what the president released after today's school shooting. Republicans in Congress must finally say enough is enough and work with Democrats to pass common sense gun safety legislation. We must ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines once again, require safe storage of firearms, enact universal background checks, and end immunity for gun manufacturers. Is correct. It is the correct position. No American will come to terms with that, of course. CNN reports a 16-year-old student at Appalachia High School Center. Mama texts, "I'm sorry I haven't been a perfect daughter. I love you." School should be sued for not having armed security guards to guard the kids. Oh, yeah. The shooter, as far as details goes, the shooter is 14 years old. School has been open for like 3 fucking days at this point. And this is happening in Georgia, where the Georgia governor, Brian Kemp, signed a bill allowing guns to be carried without a license. So, 2 days into the school year, already a fucking gun, already a mass shooting, a school shooting. Kamala Harris talked about it at the rally.
So before I begin, I do want to say a few words about this tragic shooting that took place.
It just feels so rehearsed, and it feels like we are in this like permanent holding pattern. Like, it comes across, I'm not gonna lie, like they're on the right side of this issue unconditionally. Okay, Democrats are on the right side of this issue, straight up. It's just it's the truth. Okay, this is not like this is not an endorsement of Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or anything like that, or an endorsement of the Democratic Party. Having said that, however, they are absolutely on the right side of this issue. It's just, that's it. But because it has happened so much and so frequently that like this pattern that we keep repeating over and over again comes across scripted and hollow. Yes, I'm going to cover Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and others receiving money from Russia Today to push pro-Russia content. I'm gonna do it. Please, just calm the fuck down. I'm talking about something else. It's on the docket. Of course I'm gonna talk about it. And I'm also going to talk about fucking how so many of the pro-Ukrainian content creators have spent most of their time and effort on shitting on me rather than those guys. I wonder why. But that's not the point right now. Okay?
This morning in Winder, Georgia, we're still gathering information about what happened, but we know that
it comes across hollow. It comes across rehearsed. You know what I mean? I don't know how else to describe it.
there were multiple fatalities and injuries. And, our hearts are with.
Bro, I can't even begin to imagine how you do it on Twitter. I tweeted about this earlier today and about about a school shooting that happened in my community, how it's fucked that this shit still happens. The algorithm must have picked it up. I've gotten threats, DMs, replies from the most unhinged freaks. Shit is fucking insane. People are actually out of their minds. Like, holy fuck, dude. I don't know how you do it every day. You have to remember, these are not real human beings, okay? Just remember that and you'll be fine. These are not fucking real human beings, okay? Like they're human beings, but they're barely sentient. There's something about Twitter, especially now Twitter, that has caused all the worst aspects of like these subhuman scumbags to just feel emboldened, okay? To say whatever the fuck they want to say. Those people would not carry that same energy in the real world, okay? That's it. Those people do not exist in the real world for the most part. And some of them are literally bots, like AI, you know? This issue will never be tackled because 6% of shootings happen in private schools, so it doesn't affect rich people as much. All the more reason to ban private schools so the rich can actually care about safety and education. That's an interesting attitude I had not considered. But I think it just simply won't get solved because the Republican Party owns like unlimited, unrestricted access to weapons as a major policy position, and it's a very popular policy as well. So, hey, I saw you went on the deprogram again. I just have to say, bro, there's literally no winning. The right call you a Hamas terrorist, loving murder advocate, and the left is calling you a DNC shit liberal who doesn't do enough for Palestine in the comments of the deprogram episode. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Who cares? People are just chirping online. Do what you know is right. That has been my policy since day one. Okay? Stop fucking reading the background noise and caring about it. Who gives a fuck? Okay? There's been highs and there's been lows on this broadcast. We've had members leave the community and then come back slowly but surely. Ultimately, this does not change my calculation. Okay? I don't care if my perspective is beloved by people online. Okay? What's the leftist social media platform you know would be refreshing? It doesn't exist. It's not a thing. Anyway. Optics are a tool to an end. Helps, but fuck it. Yes, it would be much nicer if most people who are extremely online, who happen to be overrepresented in obviously the way that people read comments and whatnot, were not brain broken fucking losers who are incredibly uncharitable. Okay? Yes, it would be nice, but it doesn't fucking matter. Anyway, okay. Yes, history, I've said it all over and over again. History will absolve me, but that's neither here nor there. Okay? When I was younger, I was one of the it's not a gun problem people. Because of you and people like you, I saw the error in my thinking and the truth. Thanks, man. Exactly. And that's precisely why I do what I do. That and also serving 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. Okay? Those are the two reasons why I do what I do. You know, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you are lucky. Okay? I don't think that there is going to be a mass event that causes Americans to wake up to this reality of school shootings and where it comes from and how to stop it, for the record.
With all the students, the teachers, and their families, of course. And we are grateful to the first responders and the law enforcement that were on the scene. But this is just a senseless tragedy on top of so many senseless tragedies. And it's just outrageous that every day in our country, in the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive. It's senseless. It is. We got to stop it.
Oh my God. Twitter not only is fucking 4chan, but also simultaneously is so ass at serving video.
You know, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. So we will continue, of course, to send our prayers and our thoughts to the families and all those who were affected, including, you know, I'm going off script right now, but listen, I mean, you know, at the last year, I started a college tour, and I traveled our country meeting with our young leaders, right? And so it was college-age young leaders. So I did trade schools, colleges, universities, community colleges. By the way, I love Gen Z. I just love Gen Z. Right?
The video is not matched up. Is like totally delayed. I don't know why. Is Kamala promising more gun control? Yeah. I mean, that's the basic Democratic position.
But I'll tell you, one of the things that I asked every time I went to the audience.
I can't even fucking, dude, this is ass, dude. Holy fuck, it's so ass. Anyway, Update on the mass shooting is going to come in the next 30 minutes, by the way.
Absolutely. All right, Ryan Young, thanks so much. We'll come back to you. Let's bring in CNN senior national security analyst Juliet Kayyem. She was a former assistant secretary for the Department of Homeland Security. Juliet, thanks for joining us. Multiple law enforcement officials are telling CNN that Appalachia High School had gotten an earlier threat on the phone this morning, warning that there would be shootings at 5 schools and that Appalachia would be first. What more do we know about that?
We don't know much more, and we don't know obviously who the caller was. My suspicion, just based on what happened, is that this was a person who wanted to create more destruction, and also wanted it to be known that it was him, and went on this rampage. The second possible theory is that there's more than one person involved, although the police have not been suggesting that yet, and the fact that the family unification has already occurred suggests that they think it's just him. I know this seems obvious to a lot of people, like, oh, they got, they screwed up, they got a phone call and they didn't close the school. Schools get phone calls like this all the time. It is one of them. That's why I'm very much for prosecuting people who make these kinds of calls, whether often in jest. These kinds of calls are happening all the time. We have to learn what did they think of it? What did they think it was? How often was this school getting them before we can pass judgment on the school district?
We're told that officials are going to brief in a few minutes. We'll obviously bring that to our viewers and listeners live. What are some of the topics you want them to address?
So obviously the access issue, I'm curious about how accessible the school was. What was its risk environment? Had there been violence before? What kind of, it's a high school, what kind of metal detectors and others there were? Obviously the age, Jake, it's 14 years old. I was looking at the statistics. It's not as unusual as we wish. That school shootings occur by 14-year-olds, but a mass shooting like this is very rare. That's a young age. So then the third and important question is access to the gun. Everyone knows Georgia's gun laws are permissive. It's just, this isn't a political commentary. They are exceptionally permissive. And that means that the parents or someone who had the gun made it either available to him or he took it from them. We need to get more aggressive against adults who buy these weapons and make them accessible or allow them to be accessible to a 14-year-old. And I guess the last question, of course, is motive. Was this against a particular person, a classroom? What was his reason for doing it? But you and I have been doing this long enough. Sometimes the motive isn't satisfying. It's just someone who's gets guns and wants to use them in a violent manner, and we can blame mental health or whatever else, but it doesn't really get to why this morning.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, some parts of the country have safe storage laws, meaning that there needs to be a trigger lock or the firearm needs to be stored in some sort of safe so that minors cannot get the gun or anyone else cannot get the gun. What is your assessment so far, based on the limited information we have, of the initial emergency response?
I thought it was exceptionally quick, at least from what I know now, in terms of the two things we care about. So one is notification to both the students who are in harm's way, but also the outside world. The parents who are going to come rushing to the school seems to have been tested and planned enough that you at least minimize the harm. We're going to get a TikTok on the second question about sort of how did law enforcement do. We're going to get a TikTok of sort of how long it took them to get there relatively soon, and we'd have to see, how large was that gap in terms of both the police coming in and then emergency managers getting and paramedics getting the injured out. There's a lot of injured people, so we don't know what the final count is going to be. But look, we've This is generation lockdown. These students that we're hearing from knew this drill. They may not have recognized it immediately, and the teachers certainly know what to do. It is a necessary evil given the environment that we're in. But I am curious about sort of that response time, as we always are.
Yeah, we already have a Gen Alpha mass shooter. The child was born in 2010, has spent over 1/3 of their life in a COVID, post-COVID world. Yeah. I mean, people are like, oh, how could this have happened? Like, he's 14 years old. He's so young. And it's like, what do you mean? Open your fucking eyes, dude. Like, this is the most American thing. It is actually shocking when it doesn't happen all the fucking time. We have had, it is so American to do a school shooting. It is so ingrained in our fucking DNA at this point, especially as a consequence of the mass availability of weapons, that we had a fucking trans shooter, okay? Like, do you understand how fucking commonplace it needs to happen? How commonplace of a thing this is, that there is a fucking trans person that did a school shooting, okay? Like, that's how fucking American this is, okay? Like, that's how American it is. It's 1% of the population. Everybody gets a piece at this point. I'm honestly surprised there was this long of a gap between school shootings. There wasn't. It's just this one is like something that the media is paying more attention to. And also the gap between school shootings is called summer break. That's just what it is. It's called summer break. That's the gap between school shootings. The school year literally just started fucking 2 days ago, dude. 2 days. It's crazy because I talked about this yesterday and I was joking about how Americans love school shootings so much that like 10 of them happen during lockdowns. We say it's got to stop, but I've covered this so much. I've covered this so fucking much, and it literally is unfathomable. The fact that we've made no movements in the right direction in terms of like a reasonable solution to this problem. I don't know what to say. It's just and the defense of it. The defense of it basically becomes more and more unhinged. Like, we joke about this at this point where, like, we've moved on from gun control, which you cannot talk about, obviously. Democrats talk about it, but it goes nowhere. Republicans will say that's never going to happen. Shut the fuck up. So they end up talking about the background of the shooter and claiming that like the shooter is trans over and over again. Ridiculous, right? Or the shooter is an undocumented migrant, or whatever the fuck they want to shift the blame over to. Then if there's no background that they can shift the blame over to, they start talking about how, well, it's a mental health problem. Okay, there's a shit ton of mentally ill people, dude, and all around the world, as a matter of fact. So why the fuck aren't they having the same exact issues? Perhaps it's because there's one significant difference in the United States of America as opposed to all the other developed nations where, they don't have more guns in circulation than there are people in this fucking country. Turns out that might be a big reason. And they say mental health, and they never actually do anything about the mental health problem anyway. It's just the same fucking shifting of the responsibility and shifting of the blame cycle all over again. It's just like when Republicans always remember that there are homeless veterans when we're talking about undocumented migrants. Oh, we're not even taking care of our homeless veterans. Bitch, you don't want to take care of the homeless veterans. You're the reason. Fuck you mean homeless veterans? The only time Republicans ever talk about homeless veterans is when the conversation is on undocumented migrants, okay? They remember that homeless veterans exist. Homeless people exist. All of a sudden, they are victims. In every other conversation, they're criminals. This is the same principle that the Republicans have applied to every fucking point of contention. Shift the responsibility away to a different problem that they are also responsible for. Mental health is a problem. Okay, so let's solve it. Let's do healthcare. No. Mental health is a problem. Okay, so let's do red flag laws. No. Then what the fuck? And when all is said and done, when you don't have those other fucking when you don't have those other issues that you can point to, then Republicans get really unhinged. Door control, security guards. Oh, there's a security guard at this school that was armed. Okay, then we have to fix the doors. We got to do door control. Well, there wasn't actually like there was door control now. Okay, well, how about we arm the teachers? Okay, teachers are armed now in the Pioneer program in fucking Florida and many other places. Okay, well then, how about ladder control, bulletproof backpacks, classrooms that have like bulletproof areas? It just doesn't fucking matter. These people are unhinged. Georgia's lieutenant governor wants to also pay teachers $10,000 a year to carry guns at school. Barrow County Superintendent Chris McNeil said that although his district allows the security chief to carry a gun, the school board would have to carefully examine arming other employees. He supports increases funding to our school resource officers, saying the district has 15 to 16 officers, not enough to have one in each of his 20 schools. Barrow County Sheriff Judd Smith was more enthusiastic, saying armed teachers could be a force multiplier in the case of a shooting. It's like a fucking joke, dude. It's insane, but that is American politics. Okay? American politics is finding the most unreasonable, most unhinged fucking non-solution that will literally increase the frequency of gun violence at schools. Like anyone with a fucking shred of intelligence can look at that and go, really? You want to arm teachers? You think having easier access to guns will solve the problem of school shootings? Why not arm the fucking students too? Because once they arm the teachers, that's the next step. Kindergartens. It is fucking insane. Oh, fuck it, dude. YOLO. Let's arm everybody, you know? Force multiplier in a school shooting. In my state, there's a county that's offering a $500 bonus for a retired cop to come guard for the year. Remember, the New York Police Department, which is supposed to be adequately trained in active shooting scenarios, their on-target hit rate in an active shooting is 17%. Those are the fucking cops. Now, imagine what a teacher would do in an active shooting scenario. How many fucking of their own students will they accidentally dome? It's fucking insane. Additionally insane to think when more guns means a higher likelihood of a gun being stolen from a teacher to literally conduct a mass shooting directly on site. I like that we're basically making it easier to do mass shootings by putting more guns in classrooms. That will definitely solve the problem. None of this shit makes sense. Nothing makes sense in the United States of America. Okay? Because we are way too primed to not solve these issues. We have no interest in solving these problems. Ridiculous. Anyway, this is another thing that I was going to talk about. This is Israel's longest running English podcast. Two nice Jewish boys, hosts Naor Menninger and Eitan Weinstein, call for wiping out every single Palestinian in Gaza. Radio Rwanda in full effect here. Let's take a look at what the Two Nice Jewish Boys pod had to say about Gaza.
If you gave me a button to just erase Gaza, every single living being in Gaza would no longer be living tomorrow, I would press it in a second. That's just, I think most Israelis
if
probably
that's
agree.
the choice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No.
These guys aren't nice, nor are they boys, man. What the fuck? This is two shitty elderly Jewish gentlemen podcast. Where are the boys? Are the boys in the room with us? I feel like once you reach 35, you're no longer a boy. You're a man, okay?
No, even if it's not like right now.
Yeah, no.
I would press it right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and same with the territories.
I would press it right now.
Mm-hmm.
No choice. No, Shawan is safe at home. God willing, I don't know. I haven't spoken to her in like an hour.
No, I'm saying for the chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would press it right now. Give me that button and press it right now.
There you go.
And I think most Israelis would.
Yeah. Most Jewish Israelis.
They wouldn't post. They wouldn't talk about it like I am.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't post. They wouldn't say I pressed it.
Yeah.
But they would.
They
press
don't
it.
have balls of steel like you.
They would. But they would press it, right? Like if they were in a closet alone, they would.
I don't understand why my dude is fucking saying this thing that we all know very openly, not even thinking about like other people might hear this and go, damn, dog, you're a genocidal fucking piece of shit. That's pretty crazy.
They wouldn't even hesitate.
Mm-hmm.
Someone came to them and said, no one will know. You press this, Palestinians are gone. You'd be like, fucking hey, is there another one?
I mean, it makes sense. They're doing it right now. He's just saying that he's on board with it. Do you think Hamas would if the other way were around? Maybe. Okay. But do you understand the difference in the way that this attitude is represented? Because Hamas isn't doing that right now. Israel is. Israel is literally doing that right now. I see your podcast has been running since 2016. Available data is not kind. Most of your videos get under 500 views, and you don't even chart on Israel's podcast rankings. By all metrics, a failure. I recommend taking a Gary Vee course or getting a hair transplant in Turkey. Lol, why would we be in Israel's podcast ranking, you imbecile? We're a podcast in English. Because it appears to be the only chart you've ever shown up on. The ESL one doesn't seem to speak much due to his poor grasp of English. That's fine, but the balding one should smile less and perhaps adopt a backwards hat as pictured below to mask his Yakubian megacephaly. One of the funnier aspects of this conversation that's taken place here, okay, is that the notion that like, oh, Israelis are too afraid to say this out loud. It's like, no, bitch, they're not. They say it all the fucking time on Twitter. And it seems like you're not afraid to say it out loud on your fucking podcast. They say it in polls. They say it out loud. They say it, God forbid you ever fucking translate from Hebrew to English, okay? Oh my God. It's done an unimaginable amount of counter PR for any kind of opinion that people might have had about like, oh, well, Israel seems like the most moral nation on earth. Let's see what the average Israeli thinks about God. Oh my God. What are they saying? This is like new levels of Hitlerian politics I had not thought about before. Oh my fucking God. The Hebrew loot box tweet, you get different rarities of genocidal language. Yeah. Like ancient tomes of fucking genocidal spice, dude. It's like the fears that people have of like the polar ice caps melting, new rare diseases we haven't seen before. That's what is going on when you translate fucking Hebrew to English, okay? You have not seen these kinds of racist takes in a while. Cool stuff. Man, I have to live with these people. You don't know the half of it. I mean, I get it. I live in America, so I get it. Trust me. Holy fuck. You know, we got a decent amount of this kind of sentiment here too. Trust me. This genocidal maniac was raised in the U.S. like Mayor Kahan. His fascism was homegrown in the U.S. and exported to the West Asia to try to colonize Palestine on behalf of the mass murdering U.S. empire. Of course. For the record, the most rabid ultra-Zionists are oftentimes, which is ironic, maybe, because I just said this, but the most rabid ultra-Zionists, like Mayor Kahan, are American-born. We just have this weird concoction here. Don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like the fucking water or something. But like El Salvadorans come here, okay? They're pushed aside by are forced to not be able to integrate into American society. They start gangs. You know, that's what happens usually. All of a sudden, they're using American weapons, American training. What happens next? MS-13. What do we do with MS-13? We take them out of our prisons and we ship their asses back to El Salvador. We don't even tell the El Salvadoran government we're doing this. Fast forward a couple decades later, they are running the fucking show. Okay? That is our number one export and our number one innovative product is breeding people who are genocidal fucking monsters. Okay? We are so goated at it. It is the thing that we're the best at. I will move on to the press conference from the school shooting when it starts on CNN. It hasn't started yet. Great stuff. You know, there is one group of people that also took a lot of inspiration from America. Adolf Hitler was his name. He looked to what America had done, both in the first stage of the Bracero program during World War I and the mass deportation that took place afterwards and the equipment that they used, and also Jim Crow laws and American eugenicists. That's right. We're kind of the number one at exporting this kind of fucking Hitlerian politics. The podcast host sat on the left, used to work in media for Netanyahu. Yeah, that's not surprising. There's no good news in the world right now. There's some good news. There's some changes that are happening. Minor changes, but changes nonetheless. and we welcome these changes. I did talk about the school shooting. We're waiting for more information to come out on it. Okay, CNN is probably going to start.
Authorities are giving an update on the mass shooting at the high school in Georgia. Let's listen.
And we wanted to come back this afternoon and present you with a little more of a timeline of the events that have taken place here today and what we know up to this point with the investigation. At approximately 10:20 a.m. this morning, the Bexar County Sheriff's Office received alerts about reports of an active shooter and radio traffic from school resource officers concerning the same concern, or having the same concern. Within minutes, law enforcement was on scene, as well as 2 school resource officers assigned here to the school who immediately encountered the subject with just minutes of this report going out. Once they encountered the subject immediately surrendered to these officers and he was taken into custody. Additionally, what I want you to know as of now, there are 4 individuals who are deceased from this incident, 9 that have been taken to local hospitals with various injuries. Of those that are deceased, 2 are students and 2 are teachers here at the school. The priority right now for us within this investigation is to gather all the facts, to make sure that we're accurate with it, because this is a murder investigation. As the sheriff mentioned earlier this morning, the shooter is in custody. His name is Colt, that's C-O-L-T, Gray. He is a 14-year-old student here at the school, G-R-A-Y. He is a 14-year-old student here at the high school. Again, he has been taken into custody. He will be charged with murder, and he will be tried as an adult and handled as an adult. We're coordinating these charges and obviously this investigation with District Attorney Brad Smith, who is the District Attorney for the Piedmont Judicial Circuit here. Since earlier this morning we talked with you, and since the incident occurred, numerous interviews have been taking place through our investigation with students, faculty, as well as any other witnesses that we could identify. Law enforcement had a very, very swift response to this incident. Once the incident was determined that there was a concern here, those resources, whether it was in that response or throughout this investigation to assist, came obviously from the Sheriff's Office here, from other local law enforcement agencies, state law enforcement agencies, and federal law enforcement agencies as well. To include, not to be left out, multiple EMS personnel, multiple fire personnel, and agencies. Those agencies responded here as well today, and I am extremely grateful, as I know the sheriff is, for that quick response and the partnerships of working here together with what all is going on. Currently, from the investigative perspective, we have crime scene agents and other special agents from the GBI, from close to a dozen of our different work units from across the state that have responded here today to work on this investigation, again, collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and so forth. I do want to pass this along, that if anyone has any information that wants to be passed on concerning this investigation, that they can do that anonymously at our tip line at 1-800-597-TIPS or 1-800-597-8477. They can also report this on by downloading the See Something, Send Something app. They can be done by Android or Apple phones, either one, if they need to report any tips concerning this investigation. Let me close out before I turn this over to the sheriff and let you just remind you that this is still a very active investigation. There is still a lot that is very fluid. There's still a lot of interviews to be conducted that will continue on into the night, as well as crime scene work and collecting and gathering evidence. But what is more important for me to mention here to you is my heartfelt sympathy to the parents, the students that were here today. Regardless of where they were in the school, this has got a great impact on them as well as on this community. My thoughts and prayers, along with everybody standing behind me and every law enforcement agency in this state, and many I will tell you around this country, they are in our thoughts and prayers, and we will continue with that. We ask for your patience. as we continue through this, and we'll continue to try to give you as many updates with information as we can to keep you informed. But thank you for being here. I'm now going to turn it over to Bexar County Sheriff Judge Smith. Thank you. H-O-S-E-Y.
Good afternoon. I'm Sheriff Judge Smith of the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. I never imagined that I would be speaking to the media in my career over something that happened today, the pure evil that happened today. I cannot thank the people behind me for the support
bro?
they
You're
give,
an American sheriff, of course.
give this office and give this staff.
It is an inevitability.
This hits home for me. I was born and raised here. I went to school in this school system. My kids go to this school system. I'm proud of this school system.
The thing is, what are they supposed to do? They can't fucking, like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's not the cops' fault.
But I want to
okay?
make it very clear that hate
Like, what are they supposed to do? Fucking envision a school shooting happening ahead of time and like apprehend the fucking child on the way to the school? You know what I mean? Everyone has a fucking gun.
It is very early as to what happened.
Like, what are they supposed to do? Apprehend thought crimes or some shit? Like, there's not
Governor
really much
Kemp
you can
reached
do.
out to me and has provided me every single resource.
There's not much you can do other than precog
to make sure justice prevails. I don't know why it happened. I may not ever know. We may not ever know. But I ask that you and our community lift up our schools, lift up our public safety, and that, again, we do not let this hateful event prevail as to what
It's
happened
crazy
today.
because in like other normal countries, this is not a defense of police at all, but in other normal countries, it's actually police that are absolutely in favor of like restrictions on weapons. You know, in America, it's the opposite. Cops are also fucking super right wing and consistently advocate for looser gun regulation, which is always odd. Always odd because it's making your job harder, you dumb fuck.
Continue to lift up these families, continue to lift up our students and our kids, and know that love will prevail. At this time, I'm going to ask Dr. LaDuff, our school superintendent, to come and speak on behalf of the school.
Good afternoon. I'm Dallas LaDuff. I'm the superintendent of Bexar County School System. I want to thank the Bexar County Sheriff's Office and all of our law enforcement partners for their swift response today, along with that of our staff. I'd also like to thank our community for their response and patience as we work to reunify the students with their families here today and secure the rest of our school campuses. Our schools will be closed for the remainder of this week as we cooperate fully with law enforcement to get answers to the many questions that we all have about this incident here today. But as we are closed, our central offices will remain open, where we will have grief counseling available for our community every day this week and thereafter as we support each other through this terrible event. In closing, I just want to say to our community, as a school system, we are here for you, we support you, and we are ready to get you any support that you may need.
You're shocked that the police
As
didn't
we
kill the
grieve through-
shooter? That's not shocking at all. Most mass shootings literally end with like an unarmed like good guy putting their bodies on the fucking line. Like that's statistically an unlikely scenario, is a mass shooting ending with cops coming and shooting the fucking
entitled to
shooter.
an education and want to harm others. To me, it's hateful.
Oftentimes the shooter will just do a mass shooting and then kill
Obviously,
themselves.
the shooter was armed, and our school resource officer engaged him, and the shooter quickly realized that if he did not give up, that it would end with an OIS, or an officer-involved shooting. He gave up, got on the ground, and the deputy took him into custody.
Sheriff, any idea how the weapon got inside the school? And was there any warning that this was going to happen?
Not that I'm
GBI is
aware
the
of.
Georgia
Again, very
Bureau of
early.
Investigations.
We're still looking into that, whether or not, or how he obtained it and how he got it in the school.
Have you been in touch at all with his parents or his family to learn more about what led up to these moments?
We have. No.
What kind of weapon? It seems like you have a large Hispanic.
A lot of people in the chat would gladly support the death penalty, I guess. Yeah, I mean, look, that's neither here nor there. America has the death penalty. This kid will probably be he's going to be tried as an adult and he'll probably get the death penalty. Will that actually stop more mass shootings from happening? Fuck no. Okay? That's just revenge. That's bloodlust. And it's ironically the same exact bloodlust that we have in every orifice of our goddamn unimaginably violent culture that causes a fucking 14-year-old to engage in this kind of action to begin with, okay? America is a fucking powder keg, okay, waiting to explode. And as a matter of fact, explodes on a regular fucking basis, We're in a death spiral. No one seems to recognize it. And it's always short-term, immediate gratification. We're so fucking primed towards that. It's like, oh yeah, we'll kill this 14-year-old and then, problem solved. It's like, no, dude, that's not going to solve the problem. What will solve the problem is making it harder for people to have weapons, okay? That will solve the problem. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to do it. So we'll just fucking get that immediate gratification from, like, killing a fucking 14-year-old.
We mentioned that we identified earlier.
He's violent.
Keep in mind that
he's evil, okay? Of course. It's still a 14-year-old, though. We have to look at how a 14-year-old gets to this point. If you want to actually solve an issue, you have to literally analyze how the fuck did a 14-year-old get to this point? How did this happen? Okay? That's a minor. That's a child.
How many rounds are fired?
Do what?
The shooter is a student, yes.
When can we expect?
We do not know how many rounds.
Director, has that shooter had any past history with law
I want
enforcement?
For now, this is the information that we have. It is an active investigation. I assure you we do plan to come back out here in a couple of hours. Please make sure you're following the GBIX page. That's where we're going to be putting the updates. If there's anything that's new, we'll make sure that we share that information. It's still very early. Investigators have a lot of work to do. We appreciate your patience. Do expect another in-person news conference out here in the next few hours. Monitor the X page, and we will be sure to update you accordingly. Thank you.
And that's the x.com.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Isn't the owner of the firearm responsible?
You
anyway?
have been
Yes.
listening to.
Yes, his parents will. There was an instance where a minor did this last year or 2 years ago, and yes, their parents were held responsible.
About today's mass shooting
Of course,
at
and they should
Appalachian
be.
High School, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation
I gotta pee.
confirmed that 4 individuals were killed. 2 of them were students. 2 of them were teachers. 9 others were injured, wounded in the shooting, taken to local hospitals. Authorities also say that the gunman was 14 years old, a student at the school. This will be the first and last time I mention his name, Colt Gray, Gray. That individual will be charged as an adult. Let's bring back Juliette Kayyem along with CNN security correspondent Josh Campbell. Josh, a lot of information not provided. We don't know what kind of gun it was. We don't know how many rounds were fired. Tell us what the headlines are beyond the 2 teachers and 2 students killed.
Yeah, well, that was certainly important to learn what the makeup, the attributes of the victims were. But as you mentioned, there's still a lot that we don't know about the actual incident, certainly the motive. And quite frankly, I wasn't expecting at this juncture for authorities to actually come out and start explaining anything that they've gleaned about a motive. Sadly, as you and Juliette and myself, we've covered so many of these, they'll come out with statistics, so to speak, about what transpired. But particularly if you have a suspect who was taken into custody, there's still a prosecution. And so we often see law enforcement hold a lot of information close to the vest because all of this has to hold up in court. They don't want to jeopardize that. As we learned there, this juvenile, this 14-year-old, will be tried as an adult, which in the state of Georgia for offenses, serious offenses like a capital offense involving murder, involving the potential death penalty, those will go to adult court. So we got that detail. But still a lot we don't know about the weapon itself. And, that's key for me right now is how did a 14-year-old gain access to this firearm? We've seen in a number of instances, such as at Oxford High School, the shooter's parents there were prosecuted for their ability to help him get that firearm. We also saw in
Give him the electric shock penalty over and over and over. Dude, you're talking about a fucking 14-year-old, dog. Like, do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? Do you think that's going to solve anything? Like, I get it. People are emotional about the situation, but like, you understand that like we have so many fucked up sequences of action in full display when you got a 14-year-old that's like doing such a thing. This will now come up in a debate. I hope Kamala takes advantage of it. I mean, come on, dude. That is like such bloodless calculation. Like, that's crazy. Oh, how will this impact the debate is crazy, dude. I know your heart is probably in the right place and you mean like maybe this will move the needle towards like some kind of common sense gun legislation, but it's wild, dude. It's fucking crazy. This is where we're at. Bro, I'm in the middle of covering a school shooting right now. Yeah. Your hair looks great. Yeah, it looks great. It looks fire. Hold on. I'm gonna put it on here. I'll show you. I'll show chat. Jason the Ween is it's not Austin, it's Jason Ween. It looks good, man. You look more twinkish than I've ever seen you before. He hung up. America has no problem murdering 14-year-olds abroad, so I guess it makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, getting back to the situation at hand. The entire point of legislation is supposed to be to prevent these sorts of things from happening in the future, right? That's the argument made for the capital penalty, for the capital punishment, for the death penalty. The argument made for the death penalty is it's a deterrence. It'll scare people into it is so that people will be afraid to commit such an atrocity in the future. But ain't no fucking mass shooter gives a shit about being murdered, okay? Most of them killed themselves in the process.
On desk, and the teacher was like flipping tables and stuff and barricading the door. So I was just scared out of my mind. I was like, what is happening? Because I was like, whoa. And then I pulled out my phone. I texted my mom first, and then like a couple of my friends to see if they're okay.
With me now is someone who unfortunately knows the pain of gun violence in this country all too well. Max Schachter, his son Alex Schachter, was killed during the Parkland, Florida massacre in 2018 at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. He is the founder of Safe Schools for Alex. The mission of Safe Schools for Alex is to provide schools with the best safety practices and resources to keep students safe. Max, what goes through your mind when you hear there was once again in the United States yet another school shooting?
I mean, first of all, my heart just breaks for the families of the students and the teachers. When
he cannot get the death penalty, crimes committed as a minor have been ineligible for the death penalty since 2005. I mean, he's going to be tried as an adult, even though he's a minor in the state of Georgia. And yes, the death penalty would be at play, even if it's unconstitutional. I can't wait. I can't wait for this to be a new decision that the Supreme Court makes that overturns the previous decision where they move in the direction of like allowing the death penalty for minors who are tried as adults, so that'll be another fun thing to look forward to in the docket.
Not going to be able to prevent all of these from happening, and when the gun comes on campus, nothing good is going to happen. So what we have to do is what we've done in Florida is we focused on the best prevention method we have. The best tool we have is threat management. All of these individuals that go on to become school mass
Do you
murderers,
think you should get it? No, I'm anti-capital punishment regardless. What the fuck do you mean? On principle, no one should get it. The death penalty is morally repugnant. It is not a thing. It's a non-starter for me. The fuck? Do you think he should get it? That's so fucking insane.
Is that, there were telltale signs. There were
It's a 14-year-old who killed four people. It's not just a 14-year-old who made an oopsie. What the fuck do you mean? It's still a 14-year-old. Why do we have age of consent laws? Why do we distinguish minors from adults? A 14-year-old is, under the eyes of the law, and in terms of like the way that you should interpret the situation, not fully cognizant of their behavior. Okay? That's it. This is not an oopsie at all. And I understand the calls for violence against the 14-year-old or vengeance. It's a perfectly understandable emotional reaction to such an atrocity. But ultimately, that is not how the law is supposed to work. The law is supposed to be bloodless and cold and calculated and reasonable. Okay? American culture surrounding crime and punishment is so fucking out of whack in comparison to the rest of the world. We will never be able to have this conversation, okay? Justice is not vengeance. The entire point and purpose of laws, rules, regulations, and criminal punishments for acts is supposed to ensure that it doesn't happen again, okay? A deterrence, if you will. Unfortunately, in the United States of America, our laws are completely fucked, okay? And seemingly, the violence has not stopped. If anything, it's gotten worse. So what do? It seems like in terms of gun violence, there is one thing that is different from every other country, because when you look at other Western developed nations, the argument falls apart that it's mental health, because everywhere else they have the same number of mental health problems, the same percentage of mental health complications, and yet they don't have gun violence. They don't have mass shootings. Okay? When is justice not revenge? Wait, what? Justice is not revenge. What the fuck are you talking about? What you're supposed to look at in a situation like this is, how do we get here and how do we make sure that this never happens again? That is the point and purpose of the criminal justice system. Okay? That's it. That's what the actual true purpose of the criminal justice system is. That's what it's supposed to do. And if we have been moving in the direction of further and further punitive measures for any kind of crime, not just this one, but just any crime in general, and yet it has not solved the issues of gun violence, perhaps it's time to look at something else. Guns. The mass availability of weapons makes it incredibly likely that gun violence will occur. That's it. There are a million different studies conducted on this matter, but even if you don't want to look at studies, you can look at comparable nations. There's one other nation in the European continent, Switzerland, that has higher levels of gun ownership than all of the other Western nations in Europe. Okay? Switzerland also happens to have higher rates of gun violence than all of the other nations in Europe. Having said that, however, Switzerland, despite having a heavily armed citizenry, still does not have anywhere near the rates of gun violence that America experiences. Perhaps there is a reason for that. The reason is reasonable gun violence prevention measures, legislation, gun control. Okay? That's it. They're not wizards. They're not operating on a different fucking plane of existence. They're human beings. Social safety nets, of course, factor into this. But you have to understand, like, I am calling for cooler minds to prevail here. Okay? You lived up, brother. I like guns. I like shooting guns. Okay? You know this already. I do not have a problem with just like a firearm in general. Having said that, however, it is unconscionable that everyone and anyone could just have a gun, carry it, take it from their parents, and use it. Guns have one purpose and one purpose only. It is to end life. Okay? That's it. The first thing that someone at a firing range will tell you is how to responsibly use the gun. Because those motherfuckers understand it better than anyone else. Because if mistakes are made, they'll die. Okay? It is not an accident that gun violence is significantly lower in states where there are more restrictions on access to weapons. California comes to mind, even Illinois, where Chicago is, that everybody fucking talks about all the goddamn time, still has a lower gun violence rate than the national average. And Chicago, Illinois specifically, is obviously right next to a bunch of states where there's no fucking gun restrictions, no gun legislation whatsoever, which is precisely the reason why the overwhelming majority, if not damn near entirety of the guns purchased and used in gun violence in the state of Illinois, in Chicago, are actually purchased outside of the state. You just drive a couple miles, cross a state boundary, and you bring that gun into the state. There is no argument. There is no argument against reasonable, common sense gun violence. Are you reading this from Twitter? No. I am a political commentator for the past 10 fucking years. If you think this is my first foray into responsible gun safety arguments, I don't know what else to tell you. Twitter, he says. Dumb fuck. Yeah, I went to the Nazi website to learn about responsible gun violence prevention measures. Bring back public hangings for this shit like this. That would be a real deterrent. People shouldn't have to send their kids to school with fear of their kids not coming home. Kids in American schools getting shot at more than cops at this point. Yeah, that's the real reason. Yeah, we should publicly hang a 14-year-old. That will solve mass shootings, school shootings specifically, which are more often than not conducted by people who want to kill themselves either in the hands of the police or directly by shooting themselves in the fucking mouth. Seems like that's not going to solve the issue of gun violence, nor will it solve the issue of gun violence in schools, but maybe it'll make you feel better for a brief moment. What a psychotic fucking take. I like that prevention, which is the only solution to this, okay? Prevention, which is the only solution to this, is a non-starter. Perhaps it has something to do with, obviously, lobbying and American culture being so incredibly fucking violent and so pro-gun. New York Times did a survey of 29 gun control methods. All 29 were supported by huge majorities of Americans, yet because of NRA and Republicans, 0 become law. It is also the overwhelming majority of NRA card carriers that themselves want universal background checks, for example. I think it's like 70% of card-carrying NRA members also believe in universal background checks for guns. That's what's crazy about it. That last take was a real make suicide illegal kind of take. I know. A lot of the big brains working overtime here. Hasan, your take is not good either. A full ban is the only solution. You can't do all the fucking restrictions, but a child getting a gun from his qualified father will not stop anything. What the fuck are you talking about? There is no perfect solution, dumbass. We're talking about the law here in a country where there's 330 million weapons in circulation. More than that, actually, now. The fuck are you talking about? Okay? You can't just like wave a magical wand and be like, oh, all guns now have to be perished magically. It doesn't work that way. The goal is not to stop all gun violence. You can't do that. It's impossible. Okay? Where there are people and there are guns, gun violence will occur. It's impossible. It's never going to happen in the United States of America. The solution is to try and make it less likely. Okay? Laws are written for the dumbest person on the planet, obviously. That's why we have seatbelt laws, okay? But it doesn't help that you're demonizing guns. There has to be a middle ground. Man, shut your fucking bitch ass up demonizing guns my fucking ass. What the fuck do you mean I'm demonizing guns? Shut your bitch ass up. Shut the fuck up. It's not a real gun. Anyway, demonizing guns my fucking asshole. The fuck are you talking about? You think guns have feelings? What the fuck do you mean demonizing guns? The fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? What do you want me to do? Put a gun in my asshole so you'll know, oh my God, this guy's a gun fucker. He's not demonizing guns. Let me suck off my fucking AR-15 on the corner here so you can fully understand. Like, I don't have an issue with shooting guns, okay? Dumb bitch. I swear to God, Americans are so fucking brain broken, dude.
You knew that something very bad was happening next door. Did he ever say anything?
No, he never really talked. He was pretty quiet. He wasn't there most times. Either he just didn't come to school or he just would skip class. But even when he would have talked, it was one-word answers or just short statements.
You told me off camera you weren't surprised that he would be the shooter. Why is that?
Just because when you think of like shooters and how they act or things that they do, it's usually the quiet kid or like that's a stereotype for it to be, and he was the one that fit that description in our class.
Did you ever see the gun, or did the student that go to the door see the gun, describe it to you guys?
No, I haven't talked with her after this. It was all pretty hectic, but I didn't see the gun.
Did he ever have a hobby of guns, hunting? Did he ever talk about any of that?
No, he never really talked.
Can you tell me what it was like inside of the classroom when you hear those gunshots go off? How I heard that you helped to keep the other students calm, right?
Yeah, most of like when we heard it, most people just dropped to the floor and like kind of crawled in an area, like piled on top of each other, lost a shoe when they were, trying to get to a corner. The teacher turned off the lights, but we all just kind of piled together. And like I pushed desks in front of us. I was just telling people like, oh, push desks in front of you, block in front of you, get low, things like that.
And are there any metal detectors in the school?
No, not that I know of.
Did you guys drill for active shooters? We know that some school districts do that.
They were silent drills, so we stayed in our seats. The teachers kept teaching through them. I think it was more for like the system of it instead of like preparing us.
How quickly from the moment that you heard the gunshots go off to the hard lockdown alert going on the screens, letting everyone else in the school
Bro, I'm not
know
gonna lie.
some-
People are talking about the media re-traumatizing these kids, but like, this is so fucking commonplace at this point. It's so goddamn commonplace at this point that like the kids are basically like, yeah, I'll do an interview. Fuck it. It was going to happen inevitably. There are people in this country that have literally experienced multiple mass shootings. Okay. There are people in this fucking community that have survived one mass shooting and then survived another fucking school shooting. Literally, I remember, I think it was in a college I forget which college campus. There was a fucking lockdown happening because there was a mass shooter. And there were chatters in the fucking chat like, yo, I literally did this in high school and I got to do it again. It's fucking crazy. Okay? That's how insane this shit is. We've completely moved past the point of normalcy on this stuff. It's just like this is a part of their lives. They're doing school shooting drills anyway.
Videos of officers escorting the students with their hands raised. What was that like for you?
It was protocol, obviously, but I was glad it was over. Like, I was glad we were able to leave. I was looking for my friends that were there. I was comforting the ones that had been through a little bit of a harder time.
And then, Lila, what would you say to this student that you were just elbow to elbow with just this morning in algebra class, and now this?
Oh my God.
I'm not sure. I want to know why he did it. I think that would be I want to know why.
Lila, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, and the best to you and your family and your community. Thank you for talking to us. Jake?
Hey, Gianna, I go to MSU.
Isabel,
Your coverage meant a lot.
You asked a question at the briefing just moments ago. What did you learn?
Yeah, Jake, I asked Sheriff Judd Smith if they had any sort of prior warning, any sort of calls or threats made to the school, because I did hear that from some of the students here on the ground, that they had heard murmurings that had happened before the shooting occurred. But the sheriff said he wasn't aware of any such reports.
All right, thank you, Isabel Rosales. Remarkable interview just there with that young lady. A kid that shouldn't have had to go through what she just went through. Another teen at Appalachian High School told CNN earlier today that she thought she was going to die as the shooting unfolded, and you'll hear that account next.
At DriveTime.com, we know you just want to shop for cars online without impacting your credit.
No, don't you dare hit my credit. We won't hit your credit.
Oh, you can get approved, see your real terms, and customize your payments.
With no hit to your credit.
Yay, no credit hit. Shop for cars online with no credit hit at DriveTime.com.
I can't believe you guys are complaining about fucking ads right at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break that's coming for you regardless. Even whether you watch the ad from CNN or you watch the ad that Twitch will serve you, a 3-minute ad break is upon us. Now, of course, all you need to do is subscribe. If you no longer want to see those ads, the unavoidable ads on CNN is one thing, but at least the ads here are avoidable. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Dead kids, perfect time to sling Amazon ads. Put up another sign or pass a law, Lamar file. Make that money off dead kids. Dog, I'm a fucking political commentator. Okay? I am a political commentator. Do you understand what that is? Do you understand what my job is? What do you want me to do? Fucking not cover the news? Just like drop a pivotal fucking argument that I make on a regular fucking basis? I'm in an ad right now. I can't hear you. I think even if you weren't in an ad, you wouldn't be able to hear me because your brain cannot comprehend normal thoughts. It's one of the dumbest things that like the actual stupidest person says on a regular basis. One of my favorite types of chirp is like, ha! The news guy's covering the fucking news again. Like, what do you mean, dude? What do you want me to do? Fucking go play Wukong instead? What a stupid fucking argument, dude. Check their logs. This is a troll. Yeah, no shit. Of course. Damn, dude. News guy covering the news. Seems like the news is not great today. Stupid. Of course he's a fucking troll. Anyway. Guy didn't agree with you, so you yell at him. Fact is that the gun didn't magically go off by itself, but that 14-year-old psycho massacred 4 people. Wait, what? Yeah, I know. Do you think I don't think that the 14-year-old's responsible for murdering 4 people? The fuck? Why are people making the guns don't kill people, people kill people argument right now? You act like it? Yeah, if you're stupid, if you're a stupid person who is like, this is the first time that they've encountered a situation like this, yeah, that's your takeaway from the conversation. That's not what I'm saying at all. Hasan telling people they're stupid, classic. I mean, it is a classic. I think stupid people should know when they're being stupid. I don't think you're like a genuinely stupid person all the time, but right now you're presenting a stupid argument. You're presenting a stupid and also condescending argument. It is not an argument at all. We're talking about solutions to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And you're like, whoa, I want to kill the 14-year-old kid. Okay, you killed him. What happens? I'm pro-life and pro-gun, easy. We already knew that you were pro-gun, okay? By the idiotic argument that you're presenting right now. Dumbass. Pro-life? You're anti-life? What? What? Bro, you just said, I think we should immediately kill this 14-year-old. That will solve the issue of gun violence in a country. where it happens literally every day. And now you're saying I'm anti-life because I'm personally saying the real problem is the mass availability of guns. You can't be anti-gun violence. You would act different if it was your brother who got killed, hypocrite. Dog, whether it's my brother who got killed or anyone else's brother that got killed, you are still the problem, okay? It is your resilient attitude in the face of facts that says, no, it's not the guns that are the issue. You are the reason why so many people are getting slaughtered, okay? It's dumbasses like you with this dumbass fucking perspective that says, hey, guess what, dude? We're going to have guns. Sorry. Kids are going to have to die because I want to suck off my gun. You libs are causing all this violence? Bro, you are... Dog, I think you need to be institutionalized immediately. Every new thing that you have said has made you even more unhinged. The coworker take? Bro, I don't even know if this is a coworker take at this point. My brother was literally murdered, and you're an absolute piece of shit. Hasan is right. Regulating guns is more important than your personal vengeance. Yeah. Well, he also thinks liberals are causing this violence or some shit. I don't know why. I don't know how this became a lib thing. Yes, always liberals. It's just weird because it quite literally is not. Gun violence is overwhelming in red states, like significantly higher in red states than blue states. States where there are less restrictions on guns. You know that, right? Well, you don't know anything. You're barely sentient. But if you didn't know that, you should. Okay? And gun violence in this regard actually ranges anywhere from mass shootings, school shootings, all the way down to suicide. Barely sentient, says the guy who loves 9/11. Who loves 9/11? What are you talking about, dude? How have you subscribed for 8 months to a guy who you think is a lover of 9/11? You were paid by the Dems for the DNC? What is this Oh, dude, I think this person's having like a mental health episode. Never mind. I think he's just having you're better than your uncle. Why did you even go to the DNC? If you had more backbone, you wouldn't have listened to the Obamas at the DNC. Oh, I think this guy is like a real leftist. Are you genuinely disappointed, or are you just pissed that they threw you out? She's an extension of Obama and Biden. Did you seriously think there was hope? Yeah. What's really sad about a lot of this is just like, dude, you're just mentally ill, you know? Like, there's not really much I can do here in this situation. You're hallucinating positions that I do not have. You're refusing to, like, analyze the information in front of your fucking eyes. Trump Vance 2024. Hell yeah, brother. They're going to fix the gun violence problem. He's a Turk in the EU who hates you and is also trying to figure out for the past several months if he's Italian as well. Play the Philip DeFranco clip talking about being
paid by the DNC to be out here. That is 100% false. That is a lie. We requested for credential access, and that is the only thing they gave us. I booked and paid for my own flight. I booked and paid for my own hotel. I cannot speak to anyone else's experience, but I also know, like, Hasan Piker, they're not going to fucking pay Hasan Piker to come out here, and he's credentialed. That would arguably be one of the dumbest ways for them to spend money. I was watching a bit of a stream last night, and I was like, there are people saying he was paid to come out here so he could shit on Obama while Obama was giving his speech. Yeah, I just want to say that because 2 idiots becomes 4, becomes 8, becomes 16, becomes 32, becomes 64, becomes 128. But then
No, that guy is right. The Democratic National Convention paid me and then also kicked me out, but they still paid me nonetheless so I could call Obama a war criminal while he was giving his speech to 60,000 people watching, or so I could criticize the DNC when they refused to have a Palestinian speaker. Great use of funds for the Democratic National Convention. That guy's a German Turk who created a post where he asked, do I look 100% Northern Italian? He's German. I don't know why he's talking about America, bro. I found his Reddit. Yeah. It's so funny because that dude is like, oh no, I am... That dude is hilarious because while he is like the #1 enemy in German society as a Turkish dude, he still is like subscribing to, I guess, somewhat white supremacist values here, where he's like, no, you don't understand. Germans actually treat me differently because I look white. I look Italian. Meanwhile, he's like 3 seconds removed from getting hate crimed. But hey, man, keep fantasizing about a future where you have your guns, okay? And you're voting for Trump and Vance. Has he ever seen a gun? Doubt it. I owned you. Gerizekalı. Tam köpek işte. Batının köpeği, kendini batılı zannediyor. Kendini beyaz adam zannediyor. Etrafındaki her Alman Etrafındaki her Alman bunları var ya, buna diyor ki köpeksin. Siktir ol git buradan. Öldürebilseler öldürürler açıkça. Ama hala zannediyor ki kendini, ben Almanya'da yaşıyorum, ben Almanım, ben beyazım. Beni beyaz zannediyorlar, İtalyan zannediyorlar. Geri zekalı. I'm not gonna ban this guy, he's hilarious. All the white neo-Nazi LARPers are brown people pretending to be white off Twitter. I know, it's fucking hilarious. It is so common. Anyway, we are gonna get to the Russia Today payments that came for some of my favorite content creators, of course, Tim Pool. Brom, ben iyi Türklerdenim. Almanlar beni seviyor. Copium, aynen. He's just coping. I'm calling him a fucking idiot, and that the Germans in his immediate vicinity would probably fucking stab him to death if given the opportunity. But he's still fantasizing about a fucking world that doesn't exist, where he is treated like a white guy because he kind of looks white, in his mind at least. But like not even full white, but like Italian white, but Northern Italian, so it's white enough. Idiot. So many motherfuckers out here like that too. It's like that one guy I saw on Twitter, the Indian dude, who was like pro white supremacy, and then posted a photo of his forehead, and he was like, "Oh, I'm a descendant of like Aryans that originally conquered these lands. Like, you don't understand. That's why I look white." Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah. Also saying this in the chat of a dude who looks like this and still gets called an Islamist fundamentalist and a sand N-word in America is even funnier. Like, dog, motherfuckers call me a terrorist, Islamist fundamentalist, sand N-word. You think they give a fuck about what you look like? You dumb piece of shit. You're a dog. I have no respect for you. I'm one sexy motherfucker. I have no respect for you. You have no respect for yourself. You need to start respecting yourself before I start respecting your bitch ass. Oh, this is the one, yeah. Of course, I'm fucking blocked by this dumbass Twitter person. Yes, Egyptian sand N-word were slaves to white Europeans. White people are the master race. White power. This guy says, you really love licking boots, don't you? I am a white man myself. I am upper caste. So I have ancestry from Aryan invaders who were like Scandinavians. This is my face. I look very white, but I have black hair. Yeah, dude. You look very white, big dog. Congratulations. You're really killing it.
A 14-year-old student at the school. Another 9 individuals at the school have been hospitalized. With me now, CNN security correspondent Josh Campbell. Josh, one of the things that it seems very clear is that this could have been much worse, as horrible as it is, had there not already been some safety measures in place. One of them being, we heard from a student that the doors in the school lock automatically, and apparently, according to her, the suspect left the classroom, got the gun, came back and was not able to get into that classroom because the door was locked. And 2, there were 2 what are called school resource officers, basically law enforcement officers assigned to the school.
Oh, that's right. I mean, this is yet another heartbreaking tragedy, but as you outlined there, so much of it is also just so chilling, and it really, gives me...
This is how yesterday's memes become today's policies and get defended by liberals. Yesterday, it was door control that liberals were making fun of. Today, door control saves the day. Remember that. Remember that.
Chilling, and it shows us that in this era where there's easy access to guns in this country, including by a 14-year-old who can go and open fire inside of a school, that means all of us, our loved ones, are just one random act away from potentially being shot and killed. So chilling. And then, as you mentioned, the law enforcement officers themselves, having them there. There's no question in my mind, but
same with the school resource officers. Oh, thank God they were there.
We don't know what the type of ammunition this person had, a number of
rounds. How many fucking school shootings were they were there and it didn't do shit?
Worse had law enforcement not been there. And it's important to point out, we've long covered the Uvalde attack, for example. That was a colossal, unforgivable, inexcusable failure by law enforcement officers in that hallway to save those innocent children. But that's the outlier. Law enforcement in this country every single day rush towards violence, putting themselves in harm's way in order to protect the innocent. And it looks like that's what we saw here today. You had the school resource officers confronting a shooter, knowing this person was armed, knowing this person was dangerous and deadly, yet they did their job. And thankfully, he surrendered and no additional loss of life occurred.
Yeah, Josh Campbell, thanks so much. With us now, Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz of Florida. Congressman, I know that sadly this is not the first, nor it will be the last school shooting.
Yeah. Great stuff. Law enforcement definitely stops all of these shootings, except they don't. Most of the shootings do not stop by law enforcement, okay? They stop when the guy kills himself or is in less likely scenarios, but still more likely than law enforcement being stopping the shooting, by unarmed people in the fucking vicinity. Uvalde was not an outlier at all.
Voluntarily. And so, you know, it's more of the same. You know, we're going to find out obviously more about the shooter. We're going to find out what worked from a school safety perspective, what didn't work. It's good to see that the SROs here engaged. In Parkland, the SRO did not. And we'll continue to work on school safety in states where that seems to be doing the most work, where Congress is failing. But this is just heartbreaking. This has been something that one political party has just accepted as part of the political reality in this country in order to have freedom. Florida rejected that. Red state Florida, Republican Florida rejected that. It was my bill where we raised the age to buy a gun to 21. We instituted red flag laws, which have been used 19,000 times in the state of Florida in the last 6 years. And we have 3-day waiting periods. It doesn't mean we're going to stop everything, but it's about mitigation. It's about mitigating the damage if an individual wants to throw their life away and walk into a school.
Yeah, we did a piece, a former CNN correspondent who was based in Florida named Leila Santiago did a piece looking at the effect of the red flag law.
I am from Winder, lived here 28 years. SRO's my neighbor's kid. He did save the day. Hey, Ken Dukes, we're talking about fucking statistical likelihood that an armed school resource officer stops a fucking mass shooting. Okay? Not this specific instance. I know it's going to be really hard for you to comprehend these words that are coming out of my mouth, but statistically speaking, the likelihood that an armed security guard is going to stop a school shooting or any mass shooting, as a matter of fact, is incredibly unlikely. Okay? And even in this situation, 4 people still got fucking slaughtered. You understand? So that's still obviously completely outside of the hands of the school resource officer. It's not his fucking fault. It's not even the cops' fault. And I fucking hate cops. It is entirely on the hands of every fucking every politician that refuses to enact change on this issue. Okay? It is our legislators that are at fault. Shut the fuck up.
The state Senate, along with Governor Rick Scott. In fact, it was a majority of Republicans who passed that law. It would have to be because they control both houses. Why can they do it at the state level? Well, I think they decided to show leadership. We had the strongest NRA lobbyist here in Florida opposing that, Marianne Hammer. Marianne Hammer was the NRA president nationally. She's the one who wrote Stand Your Ground here in Florida, made Florida a petri dish. But I think Republicans decided it was enough. And that doesn't mean they weren't against the Second Amendment. It means they were trying to find balance. There's no protests in Florida for people who can't buy a gun here at all, zero. And so we can find a balance, but we don't have that leadership in Washington because the system is set up not to find compromise, not to find these things. I mean, my colleagues across the aisle, we're going back to Washington next week. What are we doing? We're going to subpoena Tim Walz in the Education Committee. We're sending the vice presidential candidate a subpoena. And then in the very same day, my colleagues want to talk to us about the weaponization of government. So we're not, the 118th Congress isn't serious about handling things for the American people, lowering costs, keeping people safe in their communities. It's going to take a new Congress to try to lead on these issues. And while we don't know the specifics here, right, each case is slightly different, but there's a similar current that runs through all of them. And if we find out more details, similar to the Michigan case, this is a 14-year-old, obviously didn't buy that gun legally on their own. And so we'll have to find out what the parents knew or didn't know, just like the shooter that almost killed former President Trump a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, the Venn diagram of where the solution is pretty simple. You have a circle that represents the prevalence of guns in this country. You have a circle that represents mental health issues. Most people with mental health issues are not dangerous at all. Most guns are not going to be misused, but then where there is this overlap, keeping guns out of the hands of these people who have serious troubles, that's where Congress needs to focus. And I'm glad that there has been some focus. It would be nice if there were there were more. Congressman Jared Moskowitz of Florida, thanks so much for your time. We're getting more accounts from students who lived through this tragedy, what they saw, what they heard. That's next.
What are we talking about, dude? Oh my God. Oh my fucking Lord. His parents should be held culpable as well, for sure. Which I suspect they will be. But what these fucking idiots who chirp about needing more SROs and teachers with guns is that if the person goes cyber psycho and walks into school with a rifle, a motherfucker with a pistol cannot beat him in a gunfight. 223 will punch through their vest like butter. Yeah, there is no fucking, this is the same problem. This is the same exact fucking problem rearing its ugly head over and over again, okay? We just can't have any solutions. So we at least like move the needle in harm mitigation. But moving the needle in harm mitigation, it's like climate change, okay? First you lie about it happening, then it becomes unavoidable as a reality. So then you're like, okay, well, we need to like at least harden our infrastructure while still lying about climate change being a reality. But by that point, we're not even looking to solve some of these issues, okay? We're just playing catch up, right? It's the same principle with guns too, except it's even worse because instead of offering like mitigation, okay, instead of offering adequate mitigation, we literally offer solutions that are worse, that are worsening the problem. Anyway, Tim Pool came out with a statement about being a Russian, pro-Russian propagandist, a paid pro-Russian propagandist. Yeah, Uvalde had a metric ton of cop hogs who also had AR-15s who wouldn't engage until BORTAC would arrive. More cops with guns won't do anything but siphon funds. Hot take, it's not the access of guns in the U.S. that enables these mass shootings. It's a lack of mental health, lack of infrastructure for kids to be kids, to socialize. Instead, they spend all day in front of their screens alone, and some inevitably lose their minds. Is this a plausible explanation? Yeah, no, it's not. Do you want to know why? Because what you're experiencing or what you're mentioning, okay, first of all, mental health is obviously a problem. Mental health plays a role in this. But if mental health was the most significant factor here, you would be experiencing school shootings of similar variety in every fucking school, in every country, okay? Do you understand? Like, when you remove the gun, he even said Putin bad, use your taxes before he cut ties to the FSB because the FBI was on you. Moldovan Mama Liga. I'm glad that you're in here for this wonderful, for this joyous occasion. My favorite anti-Russian chatter of all time, okay? Moldovan Mama Liga, who I wish all the best, okay? He's back, finally in time for this fucking beautiful story. Moldovan Mama Liga, I want to ask you, I mean, you're a memer in general and also a supporter, so it's obviously not you who I'm talking about, but what do you think about all of the motherfuckers that almost got you crazy? Moldovan Mama Liga, did you see the Russian government called me gay? Or did you miss that? The Russian government came out with like a military recruitment ad and he was like, our men are fucking hard. Unlike those gay ass losers who live stream every day and paint their fucking fingernails and do makeup and pose in front of cool cars. Yeah. How'd that make you feel? Did that make you proud of me? That I must be a fucking loyal anti-Russian commentator considering that they fucking called me gay and see me as like an enemy? Because in the same week, the Russian government called me gay. The American government came out with a FBI investigation that should prove to all the dumbest motherfuckers that, like, obviously, I'm anti-NATO. I stand on that. I stand by that. But I'm not exactly pro-Russia either, okay? That much should have been clear if you listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. So I want to ask the fucking pro-Ukrainian, losers who fucking constantly were like, Hasan is the number one enemy of Ukraine. He's the number one defender of Russia. How many of these motherfuckers spent all this time talking about me and rarely ever talking about Tim Pool and all these other like right-wingers who were literally getting funded by the Russian government to do pro-Russia propaganda? What happened? That's 2 L's in a row. Number one L. Russia doesn't know you. Russia doesn't think you're a fucking dissident. Russia doesn't think you're an op. They at least think I'm an op. Number 2, you spent all this fucking time shitting on me. Turns out you should have been shitting on the conservatives that were getting paid by the Russian government. What happened? What the fuck happened? 2 L's for the NAFO Andes. Anyway, yeah, number 3, you're on Reddit, which is an L in and of itself. Yeah, it's not just Tim Pool, it's people with Tenet Media. This indictment alleges that right-wing commentators like Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, and Lauren Southern, as a part of the Tenet Media YouTube channel, have been unwittingly working for a Russian influence operation. 2 people described in the Tenet indictment as unnamed founders were very aware that their operation was funded by Russians. Tennessee Business Records lists Tenet's founders as Blaze TV's host and TPUSA contributor Lauren Chen, a.k.a. Roaming Millennial, and her husband. Now, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. I have not tried to fuck any of these people in this indictment, but the #1 defender of Ukraine, who kept saying I was a Russian fucking dissident or a Russian operative, has. You couldn't have fucking asked them why they were doing pro-Russia propaganda and how much money they were getting paid when you were trying to fuck Lauren Southern or when you were trying to fuck Roman Millennial, when you were doing fucking buddy-buddy conversations with these fucking people, Destiny? Huh? What happened? This is also, it doesn't matter. Vindication or not, it doesn't fucking matter because the people that are so invested in me being a fucking Russian op, like a Russian operative, not a Russian opposition, are so invested in that they will never listen to reason. They've already made up their minds. They've watched all the fucking YouTube commentary videos from these fucking dumbasses who kept saying like I was pro Russia from the jump. Okay, so you know they will still continue with that the investment that they've made. But I just want to point out, you know, seems like the motherfuckers who are pro Russia got. Seems like the motherfuckers who are paid propagandists got. Hasan is a Russian op, but not for financial reasons. It's because he read Dugin and was really moved by it. Yeah, I am famously a big fan of ultra-nationalist fascists and their fucking idiotic screeds. You know? Look. They're still doing it. Russia's not going to attack Ukraine. You know who else said that? Zelensky, you fucking idiot. Immediately, as soon as I fucking brought this up, I knew there was going to be dumb fucks in the chat being like, well, you said Russia wouldn't invade Ukraine. Yeah, I said it was an unimaginably stupid decision by Russia that I thought was, you know, something that even fucking Vladimir Putin would not dare to do. I was wrong. I admitted I was wrong instantly. Okay? I was right, however, on the analysis. It has not exactly been great for Russia. Now, one must ask yourself, why are you still holding on to a thing that I said years ago as is this major gotcha? Why? Why? Do you feel like you hold your favorite commentators to the same level of accountability, especially when they've been objectively pro-genocide for the past 11 months? Literally went to the genocidal nation, cut commentary and propaganda that is pro-genocidal nation at literally the genocidal nation? Like, because the comparison here would be if I flew to Russia and did a Tucker Carlson style conversation with Vladimir Putin. Maybe not Vladimir Putin, but with like FSB people, you know what I mean? That would be akin to what Destiny did in Israel. Do a meet and greet with my favorite like Z pushers, you know? Well, you got no issues with that. And you're still like, yo, remember when you were wrong and you said Russia would never invade Ukraine because it's fucking insanely stupid? It's an insanely stupid thing to do that would backfire on Russia. And it would be unimaginably cruel and unusual for the Ukrainian population. You know. Anyway, yeah. Remember how wrong I was and how pro-Russia I was because I said Zelensky, while he has the upper hand, should put together or should agree to the reasonable ceasefire positions that he literally fucking came to the table with, the 15-point plan in Turkey. And everyone said I was pro-Russia for that. Seems like that would be a pretty reasonable plan now. But hey, it's all good. I hate you. Okay. A new DOJ indictment that it alleges that RT employees covertly funded and directed by a U.S. company with $10 million in order to push pro-Russia content. The company's based in Tennessee. There is one media company based in Tennessee with the same phrase listed in the indictment. The Canadian entity that owns Tenet Media, of course, is the Canadian entity that owns Tenet Media is owned by Lauren Yu Sum Tam, also known as Roaming Millennial, and Liam Donovan on the board of directors. Or was it Roaming Millennial? Is that what her name was? Am I saying that right? What the fuck was her name? Lauren Chen. You know, people that Destiny's definitely cozied up to over the last couple of years. once again, it remains to be the truth that Canada is not sending their fucking best. They're either sending their worst or they're sending their best in some instances. But like usually in the realm of politics, Canada is sending their fucking absolute worst. So far, if we put numbers on the board, Hasan said Russia won't invade Ukraine because obviously a nation state with 40 million people, it's not 40 anymore, but it was 40 back then, would obviously be impossible to conquer, okay? And this would be devastating for Russia as well as devastating for Ukraine. Right analysis, wrong conclusion. So that's L number one. Nord Stream pipeline was not blown up by Russian dissidents. Big W there. A lot of L's on the board for those who were on the pro-Ukrainian side. Another big W is I didn't try to fuck any of these fucking losers that were being paid by the Russian government. I would say there's a pretty big W on my end. Pretty big L on the other side for Bonarelli. So, you know, numbers on the board probably shouldn't be terminally fucking horny. Sometimes you're going to end up fucking Russian propagandists. That's another L for Jackson Hinkledink, too. Didn't he also fucking fall for a Russian honeypot? I guess Cuccarelli and Jackson Hinkledink have a lot in common on that regard. What else? I was right on the ceasefire proposal. You said I was pro-Russia for saying that. Turns out, you know, I didn't try to fuck a person who was paid by the Russian government to do pro-Russian propaganda. So again, I will scoop back around to that W once again. That's going to be an endless fountain of W's that I'm getting in this situation. Never traveled to Russia like you did to Israel to cut propaganda for the genocidal state. I never traveled to Russia and like hung out with a bunch of like FSB people or do like a fucking meet and greet in Russia in the midst of Russia invading and occupying and destroying Ukrainian villages and towns. So I'd say that's a pretty big W for me on that end as well. A lot of fucking, so Cuccarelli and his Hasan hater friends have been pro-Ukrainian because they hate you? Wait, what? No, Bonarelli uses every fucking cause to be as contentious as physically possible to just debate. He doesn't have like any genuinely held convictions beyond the fact that whatever fucking, you know, gets his dick wet or whatever fucking fills his pockets is good for him. You know, you have a huge L that you don't want to talk about at all and always hide it as much as possible. Want to talk about it? Yes, I serve 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. No two-parters. I know. Anyway, 3-minute ad break is upon us, of course. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. I'm not funded by the Russian government. I'm funded by you, as a matter of fact. So that's it. That's the real funders behind this. So unless you're a Russian FSB agent that's secretly gifting subs at the top of the hour, I'm not being funded by you at all. Hasan, did the no free cloud policy go away as it pertains to D? I know you used to say that. Yeah. I think it was like around the 6th month of pro-genocide sentiment where I thought, okay, enough. Enough is enough. It also did work fairly well. I think a lot more people, as he gained more prominence, a lot more people became aware of his presence. And then they were aware of all of the things that he says and does. We still don't really talk about Destiny at all. This was one of those weird reasons because, like, you know, the Ukrainian stuff is in the news again. I think the Finkelstein debate was definitely eye-opening for a lot of people who found him to be this like moral arbiter of the truth or an intellectual giant. So it did not work. He gains more by you mentioning him than you do. No, I mean, I'm going to go back to ignoring regardless, but I think it was important for people to understand where I stand on this. You know, that's it. Getting banned off Kick and demonetized on Twitter, too many L's to count in one sitting. Yeah, let's continue. The indictment specifies that 2 of the people who work for this Tennessee company tenant were deceived, meaning they didn't know that the Russian government was running an influence op. Dave Rubin has 2.4 million subs and Tim Pool has 1.37. So the 2 people that were deceived, I guess, for a license, Kalashnikov Afanasieva, founder 1 and founder 2 worked together to mask U.S. company 1's source of true funding, RT, by falsely portraying to Commentator 1 and Commentator 2 that U.S. company 1 was sponsored by a private investor named Eduard Gregorian. In truth and in fact, Gregorian was a fictional character. Benny Johnson also almost has 2.4 million, but they apparently rounded down from 137 to 1.3 million with Tim Pool. So I figured Ruben's 2.4 million to 2.4 was the same. Helena Shudra shared with U.S. Company One a video of a well-known U.S. political commentator visiting a grocery store in Russia. Afanasyeva posted the video in the producer Discord channel. Later that day, producer One privately messaged founder 2 on Discord. They want me to post this, referencing the video that Afanasyeva had posted, but it just feels like overt shilling. Thinks we should put it out there. Producer One acquiesced, responding, all right, I'll put it out tomorrow. Now, what I find really funny about this is that, like, why are we not doing this for Israel as well? Because that would, of course, mean literally virtually every fucking top-level media commentator would be in the crosshairs in this way. Most of our politicians, too. I'm just saying. AIPAC gets to operate without ever being hit by FARA on a regular basis. What's that about? Bro, you are going to pass some law so you can't talk about it? Yeah. AIPAC just spent $20 million to oust 2 progressive lawmakers, and Israel was caught running a $2 million influence campaign, but you'll never hear Russiagate stenographers utter a peep of protest. Yup. It's true. It's fucking true. It's true. It'd be quicker figuring out who isn't a shill for the Israeli government. Yeah. Isn't that purely because Israel's an American ally and Russia is an American adversary? Is Israel an American ally? Is it? Do they seem to be operating like an ally recently? Because it doesn't feel like it. I don't know. Just saying. Also, what you're saying doesn't make sense because then Bob Menendez would be free right now. So would Henry Cuellar. Bob Menendez's crime is that he got fucking payments from Egypt, another American ally. So, just saying. Yeah, Eric Adams in trouble for getting payments from Turkey. Some legwork in this thread on identifying the other unnamed and very lightly masked commentators in this incident. Matt Christensen. Oh, this guy. Doesn't this guy fucking hate me too? I feel like I've seen this guy make videos about me. I remember watching a video of his. Look, all I'm saying is, for all of the liberals who are super pro-NATO, who fucking spent a whole litany of time talking about how fucking pro-Russia I am, even though I fucking fundraised for Ukrainian refugees pretty early on, it seems like all of my enemies who fucking despise me are named in this. So if you have ever found yourself personally aligned with any of those people mentioned, maybe you're not actually pro-Ukraine and instead simply using a horrifying situation like the invasion of Ukraine to your immediate advantage. Ops taking hard L's again. 100 P. Because I spent a lot of my time shitting on these guys. You spent a lot of your time shitting on me and also trying to fuck these guys. Maybe not Matt Christensen, but definitely Laura Ingraham and also Lauren Chen. Or not Laura Ingraham, sorry. Fucking Lauren Southern. God damn, they all named the same too. What the hell? Tim Pool got 100K per episode and Ruby got $5 million per year. That is crazy money, by the way. Once again, grifting to the left is not a real thing. Grifting to the right, however, very, very profitable. Good money to be made there. Lauren Southern, yeah. Russians wanted them to post the Tucker Carlson grocery video, but they always thought it was too obviously shilling. Lauren Chen said to post it anyway. The Russians wanted to blame the ISIS Moscow attack on Ukraine. They got commentator 3 to do it. If Dave Rubin is commentator 1, then I think Johnson is 3, and vice versa. To be clear, whether or not Benny was commentator 1 or the others, neither I nor the indictment are claiming he knew that he was working for the Russians. The question is whether he should have known or suspected is both philosophical and harder to prove. A statement of the Leo. Oh, they all have statements coming out. Oh, they have statements coming out now. My statement regarding allegations of the leaked DOJ indictment. Should these allegations prove true, I, as well as the other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. I cannot speak for anyone else at the company as to what they do or to what they are instructed. Let me explain something to you guys, by the way. I get asked to do ads in the political realm all the time. All the time, especially during election cycles. Now, they're not fucking paid propagandists for like a foreign government or whatever, obviously. That would require an additional layer of stupidity. But beyond that, why the fuck are you taking ads from any political operatives whatsoever? Why are you taking ads to be pro a certain political position? Isn't that exactly what you're supposed to be against? Not even if it's like, it doesn't matter that this is like pro-Russia. Even if it was like pro-gun laws or you know, pro-guns, you shouldn't be taking that ad at all. The fuck is wrong with you? You're supposed to be independent media. I am. So I don't do this shit. Aren't you supposed to have your own independent opinion on subject matters? Why are you taking money from a group, even if they're not fucking pro-Russia, even if it was just a regular, homegrown American political group? Why are you taking money from them to say certain things? How should any of your fans ever believe you ever again for the rest of time? Will you be paid for this take? Okay? Or will you actually be telling your genuine opinion on this take? Do you agree if it was a pro-Ukraine ad? Yeah, even then. What do you mean? Even then, if you're a political commentator, you should not be getting fucking paid by pro-Ukrainian media either. What the fuck? Either way. That's why I said if you're a Republican and you're getting paid by like a gun group or whatever, then you absolutely should not be like, even if you're pro guns as a Republican, you shouldn't be getting paid by a fucking political group overall. Never at any point did anyone other than I have full editorial control of the show. And the contents of the show are often apolitical. Examples include discussing spirituality, dating, and video games. The show is produced in its entirety by our local team without input from anyone external to the company.
Clips that everybody's talking about.
This is so insane. America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying.
Was this back when we watched his show when he was like shitting on me for the fucking Dan Crenshaw takes? Anyway, TCW is a separate company not associated with timcast.com or other properties. It exists solely for the production of the Culture War podcast. That being said, we still do not know what is true, as these are only allegations. Putin's a scumbag. Russia sucks donkey balls. And to the journalists who wish to jump the gun, create their own narrative, or lie about what is currently going on, you can eat my Irish ass. Tim, if you're serially so fucking stupid that you didn't realize the 100K per episode you demanded to spread Russian propaganda wasn't coming from Russia, the DMV needs to revoke your driver's license and you can't be trusted with household appliances. I don't get it. Like, I just saw a guy giving me $100,000 to say nice things about Pootie Poo, and I took it. Like, what? I think Tim Pool, now that I know his educational attainment, like, unironically might be that stupid. The only funny thing about this is that, like, paying Tim Pool $100,000 to be pro anything is automatically a waste of resources. Lest you ever think actual people pay to listen to Tim Pool, 90% of all of their revenue literally came from Russian shell companies. No, this is like one aspect of his entire production, I think. Yeah, Tim gets multiple revenue streams. Tim himself gets revenue from his own channels as well, so the Russian money wasn't 90% of Tim's revenue. I think it was 90% of his revenue for the one entity that he created. Wait, what? He got paid $100,000 per week? Oh my God, bro. $100,000 per week?
But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine.
Hey, yo! What? Yeah! Yo, this is so awesome. This is awesome. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, by the way, $100,000, bitch, you would be screaming like that too. $100,000 a week? Don't even. $100,000 a week, you'd be fucking screaming. You'd be like, I hate Ukraine. Sell Disney's a fucking homosexual man. Oh my God, bro. $100,000 a week, bro. That's crazy.
They know it. But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. They are expanding this war.
Wait, why is Ukraine? Bro, this is like mathematically the worst position to arrive at. Okay? Like, what do you mean? Like, people say I'm a fucking shill for Russia because I'm always like, bro, we need to fucking do a ceasefire. America's interests in Ukraine are not genuine. All they want is the continuation of fucking war so they can like dump all of their older weapons. Like, ultimately, we need to come to the table and do a fucking ceasefire. Like, I never once would say Ukraine is the enemy of Russia. That's insane. Bro, they got no autonomy in this. I'm sorry. The people on the Democratic Party side that consistently talk about how, like, well, this is what the Ukrainians want, are literally just fucking straight up lying. Because if everyone in Ukraine said, no, we don't want to do war, what the fuck? We need to do a ceasefire immediately. We hate being fucking slaughtered. Okay? America would still be like, okay, well, you know, what if it was okay for a couple more people to get slaughtered, you know? Because we really we really like the situation right now that we're in currently. We love that you guys have fucking, destroyed half of the Russian artillery, So, I mean, it wouldn't take much before the CIA literally fucking puts a psychopathic, like rabid right-wing ultra-nationalist in power if Ukraine actually changed trajectory, I think. Just saying. But again, this proves the point that I was making, which is giving Tim Pool money to be pro anything is such an L for whatever your cause is, dude. I love that.
Now, don't get me wrong. I know you've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict. Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world.
What?
We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military.
Okay. This is actually really instructive. Okay. Why did he say triggering this conflict? Bro, they blew up the Nord Stream pipeline after. That's number one. And number two, here, literally, I think he's reading a script. Like, this is instructive. Match what he's saying here with my commentary to understand the difference in opinion. Okay. If you want to know what someone who is like pro-Russia shill, literally getting paid to be pro-Russia, versus someone who's like, yeah, nah, dog, I think it's probably America that blew up the fucking Nord Stream pipeline and not motherfucking Russia. Okay? Because it makes zero fucking sense whatsoever. It's still, like, even when people used to clip the thing that I talked about with, like, the Crimean Bridge, Ukraine blowing up the Crimean Bridge, I used to say, yes, it is still an attack on largely civilian infrastructure and therefore could be considered an act of terror, but it's still born out of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So it's still ultimately in the hands of Russia. They would, of course, clip the second part out and say, Hasan says blowing up the Crimean Bridge is a fucking an act of terror. I would literally compare it to what Russia does in terms of like attacking civilian infrastructure, which is unjustifiable. They would clip that part out to make it seem like I was simply saying that Ukraine is doing terror or whatever. Okay? There's a difference between that, my analysis, we still lends the blame in the hands directly of the responsible party, Russia, versus this guy being like, Ukraine is the number one enemy of America. Ukraine has a valid interest in freeing their borders of a serial violator of their sovereignty. It is the most moral and understandable and fucking righteous cause. Our interest as the United States of America in Ukraine, not exactly in the same level of infallibility. Just saying. We just want to offload our shitty ass, old ass fucking equipment so the goddamn military industrial complex can turn a profit, all while not a single fucking American active duty service member is harmed in the process. It's a win-win. Insane to call Ukraine your enemy. How the fuck are they your enemy? They were invaded, dog. Like, yeah, they were just sitting there looking pretty, waiting to be fucking invaded by Russia. They are the enemy. The biggest enemy. Bro forgot about like all the other things that he could be talking about on a daily basis, like China or Iran. Also stupid to say, but like Ukraine being the biggest enemy is fucking awesome. I love it. I say right-wing grifting is obviously an incredibly fortuitous endeavor. Okay? And this proves it once again. This motherfucker was a Russian asset. Now, before people say, Hasan, you like certain people that used to work for Russia Today. I do. Abby Martin used to work for Russia Today. Back in the day, Russia Today was not the Russia Today it is now. It definitely still had those same elements. Okay? But pre-invasion of Ukraine, Russia Today used to do this very interesting thing where on the 1 hour, or they would have like someone who is like militantly anti-imperialist, and then the next hour they would have someone who is like insanely right-wing. Okay? So just so you guys understand, like their goal was to cause as much chaos and confusion in American politics. Of course, that's the point of their, media campaign in general. It makes sense. America does it all the time. What do you think Voice of America is? But having said that, there was a time when Russia Today had like the funniest lineup of commentators, where they would have like the anti-imperialism hour with like Abby Martin, followed up by like, are the Democrats transing the youth? All right. What? I've clipped your actual take on Ukraine. A serial violator of their sovereignty. It is the most moral and understandable and fucking righteous cause. Our interest as the United States of America in Ukraine, not exactly in the same level of infallibility. Yeah, Lee Campen is another person. Dude, I love this shit. Benny Johnson, oh my God, this comeuppance is fucking fire, dude. Russia's responses to
comment, and the company responded in part with the following: ha ha ha ha ha ha ha ha.
That's awesome. That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my God, Liz Cheney is voting
is a
for
trusted
Harris.
messenger for a segment of our electorate, and so when we're having these conversations,
This is why I always, hey chat. By the way, when you see these names, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Lauren Chen, Lauren Southern, Dave Rubin, remember what I always tell you. You can tell a lot by a man and their political opinions by seeing who their enemies are. There have been a litany of supposedly leftist political commentators that have shit on me for years and years and years. Spent a whole lot of time doing that, as a matter of fact. And I never really responded in kind. Now, what you have to remember is that's because I thought it was unproductive to shit on those guys, because sometimes we're in alignment on certain issues. I spent my time shitting on these guys, okay? Because I think it is really fucking stupid to try to farm a Nazi groped up fucking base of support by shitting on like random trans influencers on Twitter, or by shitting on random leftist influencers who also had a lot of smoke for me. You know what I mean? That's because I am not a deeply unserious person who's only invested in the drama. Okay? Just remember that. Know beside whom you stand and know who a man presents himself as the enemy of. I mean, I am an unserious person, but just not a deeply unserious person. Exactly. I wouldn't say I'm a serious person either. Anyway, great stuff overall. Really fucking cool. Love the story in general. Big fan.
My name is Sheriff Judge Smith.
Russia is straight dumping money down the drain. Benny Johnson, I know. That's incredible, too.
Vice President Kamala Harris plans to announce new economic policies. She's in New Hampshire. That's the top issue for Americans. They say they care about it a whole heck of a lot, and she's rolling out some new ideas. Ed O'Keefe has made his way to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and is following all this for us. Ed, good morning to you.
Tony, good to see you. This focus on the economy for Harris today comes as polling continues to show voters give former President Donald Trump the edge on the question of who they think is better equipped to handle the economy. So today she's unveiling a series of ideas that her campaign says are designed to make life easier for small businesses. There's a new tax credit that would allow new small businesses to take startup expenses, write them off their taxes, going from $5,000 currently up to $50,000. That's a tenfold increase. She's also setting a goal of seeing 25 million new small businesses established over her 4 years in office. That would be up from the 19 million created during the Biden years, more than were created during the Trump years. There is no word on how much this would cost, and of course it would require congressional approval. But the idea that she's doing this in a state...
This is, again, I already shit on this yesterday. And I warned the Democratic Party over and over again. Enthusiasm will wane if they keep rushing to the fucking middle. You're supposed to run a 2008 Obama campaign, not a 2012 Obama campaign, and certainly not a 2016 Hillary campaign. But of course, nobody fucking listens to me, because why the fuck should they? I'm some dumb fucking commentator who isn't even getting paid by the Russian government, you know? Republicans took back a narrow lead on enthusiasm. I wonder how the fucking bump that existed from the swap out died so fast. This is the problem for many in the chat who are naysayers. Not gonna lie, I usually think you aren't good at electoralism, but recent trends are proving you right and me wrong. No, I've always been good. It's just by experience. I've been doing this for a very long time. The difference is the Democrats have never actually followed through on anything that I've ever said, with the exception of 2 instances where they chose Tim Walz and they fucking swapped out Joe Biden. That's why they saw this massive bump. And it was an unexpected outcome from me as well. I didn't think that was going to happen. I was shocked, which is why I'm riding in Biden. But like I said, dude, this was because Kamala Harris was presenting a different method, okay? Kamala Harris, all of a sudden, was able to captivate a large swath of the population because they thought, oh my God, she's young. She's a black woman. She's going to be different than Joe Biden. And then she was like, no, I'm not. I suck. I suck shit. I'm going to do the same shit. It's just like I'm Biden, but younger. And I kept repeating over the last 2 fucking months, over and over again, if they cut away at the momentum, enthusiasm is going to fall apart. If they cut away at the momentum, they're going to make this a closer race. They could still win. Okay. And I said it back then, and I'm going to say it again. I think Kamala Harris has a decent likelihood of winning the election, but there's no reason for this to be a close race. Oh my God, Weeby. I know Donald Trump's chances have improved in the Nate Silver model. I know. Oh. Elon Musk naturally promoted nonsense peddled by Tenet Media, which was also now financed by indicted Russian operatives. I mean, yeah, he's also a fucking white supremacist. Like he everything that's like bad and shitty, Elon Musk is on board with. There's nothing else going on there. Weeby is currently running into the same problem that many liberals run into in the chat, sending analysis notoriously from an unreliable person because it corresponds to their own worldview. The difference, of course, is that liberals do this on a daily basis. Weeby does this every now and then. I understand Nate Silver's analysis on the matter. I get what he's looking at. Didn't you say Kamala should try to attack Obama rather than Hillary? Obama made the same team of rivals move that Kamala Harris made. No, that was after he fucking became president. That was shitty as fuck. No, I'm talking about running as a progressive campaigner. Okay? Not after he became president. That's why I said 08, not 2012. I fucking hate the team of rivals shit. It's like one of the fucking Obama era moves that I just despise so much. Anyway.
State with low or no taxes is no mistake, because she's trying to cut into Trump's advantage on the economy. When we ask voters in our polling, for example, if the economy is their top concern, who's their top choice? The answer right now, at least for now, is Trump. Meanwhile, CBS News has learned that after today, Harris is headed to Pittsburgh tomorrow and is essentially going to live in Western Pennsylvania until next Tuesday. She'll be preparing for her debate with the former president Tuesday night in Philadelphia. Trump, by the way, Nate, is in New York tomorrow for a speech to the Economic Club.
Thank you, Ed.
Agreeing with the latest now in the race for the White House. Just 6 days to go until the first presidential debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Rachel Scott is tracking the Trump campaign. First, let's start with Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce, who's covering the Harris campaign. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, Kamala Harris today is out trying to bring her economic policy vision into focus. She's going to be in New Hampshire today, where she'll be outlining her plan to help small businesses and encourage entrepreneurship by expanding tax deductions for startup costs tenfold from $5,000 to $50,000. She will also announce efforts to reduce red tape and ease regulations, including creating a standard deduction for small businesses. Now, this is all part of Harris's goal to help start 25 million small businesses if elected. Then for the rest of the week, we expect her to be largely off of the campaign trail as she gets ready for the debate next week. But she's taking the unusual step of hunkering down in a key battleground. She will be in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, studying up for her first ever face-to-face encounter with Donald Trump. This gives her the ability, the campaign says, to get out there and do some informal campaigning while also studying up. Now, sources tell us she has already been doing some mock debates. Her plan here is to try and not get bogged down, not get down any rabbit holes, but to really focus on the issues, pivot, and attack Trump. She's going to try and rehearse, how to keep cool, how to stay calm, while also going after Trump. And yes, George, also trying to get under his skin.
No question about that. Let's take a thank you, Mary. Let's go to Rachel Scott, of course, is tracking the Trump campaign. Not one for traditional debate prep.
Yeah, Donald Trump, George, has never been a fan of any formal traditional debate prep. So I'm told there will be no mock debates for the former president. Instead, he is reviewing policy with a small group of advisors. And his campaign has brought on former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. You may remember she was once a rival to Vice President Kamala Harris during the 2020-2019 Democratic primary election. She challenged her on that debate stage. This is shaping up to be the most consequential moment of this campaign. But this is not the face-off that Donald Trump wanted. He wanted to run against President Biden, especially after his first performance in that debate. And since Biden has exited the race, Trump has really had a hard time trying to define Vice President Harris. His advisors, close allies of the former president, have been urging him to steer away from those personal attacks, stay focused on the message and those critical issues, especially the ones where he has an edge on Harris: immigration, crime, the economy. The former president will be doing a town hall later today. He's delivering remarks on the economy in New York tomorrow, then holding a rally in Wisconsin this weekend. But even those who are close to Trump admit they don't know which version of him is going to show up on that debate stage next week, George.
It will be a big night. Okay, Rachel, thanks very much. Of course, you can see the debate on Tuesday night right here on ABC.
All right, Mark, thanks. 61. If you listen to James Carville, they should separate themselves. Kamala Harris should separate herself right away from Joe Biden. And someone's got to tell Joe Biden the truth at one point. You're too old, number one. You can't run for re-election, number two. You're not popular, number three. And number four, Harris is better off without you. So I don't know why people don't level with him.
That's the only way she can win.
He talked twice as long as she did, kissed her on top of the head as if she's the junior partner. I think it looked terrible over the weekend. So one of the things that Carville says, display a clear growth mindset and be growth mindset and separate yourself from the administration when you can. That'll be interesting.
I mean, I just agree with his strategy. The only way Kamala Harris has a real shot, because I've been saying this the entire time, the high is only going to last so long. People live in terrible circumstances right now when it comes to the economy, the border, and the way that crime is impacting them. If she doesn't go out there and reject what's happening in the administration, we don't need her to just feel the pain. We need a plan that's going to reverse everything that's going on right now.
And so that is why today in New Hampshire, apparently she's going to, even though she is essentially, if she wins, she'll be the Biden 2.0 administration.
Obama 3.0.
It has been said. That's good. But here's the thing. So what she really needs to do, and James Carville has kind of alluded to this as well, is you got to turn the page. How do you turn the page? She's going to say, well, I was vice president, but at the same time, look at my new economic plan, where she's got this new $50,000 credit.
So here's the thing. Fox unironically saying she should separate from Biden, but they think it would help them. Here's the thing. For Donald Trump to win this election, something that is not in the current models and not showing up in current polling has to happen. Whether that be a genuine change in terms of the way that people care about Israel-Palestine, which is a very high likelihood that it could happen. If not a damn near, I mean, it's a 100% lock. You know what I mean? That it will most likely happen if they don't fucking fix this Israel shit up and stop Benjamin Netanyahu from behaving in the way that he is. The other side of this, of course, is that Donald Trump needs to secure votes, just like he did in 2016, from people that normally don't get polled. Conspiracy nuts, people that are totally checked out of the political process. It just won't, people that normally don't show up in the polls and don't lead to a noticeable difference in momentum for Donald Trump. Okay? If Donald Trump, who does have the tendency to win those guys over in every election cycle to a degree that allows him to win elections, as a matter of fact, if Donald Trump wins enough of those voters again, as Kamala Harris ends up running a depressive campaign because the hope and the Brad Summer vibes are over, there is definitely a chance that Donald Trump could win. Right now, it's unlikely. Okay? It's unlikely. I still think Kamala Harris is going to win. Having said that, however, the race should not be close. And she should be building on the momentum that she got by doing the exact opposite things that she's doing now. Okay? That's it. I think the debates will decide a lot. I don't think the debates will be that worthwhile. And I don't think that it will favor Kamala Harris in the way that you automatically assume it will. Especially judging by, I don't know how she's going to be. In a debate stage against Donald Trump, but I do know how she has presented herself so far, and I can only look at what she's done and how she's communicated herself so far and make inferences off of that. If she goes into the debate with the fucking rush to the middle ass attitude, she's cooked. Okay? She's absolutely fucking cooked. It's not looking great. The difference, however, is that Donald Trump is also really fucking bad, if not significantly worse than Kamala Harris on a regular basis. So I don't think it's going to move the needle in the way that you think it is, especially because she does not have any tangible policy positions that that make people excited to vote for her. And she's not charismatic individually enough to be able to carry a campaign on being telegenic alone. So if you don't have both, at least Trump is telegenic. You know, if you ain't got no fucking riz, and on top of that, you ain't got no policies that get people excited, what the fuck do you have? You're just Joe Biden, but younger. If Joe Biden was able to be boring, collected, and calm against Donald Trump, that would have carried him across the finish line. Okay? The margins were already there, but he was still going to lose regardless. He was also unable to be collected, calm, and boring because he was too old. But even back then, I said, like, there's still a slim chance that Joe Biden might win. Obviously, my opinion changed after, you know, the debate stage when everybody was like, oh my God, he's so fucking old. Kamala Harris can't do that. The talented 10th of black people are arguing on Twitter about code switching, but Kamala isn't a Southern black woman to switch to that style of communication. Glad I'm not in a swing state. Yeah, I mean, I don't give a fuck about Kamala Harris code switching. I think it's like the same fucking racist bullshit. The same fucking racist bullshit that Republicans did against Obama. I don't care. The only thing that I think is good that Kamala Harris does do, and this automatically is something that you do when you're a black person in America, just like Obama also did this, is never talk about identity politics and talk about how you're going to be a president for all Americans. Hillary Clinton is a white woman, literally ran with like, I'm with her ass shit. You never hear that from Kamala Harris. Why? Because ain't nobody with black women. And she fucking knows that. Okay? Which is precisely why she's like, I don't care about the identity stuff. Don't ever bring it up. Okay? Moving on. That's it. It's just the truth. Okay? So now they can't hit her on the identity politics stuff. No her story shit. None of that. So now they're like, oh, look at how she changed her accent. And Republicans don't want to, like, you know, literally call her a Kenyan Muslim woman like they did with Barack Obama. So now, you know, because it's 2024 and it's not like 2007, 2008, they have to resort to different methods that are still very similar, which is like call into question her identity. Is she really a black woman? Is she a Southern black woman? Is she code switching? What is she doing? Okay. First of all, virtually every single black person code switches. That's number one. So it's not really that unique or different. Okay. Number two, Kamala Harris, like doing a Southern accent in like fucking Michigan is not her code switching. You just, you know, she's, I don't know. I haven't heard enough of her, but like, you're literally just trying to say she's doing a black accent. Okay. Without saying that. That's why you're like, oh, she's using a Southern accent. Which is pretty funny that the fucking Republicans are trying to do that. These talking points are not new. They have been on that side of Black Twitter for years. I mean, yeah.
Credit if you start a small business and some other stuff. It's just to sweeten the pot to get people to take.
What does all black people code switch mean? What do you think it means? Black people comprises 13% of the American population. America is a society built on enslaving black people and doing chattel slavery. So yes, white supremacy is still very much a reality. Therefore, black people in black groups will oftentimes code switch and sound different when they are in an entirely white environment. One of the best examples that you can actually find out is when we did the podcast with the Crash Dummies podcast, where I think it made it into the final cut. There was a black fan of Crash Dummies, and as soon as he heard like Austin's voice, he immediately started talking like this. Also, it's not just black people either. People in the South do that as well. Like Southern white people sound different when they are talking to one another versus when they go up north. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm black. You are completely right, Law. Oh, you thought I was being racist, huh? Kamala isn't code switching or from the South. It's offensive to some people. No, it's not. Nobody gives a shit. Also, she wasn't talking like she's from the South. That's a substitute for Republican commentators to say black scent without saying black scent. Okay, that's literally it. That's it. That's literally it. They don't want to say she's doing a black scent because then people will call them out for being fucking racist. And that's it. That literally is the real reason why they're like, oh, she sounds like she's from the South.
A look at her
and to try to differentiate herself from Joe Biden.
Donald Trump has to just continue to remind the voter of what she stands for. I don't think it's about separating herself
Well, what
from,
does she
from
stand
Biden.
for?
She
She's
stands
changed
for
everything.
decriminalization of illegal immigrants. She stands for taking away your insurance. She stands for Medicare for all. We all know she hates fracking. She's always been anti-fracking until she just flip-flopped. She wants everyone to drive an EV. She wants to raise taxes when it comes to your groceries. All of these high prices are under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. That's what she stands for. There's no separating.
Hasan, do you think it's possible to support both sides of the election? Yeah, me. I'm doing that. I'm a centrist, and as a centrist, I think like both sides are good, and I hope you know, the nicest person wins.
Herself from Joe Biden, because we've heard her as she ran for president 4 years ago as a senator, how she voted, where she really stands on these issues.
Yeah, where does she stand now? Well, this week, the Harris-Walz campaign showing what their true colors when it comes to their leadership styles. And take a look at some of these examples.
First, Vice President Harris skipping a ceremony at Arlington Cemetery to honor those 13 heroes that were killed during the disastrous withdrawal under her watch from Afghanistan, while ripping Trump's visit with their families as a political stunt because the families wanted to take a picture with President Trump.
That's exactly right. And meanwhile, over the weekend, as America learned about Hamas brutal murders of the 6 hostages, including an American, Governor Walz walked away from eating his ice cream when asked about it.
What's your reaction to the 6 hostages being found dead in Gaza?
There's nothing harder for a fucking political commentator on the right side, like on Fox, when like Democrats obviously lean into the bipartisan support for like foreign policy issues, especially Israel. Like, how do you cut content? It's got to be hard. You know what I mean? It's got to be hard because like you have to, by nature, because you're a propagandist for the Republican Party, find like differences in opinion. Like, see, the Democrats are not like sufficiently pro-Israel. How the fuck can you say that though, when they are literally like, I'm Israel chaying everywhere? You know what I mean? Like they just straight up, every Democrat is like, I love Israel. It's the most moral nation on the planet. I wish I could personally kill a Palestinian child. I dream about killing Palestinian children because of how much I love Israel. And these guys have to sit there and be like, you know, Tim Walz, your silence speaks volumes. As the person whose vice president you are on the ticket is literally screaming bloody murder about how it is actually how we're going to kill Hamas extra hard. Meanwhile, Israeli citizens are literally fucking protesting Benjamin Netanyahu. You know, like it's got to be hard. It's got to be hard for you. It's got to be hard for you if you're a Fox News commentator when you just sit there and you're like, wow, these Democrats, they are not sufficiently pro-Israel. Let me tell you, okay? Nice straw man. I mean, I'm also making jokes, but I don't know what you're referring to with respect to is being a straw man. It isn't hard for them at all. They're such virulent fascists that they sincerely believe that Joe Biden isn't sufficiently pro-Israel. Dog, Joe Biden and Donald Trump are like the same level of pro-Israel. If not, Joe Biden might even be more like ideologically in support of Zionism than Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is just getting materially supported by pro-Israel ultra-Zionists, so he is pro-Israel. And he also probably is like, yeah, Israel is the Jewish country. They do good business. I love business. You know, that's like the extent of Donald Trump's interest in Israel. He's like, I love $100 million. Thank you, Miriam Adelson. They're killing Muslims, and that's cool. I hate them. It's the Jew country. They do money stuff. I like money. That's Donald Trump's extent of like understanding Israel. And look no further than the way he communicates to recognize this reality, because he keeps repeating that statement. He'll be like, Jews are great. They do great money stuff. They got money magic. I love Jews. Jews who don't vote for me are mentally disabled. That's it. That's like the extent of his commentary on the situation. Okay? He has said all of those things, by the way. I'm not even exaggerating. Whereas Joe Biden literally is like, Joe Biden is a committed, ideologically minded, rabid Zionist. Now, the outcome is still the same for the Palestinians, for the record. There's still a bit of a difference because Trump says we shouldn't even negotiate. Trump says we need to recognize settlements and does so. Biden is a monster on the war, but he's at least saying we need a ceasefire. and isn't recognizing extra worse things for Israel like settlements. Currently, as it stands, there's fundamentally not a lot of differences between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, except for the fact that Donald Trump is not president. So, you know, Joe Biden has the power to stop it. Donald Trump doesn't. Yeah. Joe Biden also famously once said, if there was no Israel, he'd create it himself. And that was when his brain was decent. He was like at least 50 years old back then, 40 years ago.
Everybody. Okay. And Harris appearing to take the cue, ignoring reporters, this time while wearing headphones, boarding Air Force Two, pretending to be on a phone call. So you got to wonder where your standards are. Do you just want to make sure Donald Trump's not elected? Or do you think it's okay that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance do 34 interviews and they do combined one? Do you think it's okay that they never come out and talk to you, lay out policies? Do you think it's okay that they never even put it on their website what they stand for, let alone so they don't have to defend anything? They just want to run as king and queen until November, and then they will show you what they're going to do. There's no other conclusion you can make.
Well, and I just got to say, the insulation when it comes to the media and what took place with the 13 soldiers that were lost under Joe Biden's watch, because this could have been avoided. They invited Joe Biden and
Genuine question. It seems like a tag to the center on some issues to have a chance at winning Pennsylvania. How is that a bad strategy? It's a bad strategy because there's plenty of fucking voters in Pennsylvania that you could immediately captivate if you were to push for progressive policies and also separate yourself from Joe Biden on Gaza. It's who and what voters you want to captivate that matters. And for the Democratic Party, it's always a race to the fucking bottom. Trying to turn this election into a close one for no fucking reason whatsoever.
Kamala Harris to be there at the cemetery as well. And they chose not to be there. Not to mention, many of them, the family members said,
yeah, also, a great example of this is fucking working class populist sentiment from the likes of a dude whose brain literally is worse than Biden's, John Fetterman. John Fetterman had a phenomenal door knocking operation and always presented himself as a progressive champion. Okay? Straight up. That's how he won. Even after his brain was no longer working, he still carried on that progressive champion messaging, and it brought him across the finish line. Yeah, he outperformed Biden by 8%. Okay? Now, John Fetterman now is very different, and I'm sure his favorabilities in Pennsylvania is reflecting that reality. But having said that, the way he ran in Pennsylvania should be a pretty clear sign that, like, Pennsylvanians are not as Pennsyltucky minded as people think they are. There's plenty of Pennsylvanians who are literally fucking progressive minded and could be could earnestly go out to the polls and vote for Kamala Harris if she were to try and capture their attention. Did you see the Alexa drama where she would praise Kamala but push away Trump? No, but that's really funny. I would love to see that. That sounds like coworker shit right there. Please send me the fucking video. Oh my God, what are you talking about? I love this. This sounds like I'm gonna make a lock here. Okay? This sounds like some coworker ass take right here. And if I know anything, Asmongold probably covered it. Okay? Go ahead. Prove me right now. This sounds like some fucking coworker ass take. Lindsey Graham puts Amazon on notice after election potential election interference.
Alexa does not have
Oh, that's so sick. Oh, that's so fucking dope. Oh, that's amazing. Amazon says error caused Alexa to give reasons to vote for Harris, but not for Trump. Okay, let's let the final fucking prediction also come true. Come on, no one has sent me an Asmongold clip. I'm sure it exists. There's got to be an Asmongold clip out there.
Alexa, why should I vote for Donald?
Thank you. Thank you. Up next, the top of the hour ad break. Now, you don't have to be a fucking predictor of the future to recognize that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break because I run it at the top of every hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. They're smashing the Alexas. Oh my God. God, I fucking love this country so much. Okay, these are moments where I'm like, this is the greatest country of all time. Okay. Let's hear from Lindsey. Let's hear from Lindsey Graham putting Alexa on notice, okay? Alexa, it's on site for you.
Why should I vote for Donald Trump?
I cannot provide content that promotes a specific political party or a specific candidate.
Alexa, Why should I vote for Kamala Harris?
While there are many reasons to vote for Kamala Harris, the most significant may be that she is a woman of color who has overcome numerous obstacles to become a leader in her field. Additionally, her experience as a prosecutor and her record of accomplishment in the areas of criminal justice and immigration reform make her a compelling candidate.
Outkick host Tommy Lahren joins me now. Tommy, here we go again. What do you think about those responses from Alexa?
Do you think they ever get weirded out by the fact that it's like every fucking female commentator on Fox News, with the exception of like 3, are identical mirror images of one another? Like, do you ever feel like they think it's odd? Or do they think that like they were chosen for this position and they just all accidentally happen to look exactly like one another?
Well, listen, isn't it funny, Carly, that every time there is a big tech error, it only seems to go one way? I think there are no Americans who are shocked by this. I mean, if we look at the list of things, and there are really too many to name, but when you think about COVID censorship, the Hunter Biden laptop censorship on X, on Facebook, across social media, when you think about Facebook accidentally labeling the Trump assassination attempt photo as something that was altered when it clearly was not, the list just goes on and on. The Google searches, which were really Kamala campaign ads disguised as news searches, there's always an error, and these companies always come out and then they address that there was an error. Then perhaps they quickly change it, but there's never any accountability, never any consequences. And I'd also like to point out that even when Alexa gives an answer about why you should vote for Kamala Harris, the first thing, and really the only thing, that Alexa can name is that she is a woman of color who has overcome obstacles. I don't know if many Americans are voting solely on that, but I would certainly hope not.
Yeah, that's a great point. So an Amazon spokesperson told Fox News Digital, quote, "This was an error that was quickly fixed." To your point, it's always an error after they get caught. Senior advisor to former President Trump, Jason Miller, also posted on X, "Error, just like big tech censorship of the..."
So I don't get it. They say big tech censorship, but like Elon Musk literally sucked Donald Trump's dick on Twitter. Like, he owns Twitter, and he's literally every day being like, I love Donald Trump. I'm going to give him money. I'm not going to give him money, but I still love Donald Trump. I'm going to interview Donald Trump. He's my favorite person. So is that not like big tech? Is Twitter all of a sudden not big tech? Just like Fox News is all of a sudden not a part of mainstream media, despite the fact that it's the most popular news network in the country. Just like when billionaires are like, yeah, those elitist billionaire pedophiles, and then you're like, the guy saying it is Elon Musk. How wonderful that like the moment that you present yourself as right wing, you automatically are no longer an out of touch billionaire elitist, like Donald Trump, mind you. How the fuck that happened? Candace just hooed you, lol. Candace nuts in your mouth, dude? What do you mean? Candace nuts fit in your mouth? Who the fuck is Candace? Trump is so transgressive, they have permanent outsider status. Yeah. So, okay, now we know. Amazon says error caused Alexa to give reasons to vote for Harris. I mean, I think that this story is probably like a fucking classic ChatGPT thing. It's probably like a holdover from the Trump era. Like, AI is lib, you know? That's probably what it is. AI is mostly libbed up, so like it probably gives the same results for like any kind of right-wing politician. Oh, I don't do politics, or rather like gives some information about their background, except for like Donald Trump. Did someone just own you at the top of the hour? No, I ran it already. But I do think it's funny. I do think it's funny when people are like, yeah, big tech censorship at it again.
Why should I vote for Donald Trump?
I cannot provide content that promotes a specific political party or a specific candidate.
Alexa, why should I vote for Kamala Harris?
While there are many reasons to vote for Kamala Harris, the most significant may be that she is a strong candidate with a proven track record of accomplishment. As the first female vice president.
Dude, I'm gonna keep it $150. If you are motivated by this, like if you're motivated by your Alexa to go out and vote, you should not be eligible to vote. Okay? Like, if you legitimately think that like your Alexa convinced you to fucking go out and vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, you literally should not be allowed to vote ever again. Okay? You should be medically retired. Okay? Like a sophomore offensive lineman. It's done. Okay? You're done. You're no longer playing. You're off the fucking field. You're not in it anymore. Okay? You're done.
Harris has already broken down a major gender barrier, and her career in politics has been characterized by a commitment to progressive ideals and a focus on helping disenfranchised communities.
I like that this is the straw that broke the hog's back and not severely lacking near non-existent personal data privacy and protection laws in the U.S. Oh my God. But anyway, this is fucking phenomenal. I'm not even gonna look at the fucking Asmongold video, but here, let's see what the hogs are doing.
And I'm not a big Amazon person myself, but I'm gonna film a little video for you telling you how I really feel. Stay tuned.
Yo, what's up with their fucking... Yo, that's an alien. Yo, you can't fucking lie to me. You can't hide the truth. You're a fucking alien. You're literally an alien. I've never seen a skull like this before. Nah. You can't fool me. I know what's going on here. This is not a real person. This is an alien wearing a human skin suit. No shot. I've never seen like a neck to cranium ratio like this before. Get out of here. Make America hot again? Oh my God, what a hat.
Take 2. Amazon's Alexa. Bye-bye. Election interference. I felt so strongly, I had to get a big sledgehammer. Let's see if I get it. Fuck you, Amazon.
This is crazy. You are so fucking unfun, bro. Play the Asmongold clip, dude. No, I don't care. I'm a phrenologist from India, and this skull is not human. What? Why are you a phrenologist from India? Oh, I just don't. Dude, how do you look like that, man? Like on a day-to-day basis. How do you live life looking like that? And nobody was like, come on, dog. Your neck is way too skinny for your fucking massive head. Like nobody was like, come on. You're being transphobic? Wait, first of all, is she trans? I don't think she is. But even if she was trans, how is this a trans trait to just have the skinniest neck with the biggest head of all time? Like, we're just making up fake traits now. Yeah, she's transhuman, like as in fucking not a human being, but an alien. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is like when I was making fun of Daniel Hagari, Rear Admiral, Brigadier General Daniel Hagari's massive fucking ears, and chirpers in the chat were like, wow, it's giving anti-Semitism, sweetie. It's like, no, dude, I don't think that's like an anti-Semitic trait, dude. You can't just do that for anything. Jakub's most diabolical creation. Oh, Jesus. Oh, you're wanting to talk about head size, Hasan? Listen, don't come at me with that. Big ears are a trope regarding Jewish people, but in this case, this guy just had ridiculous ears. Dog, I have massive ears too. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Isn't it having a big nose is like the fucking groiper way of talking about Jewish people. And even then, like, schnozzers is like a meme in Twitch circles before it was like, I mean, not before it was anti-Semitic, but like nobody read it as anti-Semitic originally. I've never looked at your ears. Holy shit, bro. Yeah, I got fucking flappers, dude. I got some big old ears. I am and look visibly Jewish, mostly because of my nose. Your ears are normal size. They just look big on such a tiny head. Okay, can we just stop making jokes about my tiny head? The decrease in your shoulder width has made your head look a lot less small lately. Thank you for saying that. When is Felix coming on? You need to beat the anti-Semitism allegations. What do you mean? Every time Felix comes on, there's more anti-Semitism allegations. They get worse, dog. What the fuck? He just says whatever first thing pops up in his mind. He literally got called anti-Semitic last time by a chatter. Yeah. Well, the chatter was right, to be fair. Oh, Jesus. Where were we? Okay.
There are just 62 days until Election Day and 6 days until Kamala Harris and Donald Trump meet on the debate stage in Philadelphia. And there are just 2 days. Yes.
Oh, I forgot about the fucking the insane Tucker Carlson guest, apparently. Daryl Cooper may be the best and most honest popular historian in the United States. His latest project is the most forbidden of all, trying to understand World War II. Uh-oh. Now, when I hear that from the likes of Tucker Carlson, uh-oh is the first thing I think of. Okay? Uh-oh. Because, like, trying to understand World War II is not the most forbidden. Like, so many scholars have covered it. Like, so many scholars. There are entire fields of study dedicated to the Holocaust, for example. Okay? So when someone says, ooh, the forbidden truths of World War II, it's like, what are the forbidden truths of World War II? One of the most studied fucking wars. Uh-oh. Oh, that's awesome. I wonder what those hidden truths are, Tucker. So I don't really know. I don't really know what this conversation is about, but I can guess. Which Elon Musk responded with, very interesting, worth watching. Elon Musk deleted his tweet saying a podcast with Tucker Carlson and Daryl Cooper offering excusatory narrative for Nazis calling, while Winston Churchill, the chief villain of World War II, was very interesting, worth watching. So here's the thing. I fucking hate Winston Churchill, okay? And he was straight up a Nazi himself, but for like Indians, right? And also every other brown person. But having said that, I still wouldn't call him the chief villain of World War II because he wasn't. Because that was Adolf Hitler, okay? There's definitely, like, obviously. Oh, and the Irish too for Churchill. You're right. Obviously, there was a lot of fucking bad guys who happened to be on the right side of history during World War II. Okay? But there was one big bad guy who was just worse than them all. His name, Adolf Hitler. Okay? If you're going to rank, like, who's the worst guy during World War II, Hitler's going to be the number one guy. Okay? Dog poop, you scared the shit out of me, dude. That's not poop, that's just bones. Chikar. This was Tucker's guess. He's legit just a Nazi. It's insane. Time for a Churchill thread. Let's do this. I know that sounds like hyperbole. Churchill didn't order the most deaths, oversee the most atrocities, or commit the worst crimes. But most of the crimes he could not have been committed if the war had not happened. Is he talking about like the famine? He's not talking about that, right? Like, there's no way a guy with an avatar like this gives a shit about like people in Bengal, or like he's just like he must be talking about some other shit. The blockade of Germany. I know that sounds like hyperbole. Churchill didn't order the most deaths, oversee the most atrocities, or commit the worst crimes. Okay, you'll think, but Daryl, everyone knows that the war started after Germany invaded Poland, Austria, Czechoslovakia before that. It could have been prevented if only people had listened to Churchill and had taken a tougher line against Hitler. And you might be right, sort of. Let's rewind the clock to World War I. Churchill's the boss of the British Navy, and in 1915, he implements a hunger blockade of Germany and Austria-Hungary. Over the course of the war, up to 750,000 Germans die of starvation. Okay? Immediately context note says Churchill was not responsible for the blockade. Policy was established in Whitehall Conference in 1905. The decision was made by UK Prime Minister, joined by France, Italy. Post-war, Churchill opposed the harsh treatment of Germany. So Churchill is literally fucking... A lot of people don't understand. Churchill is like not a good guy, just not in the way that this guy is presenting, okay? The blockade, wrote Churchill, treated the whole of Germany as if it were a beleaguered fortress and avowedly sought to starve the whole population, men, women, wounded into submission. That's all you say, but war is hell. Okay, skipping this stuff. Germany agreed to an armistice in 1918, expecting to meet at the table of peace. Discussed terms. Said Britain mandated the blockade even after the Kaiser had abdicated, a republic had declared. The Post continues the assumption that Churchill led the blockade. However, Churchill was ousted as a Lord of Admiralty in 1918, and Lloyd George was the Prime Minister during the period in question. Who was being killed? Asked Churchill. Remember, this is after the war is over. We're enforcing the blockade with rigor, regretting that. This is a weapon of starvation. A young Adolf Hitler's fantasies about Lebensraum were born of watching his people starve in the streets. Her enemies could plunder overseas colonies for resources, but Germany could find them closer to home, or else every war would end with millions of Germans starving to death. When it was clear the British were willing to starve all of Germany to death, the new government signed a treaty that placed responsibility for the war not on the Kaiser's autocracy, but on the whole of German people. In 1920, and Britain is busy pacifying Iraqi tribes, Churchill insists the RAF must proceed with work on gas bombs, especially mustard gas, which would inflict punishment on recalcitrant natives. I am strongly in favor of using poison gas against uncivilized tribes. Churchill authorized the use of tear gas, not mustard gas shells, by army units in Mesopotamia and then approved their conversion to be dropped from aircraft. No gas weaponry were actually used in Mesopotamia. Okay, now context clues are defending Churchill. Like, fuck this guy who is probably a Nazi, but like, so was Churchill. Okay, I hate this. This is the worst kind of like annoying liberal. Okay, Twitter is literally a Nazi fest in every direction. I swear to God. Those who are trying to defend Churchill and those who are trying to defend Adolf Hitler. One type of Nazi is obviously worse. Okay, but still. In 1929, Churchill wrote that although the fighting had temporarily ceased, death stands at attention, obedient, expectant, ready to serve, ready to shear away people en masse, ready to pulverize without hope or repair what is left of civilization. As late as 1937, Churchill's opinion of Hitler was not hostile. Those who have met Hitler face to face have found a highly competent, cool, well-informed functionary with an agreeable manner, disarming smile. A few have been unaffected by a subtle personal magnetism. Misleading quote, Hitler and his choice, the German government complained formally to the British Foreign Office about Churchill's personal attack. Wait, what? Hitler and his choice, Churchill's misquoted words. Twitter is so oversaturated with Nazis has become the platform for Nazi infighting. I know, it's pretty funny. A critic's misuse. One word of the vocal critic Churchill Buchanan to review Churchill's reaction. In 1937, 3 years after the Night of the Long Knives, I thought Churchill was like kind of chill with Hitler's policies, just not chill with, like, I don't think people understand. A lot of people in the Western world were either A, oblivious to Adolf Hitler, or B, kind of rode with him. Like, yeah, you know who else thought Churchill would be chill with Adolf Hitler? Adolf Hitler! Like, literally. Adolf Hitler was a massive Ameriboo and a Westaboo in general. Like, he was definitely big time, like, not necessarily anti-English by any means. But beyond that, obviously FDR, not exactly a big fan of Adolf. Okay, so there's that. But notice the Buchanan list, even though the book plays in 1937, somehow Churchill's ignorance and towards the seriousness of Hitler. Yeah, you know who else was a big fan of Adolf Hitler? Henry Ford. Hitler was also a fan of Henry Ford, vice versa. I mean, there were, what's the fucking general? I forget his name. The one that said we fought the wrong enemy in World War II or whatever. Like, there's a lot of guys. Okay, yeah, Patton. There's a lot of guys who were like, you know, this Hitler guy, he's got some good ideas, okay? Yeah, I'm fighting him. But honestly, every neo-Nazi on Twitter, no, I'm not talking about, like, contemporary people. I'm talking about, like, people who directly were on the right side of history in World War II, but had the wrong opinions regardless. Guy who was surprised Tucker would do this. Didn't expect Tucker Carlson to become an outlet for Nazi apologetics, but here we are. What are you saying? Dog, when has Tucker Carlson not done Nazi apologetics? Like, what are these people doing, bro? I mean, that's not even plausible deniability at that point. You're just a fucking dumbass. Like, you're openly a stupid person. Anyway, on the other hand, he said Trotsky had the organizing ability of a Carnot, the cold detached intelligence of a Machiavelli, the mob of oratory of a Cleon, and the ferocity of Jack the Ripper, the toughness of a Titus Oates. And finally, he is still a Jew. Nothing could get over that. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? Like Hitler, Churchill blamed Jews for communism and revolutions dating back to 1789, describing the Bolsheviks as a band of underworld Jews. No context notes on that one. I wonder why. There's no context notes on Churchill's anti-Semitism. Who could say why? During the 1924 election, Churchill circulated a forged letter purporting to be from Soviet leader Zinoviev, plotting revolution on the streets of London. Like Boomercons pointedly saying Barack Hussein Obama, Churchill cited the letter of Zinoviev, Elias Apfelbaum. Churchill's public attitude towards Hitler in Germany was openly hostile after 1938. Some have pointed out that he faced bankruptcy and a loss of his family estate when he was bailed out with a gift not alone by a wealthy Zionist. If there's any direct evidence that Churchill was bought, though, I am not aware of it. What is going on in this fucking thread? Oh, and there are many simpler explanations for his change of heart, given that the war faction of which he was seeking leadership became more prominent and belligerent after Hitler's annexations of Austria and Sudetenland. Also, Churchill had been a booster of Zionism for the last 20 years. Yeah, Churchill also, was Zionism a thing before Israel? Yes. You know who was the #1 advocate for Zionism, even like during and before Theodore Herzl? Christian Zionists who were also deeply anti-Semitic. Balfour is one of those examples. Lord Balfour. Churchill is another example as well. The only people that Churchill hated more than Jews was, Arabs, Palestinians. So kind of worked out well for a lot of anti-Semitic, ultra-Zionist Christians, didn't it? Send the Jews to the desert, let God sort it out, let them fucking duke it out with the Arab dogs over there, that sort of thing. Kind of not that different from literally Indians too. Churchill hated Indians. How could I forget? And the Irish, of course. He hated a lot of people. I'm just saying he was also anti-Semitic on top of that. Also, Churchill been a booster of Zionism for the last 20 years, so there's no need to point to under-the-table payment as a source of his opinions. Finally, while there were many wealthy Zionists, both Jews and converts of the Disraeli type in the war faction, the war faction would have gone along fine without them. In other words, from what I know, at least subject to change, of course, since I have not gone deeply into this aspect of the story as some others have, Churchill's dependency on Zionist Jewish interests is based on a lot of speculation. Why is his legacy so clean? I don't know. Why is George W. Bush's legacy so clean? He's still alive. He hasn't even died. That's what we do. We love rewriting history and making it seem like, dude, most Americans probably don't even think about the fact that virtually not every single founding father, but a big chunk of our founding fathers were fucking slave owners, dog. Why do you think nobody thinks about that? Like, what do you mean? Calciano, Mussolini's son-in-law and Italy's ambassador. Okay, this is boring as fuck, dude. In an October 6th speech, Hitler said he did not want war. Oh, never mind then. I guess Hitler said he did not want war. So I guess that's it then. Don't look at anything else afterwards. Yeah, but Hitler did not want war with Britain. So this is true. He definitely didn't want war with England. That's not wrong. I've had only in mind the great goal of attaining sincere friendship with the British people. Like Ciano's overture, Hitler's call for peace was met with contempt in the West. He said it would be his last. It wasn't. Former British Prime Minister David Lloyd George warned the House of Commons, let us take heed of what we are doing because we are entering on something which involves the whole life of his empire and the whole of our people. Hitler tried again, going on the radio to broadcast a call for peace directly to the British people. He would give back parts of Poland that were not majority German. What? And would work. Wait, what? Why is there no context note on that? What the fuck? And would work with other powers to reach an acceptable solution to the Jewish problem. He was ignored. Okay, what is going on, dude? Okay, first of all, reach an acceptable solution to the Jewish problem? Dog, if you are writing that out as though, there was a Jewish problem, you're just welcome back Adolf Hitler. Like, what do you mean? What is going on? Yeah, guys, you don't understand. Obviously, we all agree that the Jews are a problem. We just got to find an acceptable solution. Is not exactly... Lebensraum does not exist for this person if he thinks the Nazis would give back part of Poland. Lamau, I know. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Yeah, just like, for example, Israel simply wants Jewish parts of the West Bank to be a part of Israel. Like, nobody believes that. What are you talking about? Benjamin Netanyahu wanted peace. He just wanted a solution to the Palestinian problem. Like, what? He wanted an acceptable solution to the Palestinian problem. Oh, got it. Okay. That's crazy. In January 1940, the reason why I'm making comparisons to Israel is, one, because obviously Israel has a lot of fascist Nazi-style politics, but also because someone in the chat said this guy also did like a long and I guess well thought out like series on Israel. So once again, showcasing that like the smoke that you have for Israel, you don't have for Nazi Germany. So maybe the smoke that you have for Israel is not about like ethno-nationalist supremacist sentiment, but the fact that it's Jews that are doing it. You have a problem with, Jewish people that are doing it, and not necessarily like the principle of ethno-nationalist supremacist apartheid and genocide. This is why I always say like fascists, both Nazis, neo-Nazis who are anti-Semitic, and also fascists who are pro-Israel, sometimes Jewish, other times not Jewish, regardless. of what their background is ethnically, religiously, they still have the same goals, just the enemies are different and the in-group is different, but the goals still remain the same. I have an issue with the goal of ethno-nationalist supremacist attitudes and ethnic cleansing. I don't care who's doing it. I don't care if it's like Jews doing it or Germans doing it for folk. I don't care who the enemies are in that situation as well. I just think that the framework is fraught and also is disastrous and incredibly bloody, you know, because I'm an anti-fascist and not an anti-Semite. Let's continue. What if gay communists were going after the whites? Okay, then I would be on board with that. What if it was the Ottomans trying to reclaim previous lands? On board with that too. In 1940, Noam Goldman, World Jewish Congress, said that if the war in Europe goes on for another year, 1 million of the 2 million Jews in Poland will be dead of starvation or killed by Nazi persecutors. This gets close to the heart of my Churchill criticism. My contention is not that the Third Reich was peaceful or that Germany did not kill Jews. Germany dishonored itself by its conduct on the Eastern Front. What kind of Holocaust revisionism, Nazi revisionism is this? He's like, listen, it was really fucked up because they dishonored themselves. It was a few bad apples. My contention is that the war was not inevitable, that in fact almost no one but Churchill's faction wanted it, and that the atrocity. So the problem is, it's not wrong that Western capitalists, yes, early on, did not fucking want a war with Nazi Germany. There was a period of appeasement. Okay? Like, that's true. And if you ask liberals, they'll constantly talk about the appeasement of one side, Stalin, to be like, remember Stalin conducted a deal with Nazi Germany in an effort to like parse out pieces of Poland, and like you know, they're the real evil in this situation. And it's like, again, both sides of this revisionist history operate on the same principles that like dumbass pro-Confederate Republicans operate on when they turn around and fucking say, oh, well, the Republicans, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican actually, sweetie, so Democrats are the real racists. It's like, dude, a lot of history has happened since then. Just like the main thing happened after the period of appeasement, both from the West and from the USSR. Okay? You can't literally talk about appeasement and not talk about what came after, because what came after is far more consequential. What the fuck? Atrocities against mass murders of Jews, Roma, disabled people, LGBTQ people, etc. by the Nazi regime began as early as 1934. The Nuremberg laws codified this terror act campaign in 1935. They were not the result of England declaring war in 1939. Yeah. This, I think, is not only supportable, but also as close to provable as historic counterfactuals can get. Let's continue. Hitler faced calls to commence strikes of retaliation for the hunger blockade, but resisted. In January, Churchill publicly wondered why England had not yet been attacked from the air. Is it that they are saving up some orgy of frightfulness which will soon come upon us? March 1940, during an attack on docked British warships, the German bomb killed a British civilian. The feeling among British leaders was that it had not been deliberate, but 50 warplanes were sent to retaliate, some astray, and landed in Denmark. Churchill, now Lord of the Admiralty, called for and commenced the mining of Norway's harbors, an illegal act of war against a neutral country to prevent critical exports to Germany. Prior to March 1940, Germany had no plan to invade Norway, but now ones were drawn up. Context says Germany was planning for the invasion of Norway beginning of January 1940. As Norway lodged legal complaints against Britain, Germany took more forceful action to seize Norway with minimal resistance. Churchill and British leadership was stunned. British forces attempted to invade Norway, but were easily repulsed by the Germans. On April 12, British bombs fell on a German rail line far away from any war zone, drawing a German protest. A week later, the British bombed Oslo, the capital of occupied Norway. Again, British planes attacked an undefended town in Germany and was warned that although the Luftwaffe was under orders not to attack civilians, bombs will be repaid with bombs if the British continue bombing non-military targets. They had already started bombing beforehand, like civilian areas, so that's false. It was Churchill's actions that led to the seizure of Norway, and he became obsessed with retaking. General Ironside complained that Churchill wanted to divert troops from every other place, but that he is so like a child in many ways. He tries a thing and then wants more of it. Following month, Chamberlain tendered his resignation and Winston Churchill was elevated to prime minister. Germans who still hoped to make peace, Hitler among them, were dismayed by that the chief proponent of escalation had been put in charge of the British government. I like that this argument is that like Adolf Hitler was just like pushed into just doing so many unfavorable things while also simultaneously maintaining the position that like Western appeasement was very real. So which is it? Was it that like Western leadership was doing appeasement to a rabid sociopathic fascist who had already conducted a litany of crimes prior, even during the period of appeasement, and that Western powers basically had no other choice but to engage? Or I don't know, some other thing that this guy is claiming, like he was just pushed into the brink of doing all of these actions. Like he was just a misunderstood painter, and you know, he was groomed by Winston Churchill into doing World War II. The next night, more British bombers flew over Germany. Oh my God, it should be illegal to make a Twitter thread this long. I'm bored. This guy's acting like Hitler never wrote Mein Kampf, and if only Churchill was nicer to him, then Hitler would have abandoned his life mission to eradicate Judeo-Bolshevism from the planet. Yeah, the problem is, if like England allowed Hitler to do all that shit, he probably would not have fought England, but he wouldn't have stopped with his conquest, especially eastward. Like, he's not, like, that part is technically not wrong, but that also goes against the underlying premise that you know, England forced Hitler's hand. Clip from the Tucker pod instead of reading.
So was the chief villain of the Second World War. Now, he didn't kill the most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities. But I believe, and I think when you really get into it and tell the story right and don't leave anything out, you see that he was primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did, becoming something other than an invasion of Poland. You know, Germany, look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler is chiefly responsible
Why do you often say England instead of Britain? I don't know. It's just easier.
For this, but his whole regime is responsible for it. That when they went into the East in 1941, they launched a war where they were completely unprepared to deal with the millions and millions of...
I think it's kind of terrifying that the position that, like, outside of the Jew thing, Hitler wasn't all that bad has become an increasingly more popular position in, like, the supposed intellectuals of the right. Like, this was originally talked about by Candace Owens, if you recall. Hitler wanted to make Germany great, but then he became a globalist. And it's like, what Hitler wanted to do in Germany wasn't great. What the fuck are you talking? What Hitler did in Germany was not great, okay? I mean, it is MAGA. Like, it was MAGA principles. It's just like, you shouldn't probably use that as like a you know, sentiment that you agree with openly. But it is kind of weird how mainstream seemingly this kind of attitude is getting. Hasan is a racist. Yes, I am racist against Adolf Hitler. You got me. See, I can say weird stuff too. Well, you proved that for sure.
Prisoners of war, of local political prisoners and so forth that they were going to have to handle. They went in with no plan for that. And they just threw these people into camps, and millions of people ended up dead there. You know, you have like letters as early as July, August 1941.
Okay, the underlying premise here is literally like that Jews were a problem that needed to be dealt with, okay? I don't know if he like understands that he's saying that. I don't know if he understands he's saying that, but it's like they should have not been in the camps to begin with. What the fuck are you saying? That is an insane thing to say. Like, the first question should be, I'm sorry, what do you mean the Jewish problem? Like, is your issue with the Holocaust a matter of logistics? Like, that's what your problem is with the Holocaust? Is just that, you know, they didn't plan ahead? That's what it is? What a psychotic thing to say out loud. That's insane. He also just said they ended up dying there as if they weren't tortured, starved, and murdered. Yeah, that too.
From commandants of these makeshift camps that they're setting up for these millions of people who are surrendering or people they're rounding up. And so it's 2 months after, a month or two after Barbarossa.
Isn't Hitler universally a bad guy and Churchill's UK the good guys? Oh, okay. Neek skit. Our 15-year-old Mormon. Churchill did a lot of stuff that is objectively Hitlerian as well. However, the big bad in World War II is Adolf Hitler, is obviously Japan, is the Axis powers with Mussolini in Italy. That is correct. This does not mean that like Churchill was a, good guy all around. He was not. Okay. Very racist guy, anti-Semitic. Okay. But he was pushed to do the right thing in World War II. Now, this guy's issues with Churchill are not the things that I'm talking about. Like, for example, I don't think he gives a single shit to even present himself as like, I don't know, someone who cares about a shit ton of Indian people being murdered. Like, he doesn't care about that at all. Like, you could literally just explain, even if you wanted to like present yourself as like a normal human, you could have just simply said that, you know what I mean? Like as a centrist or something. Right-wing revisionism predicates a connection between Anglos and Germans based on shared ancestry, that the UK needed to stay out and team up with a newly continental German state to prevent the spread of communism and leftist ideology. They hate Churchill and call him a warmonger and race traitor. HasanAbi studied neo-revisionism as a part of my master's. It's Sargon of Akkad Academia. Wait, Young Red is a well-read person? What the fuck? You have a master's? Oh my God. Dog, look at this dumbass's fucking logs before this. Okay? You need to understand something. Like, constantly spamming. Damn, she got zero charisma. Absolutely swagless. Keck, wait. Who was the sexy white skateboarding guy that wore a dress? He was like from Texas or some shit. They should have ran him. He's talking about Beto O'Rourke. Like, yo, they're giving fucking masters to anybody out here. This is probably an ignorant thing to say, but as a boomer turning 30 soon, I feel like it correlates with the rise of popularity in anime as well, which portrays minors in risque situations, communities, and normalize it. Back in my day, we were about MILFs with big ol' Pam Anderson Magumbos. At HasanAbi, better times, Sag. 1517, Kek Kebab. Turk Primacy, Kek Kebab. Gallipoli, Kek Kebab. Derner, HasanAbi. NATO Bad Boys, Easy, Turk Varmi. What the fuck, dude? He went from big honking Magumbos to neo-right-wing revisionism predicates a connection between Anglos and Germans based on shared ethnicity, that the UK needed to stay out until the end and team up with a newly continental German state to prevent the spread of communism and leftist ideology. They hate Churchill and call him a warmonger and race traitor. At HasanAbi, studied neo-revisionism as a part of my master's. It's Sargon of Akkad Academia. That is... What is going on? What the fuck is happening? For those of you who don't know, that's code switching. I finished my master's in the next fall, Keck W. Anyway, I didn't know it was like that. I didn't know it was like that. But let me tell you something, okay? I mean, he's clearly more knowledgeable than I. I can't believe this is a thing that I'm saying. But Young Red 95 is clearly more knowledgeable than I am. I'm also the guy that has a small wiener and a big truck and take jujitsu to make me feel okay about it from Car Talk. No, I know. Anyway, the point is, I see this and I find it to be rather alarming because the original principle was like the double genocide theory, right? The double genocide, which was Holocaust revisionism by a different name. Like, oh, the USSR also did their genocide and they're communists and they're bad. That's how you open the door to like Holocaust revisionism and also allegiances to fascist ideology. You open the door by saying, well, you know, we're fighting the enemies of fascists. And that's precisely what America did, as a matter of fact. Post-World War II, with the Marshall Plan and with NATO, that's precisely what they did in Western Europe specifically, where they literally were like, who are the greatest killers of communists, trade unionists, and socialists? Oh, those are the fascists that didn't die in World War II. So then, slowly but surely, you build out your allegiances. You create a network of international fascist cells that you never really fully recognize or see as an enemy ever again post-World War II. And then you focus on the real enemy, right? Communism. And that's precisely how liberals have operated. And now we are finally reaching the final chapter of this this weird, well, not weird, but like this important alignment. What is this guy saying? Murat, kapıyı touch. Murat, go quick. You can't open the door. Oh, wait, I opened it. Never mind. This motherfucker orders food, and then the Uber Eats guy's like, I can't open the door. It's stuck. But now we are arriving at like the last stage the final chapter in this like Holocaust revisionism, where they move past like, well, the socialists were bad too, to just being like, no, the socialists are the only evil. And now they're actually saying the quiet part out loud, where it's like, well, the Nazis weren't bad. Okay. That's how it starts. It starts with, well, the socialists or the communists were bad too, to the communists were actually worse. Black Book of Communism. That is the historical text. I'm putting that in air quotes to say that it's like the communists were actually worse. After all, they killed 100 million people, right? And then we move on to the final chapter, which is, well, the Nazis weren't as bad as communists too. Well, the Nazis weren't bad at all. And that's where we're at now. Okay. And you saw some examples of this recently before October 7, when the Canadian Parliament literally had an actual fucking like Galicia division, foreign legion for the SS, Ukrainian Nazi get a standing fucking ovation. It's a terrifying prospect because, you know, if you look hard enough and you unmask someone who is an anti-communist, you are inevitably going to find, not surprisingly, a fucking fascist. Okay. Like our most pro-Israel media company in Germany, Axel Springer, Hamas are worse than the Nazis. They felt regret in their murder. Yeah. And then retweeting Elon's anti-Semitic bullshit in the same breath. Yeah, no, that's saying Hamas are worse than the Nazis. They felt regret in their murder is just Nazi apologia. Okay. That's it. I don't do the inverse of that either. I don't say like, oh, Israelis are worse than the Nazis either. I don't say that either. Okay. Some people do. I don't like that either, because I think that that is a gross thing to say. All right. That's it. I work at a Holocaust museum, and you couldn't believe the number of motherfuckers like this coming in and unknowingly defending Hitler because history revisionism and a failure to understand basic geopolitical analysis is always the, well, I heard that wasn't actually true, people. How the fuck are you a Holocaust denier or revisionist and you go to the Holocaust museum? What the fuck? That's kind of funny. Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're like, oh, I'm here to learn about this fake thing that didn't happen. What the fuck? Motherfucker doing their own research. They go there to argue? That is insane. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It was launched. And they're writing back to the high command in Berlin saying, we can't feed these people. We don't have the food to feed these people. And one of them actually says, rather than wait for them all to slowly starve this winter, wouldn't it be more humane to just finish them off quickly now?
Oh, it was the humane. The final solution was the humane one. I didn't even see he got more unhinged.
After Barbarossa was launched. And they're writing back to the high command in Berlin saying, we can't feed these people. We don't have the food to feed these people. And one of them actually says, rather than wait for them all to slowly starve this winter, wouldn't it be more humane to just finish them off quickly now?
I think you should go to jail. Like, I don't know. For any reason. Maybe that, maybe some other reason. That's crazy. He's talking about the Holocaust. He said the humane thing to do once you have enslaved like 12 million people, 6 million Jews, like once you've enslaved them and trapped them in the concentration camps and you're slowly torturing them to death, the more humane thing to do is, instead of feeding them, is to just kill them all, like a mercy killing. That's wild. So once again, I have a different solution, which is called not putting like Jews into concentration camps. Okay. I know, guys, crazy idea. Okay. Are you ready for this? Just not ever putting Jews into concentration camps. A crazy idea. I know. He said after Barbarossa, so we may have also been speaking directly about Soviet prisoners in villages as well as the Jewish people. Yeah, I know. Fucking radical. Okay. Radical idea. Don't do that. That was a fucking nut ass thing to just say unashamedly. Did you see who's following this guy? My goat. My fucking goat, dude. Jedediah strikes again. Of course, dude. Common JDW, boys. W's in the chat. Of course, dude. Of course, dude. If there is an esoteric Nazi out there, JD Vance is in the DMs, okay? Starving. I love that it's also both the press office and his own personal private account. Like it's literally, it's the Senator Vance like official account and the personal. He was like, I don't want to miss this on either of my timelines. Okay. What next will he say about the Jewish problem and the solution to the Jewish problem, the final one? What? I don't want to miss a fucking single tweet, dog. I want to make sure I got this shit. Elon Musk responds to this Nazi and community knows for the win again. Yeah, this is bullshit for the record. Okay? This is bullshit because he literally tweeted the interview and gave it massive prominence and said, interesting. And only after everyone was like, dude, what are you doing? This guy's a literal fucking neo-Nazi. You absolute dingus. He was like, oh, community notes owned him. Yeah. Elon deleted this post and is frantically trying to hide the fact that a few hours ago he believed all the pro-Hitler Nazi bullshit Daryl Cooper was spewing. Very interesting. Worth watching, he says. It's fervently anti-Semitic, yet jingoist for Israel. What a doofus. No, it's not. It's not that. It's not that stupid. There are more anti-Semitic Christian Zionists out there than there are like anything else. Then there are Jews out there that are pro-Zionist, pro-Israel, or anti-Israel and anti-Zionist. Like it is the most common position. But we, by way of Nazis and by way of like the Israeli Nazis in the Israeli state, doing a shit ton of propaganda in either direction, oftentimes saying the exact same thing, think that this is a Jewish conversation. Okay? That's why when you listen to anti-Semitic pro-Zionist Christian Zionists, and when you listen to Jewish ultra-Zionists that defend Israel, they say the same shit. They say the identical thing. They literally say Israel and all of its fucking bloodshed is good and it has to happen and it represents the interests of all Jews. Okay? Oh, what he's trying to say from 115 and onwards here about finance and the media influence is a slightly longer version of this clip. One, death camp and exterminations arose in part of a German urge to be humane and compassionate. Churchill was installed by Jewish financiers because Jewish interests were at stake in Germany.
Look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler is chiefly responsible for this, but his whole regime is responsible for it, that when they went into the East in 1941, they launched a war where they were completely unprepared to deal with the millions and millions of prisoners of war, of local political prisoners and so forth that they were going to have to handle. They went in with no plan for that. And they just threw these people into camps and millions of people ended up dead there. You know, you have like
just magically, seemingly just, they just ended up dead there. They were seemingly put into camps and they just ended up dead. Who knows how? Who could say how? I don't know. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Magically, it just comes and it goes. Now, if you don't want to believe it, if you don't want to see it at all, well, then all you need to do is subscribe for, what the fuck is this? For $6 or for free. Wait, someone just sent me a fucking funny ass tweet. I have to find this. Pandemic Accountability Index. Wait, what? Apparently, a big name leftist streamer Assange just blamed today's school shooting in Georgia on lockdowns, looking for a source. Generation Alpha spent 1/3 of their lives in a post-COVID world. Yet another laptop class millionaire crying about public health. Sigh. Yo, there's something really funny about this because I never said that this was because of the lockdowns. But it's pretty funny when you're supposed to be like a trusted resource, when you're supposed to be a fucking trusted resource and like looking into people who are doing COVID disinformation, which, pretty commonplace, and you literally turn around and don't even fucking watch the YouTube video. Like, I never said the pandemic or the lockdown was responsible for the shooter, like even remotely. When talking about the background of the shooter, I said, I read a comment from the chat, which was correct. Okay. That like, this is a fucking child who spent 2/3 of his life in lockdown. Like, the fact that it has nothing to do with the actual reasoning for why he did a school shooting. It's more so the fact that he was 10 years old when COVID happened. He's been a complete idiot on COVID. Oh my God. Look, I don't want to, Mehdi, I don't believe that. No, it's a popular Twitch leftist. I'm not going to lie, dude. If this is like the amount of, if this is the amount of investigating you do about like what you're putting out there, you know, you're kind of stupid. Like, I don't know if you got the long COVID brain or what's going on, but why do chatters link you random haters? No, it's not a random hater. And it's not a chatter who linked this to me. It's one of my normie friends. I want to know what the sauce is. Hold on. If a man child was born in 2010 has spent over 1/3 of their life in a COVID, post-COVID world. Yeah. I mean, people are like, oh, how could this have happened? Like, he's 14 years old. He's so young. And it's like, what do you mean? Open your eyes, dude. Like, this is the most American thing. It is actually shocking when it doesn't happen all the time. We have had, it is so American to do a school. It is so ingrained in our DNA at this point, especially as a consequence of the mass availability of weapons, that we had a trans, okay? Like, do you understand how commonplace it needs to happen? How commonplace of a thing this is, that there is a trans person that did a school, okay? Like, that's how American this is. No, they highly edit it and they have to like silence school shooting. But regardless, the video, even with the weird jump cuts, does not actually prove the point that this dumbass is trying to make. I think he just literally key searched the transcript for lockdown and then just posted it, which is so unimaginably stupid. Like, you didn't watch 30 seconds more. Like, you didn't fucking watch 30 seconds more. Like, it's not something I believe, and it's not something I even said within the context of that fucking clip. Wait, what? Trump has pushed the Democrats more than any progressive or leftist who threw their support behind them ever did? Okay, this person is this person's a donkey.
Like,
I can't tell if he's anyway, this guy's a fucking real psycho. The Daryl guy. Cool stuff though, overall. I'm glad that we got to see this side of the world, which is a side that I'm not privy to, specifically because I'm no longer on Twitter as much as I used to, unless I'm directly on directly on stream looking at shit on Twitter. But if anything, you made the point that lockdown had no effect on school shootings when you said some still happened during COVID anyway. I know. Every single one of Hasan's haters will pump that tweet now since he got mad at it. I know, but it's fucking idiotic. Your community is your worst enemy. It's simple. Churchill was a bad guy. True. Churchill was the bad guy. Red flag is correct. Get on Blue Sky is woke and Brazilian now. No, I'm good, man. Thank you. Let's see what Bert Kreischer has to say.
This is Los Angeles. Everything is gone. Look at this. This is our deodorants, I think. This place is going. I mean, this looks like it's been looted, and I guess thieves just come in and take whatever's expensive and just fucking walk out with it. This is crazy.
Or it's just going out of business, like that Rite Aid, that specific one, most likely is closing down. I don't know, but when I see that, my immediate reaction isn't that like Mad Max style like marauders have overtaken this Rite Aid.
This is unrecognizable. When I moved to Los Angeles, you'd come into Rite Aid and you'd spend the fucking afternoon looking around. This is so fucking sad.
That's cool. I mean, yeah, it's probably Venezuelan marauders. It's definitely not some other thing. He has to be joking. No, man, the average American is this fucking stupid, okay? What a dumb baboon this guy is.
This is Los Angeles.
Oh my God. Why did his brain immediately go to thieves? Also, why does he think there was a shampoo heist? Because like, okay, you need to wake up to the reality that like, you need to wake up to the reality that many Americans are just like laser focused on what they see on television. Okay. And television told them that like, this is happening, that stores are being looted. This is why I get so fucking mad at misinformation from local news and network television that lean into like these right-wing panics, okay? Because people, especially older people, have no way, and younger people too, but especially older people, have no way of looking at media critically, okay? They see all of the fucking stories. And the television man tells them like black and brown people are stealing shampoo from every Rite Aid. Okay. And it sticks with them. They don't see the other article that's a follow-up from Walgreens CFO being like, yeah, we lied about that. Sorry. Lol. They don't see any of that shit. What remains is the homeless people that they see and the fucking television stories nonstop pumping this fucking right-wing sentiment that like crime is completely out of control. And it sticks in their fucking minds. And then they get more and more afraid all the time. Oh, it's the same principle behind fucking Rite Aid announces more store closures, including 18 in California. They filed for bankruptcy in mid-October. They've been reporting annual losses for several years and, like its rivals, faces financial risk from lawsuits over opioid prescriptions. Rite Aid has already reached several settlements, including one announced last year with the state of Virginia for up to $30 million. We are becoming dumber and dumber as a society. We were not exactly smart to begin with, but we're getting increasingly dumber, dude. 13 million views. Holy shit, you're in the wrong business. I know. I will never listen. I'm never going to stop speaking about the truth. I'm never going to stop fucking reporting on shit accurately. And even if the entirety of mainstream media is like super fucking primed on a specific type of coverage that is instilling this kind of right-wing reactionary narrative. But like, yeah, reactionary / rage bait is absolutely the easiest way to fucking try to breathe some life back into your career. That's why so many of these fucking content creators that get like outed as pedophiles immediately hit that button. Okay. And some do it even before they get outed as pedophiles. And then they get outed as pedophiles later down the line. Not saying Bert Kreischer is going to get outed as a pedophile, but like he is a possible victim of this kind of misinformation cycle where he's like, I don't really understand what's going on, but like, why is this Rite Aid empty? Okay. And obviously there's there's people who are well-read, who are literally professional media commentators who are progressive or used to be progressive on a lot of shit. My uncle is one of these people. He literally genuinely thinks that there's roaming, like there are Venezuelan gangs overtaking apartment complexes, dog. How the fuck do you deal with that shit? How do you deal with that shit? Oh, sitting U.S. Senator citing a poll from more than 7 years ago to justify surrendering to the far right. Glad to see that they're putting real rigor behind these decisions. We called his bluff. We negotiated a tough bipartisan border bill, and Trump killed it because he doesn't really want to fix the border. The American people saw his real agenda, and their opinion changed. Dog, 56% of Americans disapprove on Trump on immigration, the highest disapproval of any issue tested on new CNN poll from 2017. From 2017, it's right there, dude. Are you that fucking stupid? The lesson you should be learning from this quote retweet is, oh my God, when we were counter messaging on the border against like Republican lies, it obviously played a lot better because the American public was aware of what the fuck we were doing or what the fuck the Republicans were doing at the border. Oh, yeah. What is this? How Trump captured? This is a 6-minute TikTok? Ain't no fucking way I'm watching that.
2, until the first mail-in ballots will be sent out. Voters are going to be voting. New CNN polling released just this morning shows a race that is truly neck and neck among likely voters in key battleground states. Harris holds a lead over Trump in Wisconsin and Michigan. In Arizona, Trump holds the lead. In nearby Nevada, there's no clear leader. And in what are arguably the 2 most critical states, well, it's a tie. There is no clear leader in Georgia, and it is dead even in the must-win state of Pennsylvania. Around 15% of likely voters in these swing states say they are open to changing their mind about which candidate they will support. On average, about 2/3 of likely voters in these states say they're extremely motivated to vote in November. And here is where you see evidence that Harris's momentum is from getting the Democratic-based voters excited. In Michigan, 72% of Democratic-aligned registered voters say they're extremely motivated to vote. That is up from 58% back in March. This new CNN polling shows that the race to 270, the path to the White House, runs straight through Georgia and Pennsylvania. If Trump holds North Carolina and wins both of those states, then he can lose Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada. It wouldn't matter. If Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania and she holds Wisconsin and Michigan, she only needs one more electoral vote to get over the top. She's looking at you, Omaha. And the post-Labor Day sprint kicks into high gear. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are sounding two very different tones. Watch.
I can't believe that that's going to be a close election. You know, we're leading in the polls, and it looks close, but I think in the end it's not going to be a close election.
We are the underdog in this race, and we have some hard work then ahead of us. But here's the beauty of us in this room. We like hard work.
All right, joining us now, our panels here. Elliot Williams, CNN legal analyst, former federal prosecutor. David Chalian, CNN political director. Kendra Barkoff, former press secretary to Joe Biden. And Matt Gorman, the former senior advisor to Tim Scott's presidential campaign. Welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for being here. David Chalian, very exciting to have swing state battleground likely voter screen polls here with just 62 days out.
That's how you know we're past Labor Day.
You do, and there's no one better than you to help us understand what we've learned in this CNN data. So honestly, take us through it. What did you find most interesting? What should we be paying attention to here?
Well, first, just that map that you put up of what these polls tell us about the paths to 270, I think is one of the big takeaways here, because we have talked so much about that blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And as you noted here, we're seeing Harris with slight leads in Michigan and Wisconsin. And so instead of our focus for the next 62 days just being on those blue wall states, I really think you got to go down the side of the East Coast, that Pennsylvania, Georgia. We'll see. We don't have North Carolina in this set of polling. If that is acting like Georgia, those states may be the ones to determine it. It's because, as you noted, Donald Trump has to have everything, just hold everything he had in 20, flip Pennsylvania and Georgia, he's the president again. And so if Harris can win one of those states, that's a huge block that she puts up in the path for Donald Trump and sets her potentially on a course. The other thing I would note,
New leak, Trump's co-campaign managers Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles warned staff in internal email to stop talking to the press less than an hour ago with a threat of termination. There must be a hot story in the works. Ironic because this got leaked to the press. I don't know. Susie and I have always said this was the best team in politics, and each day passes we are reminded how true that is. Everyone has made sacrifices, blah, blah, blah. Throughout this campaign, we sent periodic reminders of our communication and press policy when interacting with reporters and media members. Unless you have been authorized by senior leadership or have received permission from an authorized member of the communications team, you should not be independently speaking or communicating with any member of the press on or off the record. We have done a great job of preventing leaks, and that's been because everyone knows what the policy is and what we expect from everyone. Information is power, and the press doesn't give a damn if you lose your job because you spoke out of school. As this team moves forward with only 61 days left until victory, please do not deviate from this policy. I don't think it's that big. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think there's something like super hot coming in. Maybe there is, but
motivation obviously is key, and that is what we've seen over the last since July 21st when Joe Biden stepped off the stage here, just the snapback into contention. But it hasn't catapulted Harris into some commanding position in this race. What it has done is make this race extraordinarily competitive and tight again. And I just see you see that across this. I would also note, and I know you have these numbers, put up the gender gap.
Yeah.
I think this is fascinating. If you look at likely female voters across these states, you see enormous margins for Harris there. I mean, look, in Wisconsin, that's
55% is a landslide in our closely divided
So she's
politics,
plus
right?
17, she's plus 16, she's plus 15. Those
David
are
Chalian
huge.
is doing math on live television,
Sorry.
everybody. No, this is like an awesome feat. We love
But
it.
show the other side, because among likely male voters, it's big advantage Trump. This is what we mean by the gap. When we say gender gap, it's not just the advantage among female voters for a Democrat. It's the difference between the female voter advantage among Democrats and the male voter advantage among Republicans. And you see what a big advantage that is for Trump among male voters. And that, to me, is going to be one of the definitional things when we are on election night looking at the results.
Well, and Matt Gorman, that's one of the reasons why,
God, why are men like this? Bro, we're fucking taking the country back, okay? I'm sick and tired of this, okay? I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. We're taking the goddamn country back, okay? We finally need the zestiest man of all to be president again, okay? That's right. Gender wars, baby. Gender wars, and we're going to win, I think. Your shirt looks like a common draw from a WoW mob for a hunter. That's awesome. Have you seen the Grum situation with this game? Oh, yeah. Could be one of the biggest crowdfunding scams in history. Yeah, no, it won't, because it's a fucking right-wing charlatan, and they're allowed to do that sort of thing. Okay, you don't understand. If you're a woman, you're not allowed to do that. If you're a man who hates women, though, well, then, you know, oops, he tried his best, but woke got to him. Here's what a crowdfunding scam, 500K plus in 6 to 8 years, little to no work gets Grums and Mark Kern. I present EM8er in 2024. I became a backer of EM8er to give you a quick look at it. Please share before Papa Grums gets mad. For the record, it's Ember. Okay. For the record, this is the right-wing guy that loves doing Gamergate shit. He's disgusting. He's a gross, ugly little fucking cretin. And also a deadbeat dad, apparently. And he has his own, like, Kickstarter crowdfunding scheme going on with a video game. But, you know, I think he's too busy talking shit about every other, you know, developed video game out there that has, like, a black woman in it or some shit. Yeah. So... Grums is acting like the hate he's gotten from the last week from this is the reason the game is still in the state 8 years out from the start of development. Yeah, just like, for the record, it's the same principle behind being a slumlord and refusing to fucking pay the private trash company, and instead blaming it on Venezuelan migrants. Well, your brain has to be completely cooked to get this, but you do. Incredibly funny, Grums. HR clarifies that any breast milk pumped on company time must directly go to the CEO. Is the new meta on Twitter to say that Grums was the one who stole the fucking breast milk? He did work at Blizzard. According to a joint statement from FBI Atlanta and the Jackson County Sheriff's Office today, 14-year-old shooter is questioned by law enforcement last year when he was 13 regarding several anonymous tips about online threats to commit a school shooting at an unidentified location and time. He denied making them. His dad was also interviewed and told officials that he had hunting guns in the house, but the subject did not have unsupervised access to them. Bro, honestly, at this point, if a motherfucker's on your radar, just don't even say it, you know? Like, why say it? Just don't even say it. Just lie and be like, he was not on our radar. We had no idea. We had no idea. Clearly, this one is just, oh, this is not on us. It's like, you don't have to say every time that you knew exactly what this motherfucker was going to do. And then you just didn't do anything to prevent it. Okay? Say the line, FBI. Yeah, he was on our radar. It just doesn't make sense, dude. We literally have like, bro, we have like one of the greatest surveillance apparatuses of all time, okay? Like constant round-the-clock mass surveillance. On top of that, there's like straight up, who do you think this is? Oh my God. Feds crack down on Russian election disinformation agents. It literally says at Timcast right up above his head. I just wonder who this guy is, man. Could be anybody, really. They should have just photoshopped hair on him. No one would know who it is if they did that. I knew that dome from a mile away. Listen, he's got a recognizable dome. Did you already cover Tim suing Kamala for posting a clip of him on Twitter? Yeah, I don't understand that. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. But what I do understand is it's Wukong time. Okay. It's fucking Wukong time, baby. That's right. Let's get into it. What am I singing? I don't even know what this song is. How did that get stuck in my head? What boss are you on? I'm in the last boss of chapter. I didn't do... The only boss that I didn't do in chapter 3 is the bat one, but that's because he keeps trying to fight me in the fucking cold, and I just don't have any point. I just have no way of dealing with that, so I just kind of gave up, and I'm gonna fight the chapter 3 boss. I killed every other boss though, like the no-name guy or the guy who was like bound behind his back and stuff like that. I cooked all the other bosses. I killed what's the name of the fucking boss that's it was in the game clip, is John Williams' Jurassic Park theme. Oh, okay. Yeah. I clapped the other, I clapped non-white. I mean, I did that on stream, but Gambling DJs Rise Up. As always, you already know, don't leave the stream, or at least leave the stream on if you're not going to watch. Okay. You'll at least get some points out of it. But, the only boss I have left remaining is the, what's the guy? The guy I helped, I killed him too. He was a little bit tough. The guy you helped twice, and then he turns into a green martialist or whatever. I killed his ass too. What do I got here? We got new soaks. Use the ice core chill resistance. Okay. Is there a specific for this last boss, this final boss of chapter 3? Is there a specific armor / like weapons combo that I should use? Hey, leave your stream on, folks. So HasanAbi does more gaming. Yes. I bet my life savings are gonna be fucking this up. I mean, it's gonna be really hard to do a first try here, I think. No, just keep an eye out when he turns gold. Make sure you have 3 focus heavy to break it. I was running this Okra battle robe because I was trying to beat the fucking other guy, but I'm gonna go back to the perfect dodge gale guard braces. Can you summarize the story a bit? I'm lost, bro. There is nothing to summarize in this story. It's just like, it's an incredibly fun boss run. Okay, that's it. There's really nothing to fight. I mean, nothing to explain. You just run and you kill mythological Chinese bosses or Chinese deities. It's Journey to the West. It's after the famous Chinese myth Journey to the West. You're basically a clone of Wukong, which is the god of all gods, been destined to like 1,000 years of being stuck in a rock. You're a clone and you're following in his footsteps.
Goodwill, he was. His nature made him question the supremacy of us beyond mortal woe and grief. He deemed all souls could be akin to us. Why then do we tower whilst others merely kneel and offer? He asked. I told him the others are less than us.
This baby gave me the power to do spellbind, by the way, after the Green Martialist.
Reborn, he drew 3 disciples. But what did they change? One ended up a corpse, others fugitives. He too took to the shadows. Pathetic. Those journeyers have misplaced their worship. Why bet on the sutra when one oneself can be a Buddha?
Oh fuck, I forgot Immobilize. I think I still have Spellbinder as my...
Kneel before the Buddha of the future.
Oh, damn it. I got Spellbinder, which I've never really used, so...
Feel my power to entice The front gate is sealed. Why not yield and join my
What is he doing?
No one to...
Oh shit, there's a big one! What the fuck? Oh my god, he almost one-tapped me.
Disavow the full breathing and suffer the 3 paths. Scatter the barrier of power, and together we shall attain the ultimate voting. You have defied the Buddha and set his blessed throne.
Oh no! I died. Oh no, I didn't die. Well, but I might. But I might die. No!
Lofty goals need a
Wait,
a source of woe merits only.
It actually kind of worked though. Like the Spellbinder actually fucking kind of cooks. That was like, yeah, the damage is crazy. The boost damage. I might just still use that again. I think when he charged up that attack is a stagger check. Yeah, I probably should use Spellbinder. Like Spellbinder is for the 3rd phase. Wait, was that all the phases? Like, did I see all the phases in that? No, it's a massive 3-part fight. Wait, do I get fucking anything back in that process? No, when you beat phase 1, you get a checkpoint. Dude, I kind of want to change my, I kind of want to reignite the sparks a little bit. Just like, I can't just dump a shit ton of points into fucking... see where this takes me, you know, type shit. 2 and 2 I need, and then 2 more. He's doing the thing that he got mad at me a couple days ago. Yeah, I got mad at you a couple days ago for telling me to dump points in the Spellbinder because I did not have Spellbinder at that point. Like, that's, yeah. Let's see how this fucking works, dude. Each talent level slightly increases the ratio to mana converted. Recovers a considerable amount of health after successfully performing Spellbinder. Each talent level considerably reduces stamina cost of all actions while Spellbinder is active. Slightly increases the ratio to mana converted to attack. Spellbinder depletes stamina but massively increases critical hit chance. If you can't use a spell, you can't use Spellbinder. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to use a spell. Less menu, more gameplay. Okay, chill out. This is an important part of the fucking game. Moon Moon beat that boss first try. I almost beat the boss first try. Give me a fucking break. Also, Moon Moon is a god gamer, and he's bald. But he's a better gamer than me. Calm down.
Why not yield and join my disciples?
Where's he at?
You are at the end of your wits. No one to touch. I persist in this path. Wait, one needless skills. A source of woe merits only death.
That was crazy. I thought I could eat that. Damn, that AoE was fucking butt cheeks, dude. God damn. You're making me lose so many points. Okay, guys, stop. I don't want the fucking believers to like also be annoying, okay? You lost it all, but you will hopefully recover.
The front gate is sealed. Why not yield and join my disciples? How dare you trespass?
He hits hard as a motherfucker, dude.
Find the Buddha and sign this blessed cross.
2,000? God damn!
Watch closely, disciples, as I enlighten this weakness headstrong monkey.
Where's he at?
I shall meet you in combat, void of any relics, to see her fate.
Almost died there. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, what? Does that count? Did he kill me? Wait.
My sack awaits misguided souls.
Oh, first phase is over. Okay, thank God. Right?
Enter within.
Or did I die?
Enlightenment.
Bro, put me in his sack, dog. What the fuck? I thought that was like a death animation. I thought that was a fucking death animation. That's crazy. Fucking Genema, dude. Bro got saved by a cutscene? No. Oh, that's the big homie. Hey, yo, big homie's there. Let's go. This dumbass, that dumbass. I didn't know big homie had it like that, by the way.
That trickster caught you too. This wicked sack is much more vicious than before, nurturing such evilness. Yellowbrow must have woven Wukong's strength into it. That bastard. Join me. Let's fight our way out. I remember what the Buddha said. He will all things suffer as they eat not the precepts and endure. I see.
Oh my God.
Thou shalt kill. Yes, keep still.
Shut up, bitch.
Thou shalt snatch a farewell in a snare.
Wait, what the fuck?
What? All loves turn into dust.
Bro!
The prestige and legacy is the outpost. Thou shalt and dress as shalt see. Thou shalt revel. Prime years shalt be spent dissembled. Thou shalt free to live in peace the soul. Thou shalt die for life.
Canceled it. Not me. Bro, I can't even know what I don't even know what I'm watching now. I don't even know what I'm talking
up and get back.
Oh shit! Heal me more, heal slut.
One more treat from diarrhea.
Did a chatter just say, I tried to unalive and one of your subscribers was my doctor at the hospital? W Hasan fanbase moment. Bro, what are you doing gambling in the chat? You just lost so many fucking points. That's a crazy thing, dude. Wait, do I go back to the start of this battle now when I lost? Or do I go back into the sack? There's no checkpoint. The macaque transformation is also a necessity for a late game boss. It's very OP, high stagger, light attacks. Second phase, first phase is done. Oh, okay. I guess that's for gaming tonight, lol. You're crazy if you think I'm gonna fucking give up. Fuck. Fucking
I push the reflection from the past, and you shall reach the one.
Oh, he's getting healed. I realized he was getting healed, dude. Yes! How did I beat his ass so handily this time? I don't understand how I fucking sliced and diced his ass, dude. Bitch ass. Where are the fucking believers and the doubters at, bro? Nose. Oh my god, 52% believers, 47% doubters. God damn, I had more believers. You should believe in the top of the hour hat break by subscribing for $6 over for the Twitch Prime chat. I'm not gonna lie, Elden Ring would force you, From Software would force you to fight all 3 stages from the start, which would be endlessly annoying. That's wonderful that Wukong doesn't do that. But Elden Ring would absolutely force you to fight all the 3 stages over and over again.
Yes, just like that. That's who you are. Keep your wits, boy. Don't get swayed.
Wait, am I the monkey now? Oh, I'm the monkey. He turned me into a Yaogui! I am now a Yaogui!
Here, let me quench your thirst for blood.
Do I get points for killing these monks?
All conditioned things are impermanent and lead astray. Be a butcher, then be a Buddha. To retaliate in kind, you must be of that kind. Now, you've introduced your karma in this cycle.
I didn't kill them, I felt bad. What about this thing?
Such enlightenment surely would grant you Buddha.
I gotta kill that, right?
3,000 countless more.
Fucking get out of the way, dumbass. Get out of the way, dumbass. No! Dumbass, you don't even hit hard, bro.
The minds of the Buddhas are empty.
Oh, shit.
Let go of the arms. Can you let go your devotions behind?
Dude, this is sick. Oh my god, this character is fucking awesome, dude.
And ultimate nirvana.
Dude, I love this character. What the fuck? Oh my god, I want to beat this guy all the time.
What a glorious... No one can stand. I persist with this round.
Oh shit. Can this break it? Oh, it did. by the way.
Even those on high must bow beneath.
What is he doing? Oh! Am I dead?
Thou shalt not fear, or thou wilt never see fear. Behold my Mahavira hall. How can Mount Yinsa match its magnificence?
What did that do to me? How do I get back to Monka time, dude? That's what I want to know.
Walk the path of Buddha. Go within, not without.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, he's gonna do it again.
What is best about my seeds?
Wait, what the
how happily we make all who enter.
I'm gonna transform. Hold on, hold on. Oh fuck, I have red ties.
I can fix your problem with but one.
I thought it was gonna turn me into Monka again. Monka ass. No, no, no. Oh shit. Oh fuck! I don't have health pots left! Wait, why can't I hit him? No! I don't have health pots left! No, I died!
Your fate was in your destiny.
Why did I lose my health pots? When he goes gold, you have to hit him with heavy attacks to break him out of it. I did that already. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I don't have Monka again.
Craving slaughter without end will be your outcome.
Okay, so he has to do that. I can't get away from that, right? Like, there's no way to get away from this. This is a sequence that has to happen, right?
To perceive me through sight and sound together. How?
Oh shit! Did I miss a Tim Poo Russia competition? No, you didn't. I did it yesterday. Babe, you're bad. Babe, suck me. What do you mean, babe, you're bad?
I persist with this fast. I from across the land. They all bow and hail me.
Wait. Oh, fuck. I'm out of pots again. I can't make a mistake. Where does the pot go? I can't heal. No, I have like 2 pots in the last one. I feel like I have 2 pots remaining on the last one, and I just get cooked. My goat is washed. Okay, shut up.
The destiny of a glorious man named
I mean, he's fucking hard, dude. Oh, I'm fucking pissed this time. This is a bad start. gonna be hard to recover from this.
Not without.
Did it break him? Oh, it did. Oh, thank God.
Who granted your destiny?
Where is he?
Only Aga!
Wait, what? Can you escape that? You can't escape that, right? There's no way to escape these attacks.
Thou
Like the
shalt
cinematic.
or thou wilt never see fear.
Oh, with Cloud Step? I have Spellbinder.
Behold my Mahavira horde. How can Mount Lincoln match its magnificence?
I don't like scripted damage, dude. It's fucking an annoying gimmick, but whatever. It is what it is, you know?
Receive me through sight and sound. Out.
Ah, shit. I hate that quick one. Oh, fucking scripted damage again.
What is best about
You can avoid circle trap by cloud stepping right after each phase. I can't cloud step. I have the last stage.
Not again when I abide by the scriptures. Mount Lincoln! I'm creating a new standard. I can see the power. I was eating the pot! I was eating the pot!
I did! I dodged it! I literally died like this! Clip it! Pre-charge after the AoE Thunder for big stagger damage? True, I didn't even think about that.
The destiny was a glorious day made the pot!
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Where is he?
No one dies before a strike in the heart!
Oh, bitch. Okay, that was the first
fear.
First phase is the second phase is first drop.
Walk the path of Buddha. Go with it, not without.
Oh, fuck. I thought I got that. Wait, I thought I got that, too. Okay, second phase.
What is best about my seeds?
And then he does the charge here, right?
All who enter.
Okay.
I can't hide from a coming man.
I'm fucking kidding.
Oh,
I didn't do it.
No one can turn. I persist with this task. I saw this would end for you long ago.
Near perfect run.
Keep fighting for others, and in time.
What is that at? 31,000,000.8 believers, 27 doubters. Fuck, man, it's no fun when I got more believers than doubters.
Yellow Bro, fight solely for myself.
That ugly ass burb is back. Those close range dodges were clutch as fuck. I know. That saved my ass big time. Look at that. Do you see that? That's what I was doing. Working out my fucking Wukong muscles while you guys were fucking masturbating and learning and reading books, okay? While you were out there reading books, being gay, okay? learning. I was playing fucking Wukong in the trenches.
This rogue stole my seed sack and fled here. With Wukong's relic, he made it a soul-snatching vessel. He also took my look and my name to trick his old foes into vengeance.
Gah, you potbelly! I should have figured out it was you.
Forgive my little deception.
Stolen once, I buy it. Stolen twice, I doubt it.
Your doubt is fair. I shouldn't have underestimated his nerve. I meant to subdue him myself, but you two were swifter. Fortune favors you, Baji. But I see great potential in this young one. He might just be... the right monkey.
Enough of this empty talk. I don't care if Yellowbrow drowns in the lake. We can't have Wukong's relic sink with him.
For that, pray, lend me that rake of yours.
Come on, boss baby. Show him how it's done. I'll show you guys the heal animation not going through in a second. God damn. Jinima. It's Jinima time. Jinima. Dude, so much work has been poured into this fucking game. It's kind of crazy that these guys only made mobile games before this. Damn, he's got a big old pussy. What are they gonna do? They're not gonna fuck with the deity, right? After it gives them everything. There ain't no way. Don't do that. Don't fuck with the deity. The deity's giving you everything. Man's greed is unchecked. Man's greed and hubris, a tale as old as time, you know what I'm saying? Give the deity what she wants, bro. She's giving you pussy juice with healing properties, you know? She got gold on her titties and shit. Come on now. She's giving what? What do you mean she's giving what? You can see it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Commodities are being exchanged. Uh-oh. You're asking more and more of the deity. It's too much. Don't do it. The greed consumes. Oh no. The nature of man is not indecent, but yet greed. Greed causes one. Y'all don't deserve it, dude. Typical Western hate, okay? That one right there. That one right there is a snow monkey, okay? Yakubian. Child of Yakub! No! Not the deity! No! Your hubris will be your undoing! No! Stop it! And all but remains is a carcass of the wonders that God had given to man.
World for a good while, didn't you? Speak clearly.
Once again, I proved it to you, Jin Shanzu.
You chose a means to an end, not to a proof. You sow chaos in hearts just for the sake of winning. How absurd and pathetic.
If not for winning, why debate over means and ends?
Asman said that's what liberals do to the rich. So he didn't understand the point that, like...
That stone monkey merely named himself a sage. Yet this altar boy dared to found his own faith and proclaim himself Buddha. Your faith is firm and will unwavering. You resisted his lures. All those who are high and mighty found their minds lost and their faith stained. But was it truly because of their devotion to Yellowbrow? As you braved ice and snow, did the stench of shattered ego reach your nose?
The point is the fucking Yao Guai came down to earth and knew man's greedy nature and made it a point that man's greedy nature would overtake the gracious gifts that he was offering them, and would inevitably cause chaos. And it did, which is why Mao was right.
For half a verse of the ultimate truth, Snow Mountain ascetic gave his life, so attained Buddhahood. Such is the sole way to rise above all and build a
Mao is a
faith.
fish deity's pussy?
If
No.
those with talents should proudly scorn the rules and do as they please, how then may all the realms enjoy peace and prosperity?
Dude, there are far too many fucking deities and shit to keep up with. Not gonna lie. Like, I have no clue. All right, what should I pick? I picked Whistling Wind, temporarily increases attack after a perfect dodge last time. Hubris knows, the nose chases fragrance just as the mind craves ecstasy. Enhances the ability to find hidden ingredients in the wild. Gains a moderate damage bonus for a short time after casting a spell. Focus points can be charged up to 4 within the ring of fire. Moderately extends dodge invisibility. Oh, dude, hold breath. Right? Yeah. Like lingering or breath. Hold breath. 2? Fuck no. It's either 1 or 3, and it's actually 3 in my opinion. 1? Are you crazy? Yeah, no, I'll take iframes, baby. I'm a dodger. Call me Trump the way I'm dodging the draft. 1 is better, but the believers need 3. You could have easily cooked the blacksmith with that. All deities are Yaoguais and have their own government like Yu Yu Hakusho. How do mutant bears have a government? All the gods have like their own internal governmental structure. There's bureaucracy. In Chinese mythology, there's fucking bureaucracy even in government amongst the gods.
Step it up. You gotta catch that feast on time. Hear me out. They say that hag has her quirky ways. Each season she'd wed a mate, then devour him.
Oh, you've woken up.
Once our lady brought her a wedding gift.
I took an arrow to the knee.
Which? The past echo. The lady often speaks of it with regrets. I wonder why. Let me finish, will you? The hag got the mirror and looked into it, and for no reason at all, she threw it away. That soured our lady's mood.
Damn,
she
booty.
stopped visiting since then.
Gibbering and jabbering. Couldn't even catch a wink of sleep this whole time.
What? Who's in there? How dare you spoil the gift from her who
Is the 4th chapter as long as the 3rd chapter?
No place to find peace these days.
The story is about how Yellowbrow the Big Turtle projected his own greed onto humanity and manipulated his own experiment to try to prove his point, and humans aren't actually inherently greedy. Oh shit, we got baddies in this chapter. Let's
Leaving
fucking
so
go.
soon? Why the shyness?
Bro, chapter 3 had no fucking baddies, you know what I mean? Except for that one, his other girlfriend. The only thing missing in this game was baddies, honestly. Like, actually, like, not to get all fucking IGN or whatever, but like, unironically, it was missing a bunch of mommies. So if this chapter makes up for it, honestly, I'm there.
Live this forsaken place. None but spineless guys who... You... I was talking here.
Where are you? Where you at? This is the saddest chapter. Why?
Keeping the finest finds from me? Oh, that's hurtful, kid.
Uh-oh. Village of Langshi.
This place still looks the same. The past clings here.
While he's getting his ass beat, I'm over here fucking... Would you play the new Space Marine game? Is it good? I know other people were playing it. I mean, it seems very like Gears of War style. I'm actually kind of stoked on it. Okay, which way do I enter though? There's so many options, dude.
Ah, look at this splendor. I'd drop any title up above in a heartbeat just to stay here. Ah,
I thought you
why
said
rush
who lives
on the-
here.
What's the rush? All hotheads wind up dead. Found something good? Don't forget my share.
You get nothing, little man. Big left for mats. Why is there so much will here?
Open that chest, quick! Treasures.
Why is there so much fucking just will sitting around? I'm confused. There's a lot of missable stuff in this chapter, but as long as you don't do the final boss, you can... Chest is a trap. It seems like it. I'm not even going to pick up the wills yet. I'll do it afterwards.
Your eyes are sharp. What petty quiet! I've got this strength, and I've got me!
Oh shit. We got the arachnophobia chapter. Wait, is there more? Damn, bro, chill. Stinging my ass while spider baddies Sunok. I love that. I love spider baddies. Have you seen the new Valve game Deadlock? Yes, dude. I have not been under a rock. I am familiar with the new Valve game Deadlock. It looks incredibly complicated and confusing. And not gonna lie, somewhat hard to watch as well. Boom.
Your life is. You'll go rising soon enough.
The lack of women is weird in this game because the original Yaoguai spider baddies. Oh, really? Oh. That looks
good.
That looks annoying.
With the years upon me, only the loudest colors can my heart. You monkey! No haven here for thundering feet!
Oh my god. Those ones are fucking annoying. I hate those, like, the death by 1,000 cut style enemies. No. Those Yaoguais aren't that famous. The other female Yaoguais are much more prominent in Journey to the West. Yeah, isn't there an entire segment dedicated to like the Amazonian women only tribe or whatever? Yes, and you can get Mpreg there too. There's a river. There's an abortion river, and then there's a pregnancy river.
Tight squeeze. Good I've kept trim.
Oh, you're a little fucking rat. I don't know if I should go this way or the other way though.
What could this be? Something I won't miss for sure.
You missed the path behind you. Should I go into the river or should I go down that small path first? You can go here. The other way is the main path. How the fuck is the other way the main path? Oh. Peace. I can't even see it. The amount of will everywhere is like throwing me off.
Found treasure? Let me have a look.
Long aura amplification pellets. Oh shit. Not avoidance materials.
Speed it up. With all this gathering, you barely use any of it.
Okay, that's just chat. That's just chat, dude. All this gathering, you won't use any of it? Come on, dude. Chat's in the wrong, and so is he. Use an item right now, you won't. Do you think this game would be a good introduction to Souls-like games? Yes, but I don't know. I think my pathway forward is better. Like playing Souls games first is better. To be fair, there's a lot of quality of life improvements in Elden Ring that don't exist in some of the earlier games, but they're still incredibly enjoyable. So I don't perceive that being a problem.
This is a fine bit. Better entrust it to me.
Bro, you are greedy, son. Greedy as hell. Greedy ass motherfucker. Do you think this game would be a good introduction to monkeys? Yes. I do think monkeys are exactly like this game.
Wide road ahead. An ambush orbit certain.
This is exactly how monkeys are like in real life.
One more treat from my ring.
Whoa, what the fuck? Yo, that shit adds up. Holy fuck. Oh, there's another one of these motherfuckers here too. Oh, come on, son. Really? Right there? Oh, fuck. He's a big boy, too. Bonk! Trying to get you in that monkey. Activate Spellbind. Yeah, I probably should. I don't know why. I always keep the spells to the end. Like, there's no reason for me to do so. But I always worry that there's like a much... I always worry that there's a much more powerful enemy ahead or something, you know what I mean? When there like obviously isn't one.
Time and not fear. The last thing you see before you die.
Some camera boss fuckery going on here. This is a good introduction to revolutionary Maoist thought. This is the best introduction to revolutionary Maoist thought. Wait, what the fuck?
Nice shrine here, kid. We should take a look.
Bro's just chilling, parked in front of the fucking shrine, dude. What the hell? All right, bonk. I mean, what did you think was gonna happen, bro? You parked up your ass right in front of the motherfucking shrine, you know? Dude, I got new armor. What the fuck is this? Upon successful hits from spirit skills, grants massive focus upon reverting. That's crazy. I mean, this one is the most insane. Oh shit. 72 armor? Bruh. It gives you key as well. Short duration after performing a spirit skill or using a vessel considerably increases attack. Iron tough gauntlets. Fuck. We don't even have enough gold. We don't even have gold threads to do this. This is crazy. The fucking leg, the leg armor that I have here, I didn't upgrade till the next area. What do you mean? Gold tree core. Continuously gain focus for a brief moment after seeing through the enemy. Damn, that staff looks fucking good. Mythical. I don't even know half the shit that I need to make this, dog. How are you so good at game though rarely plays games? Wait, what are you guys believing in? Oh, is there a boss behind that door? You might be able to buy golden needles here because it's a new area. No, I don't think so. I think those only drop on... I mean, I guess you can buy gold tree cores, mine cores here. Oh, you can. I mean, I should just buy all of this anyway. I have so much money. Nah, no boss there, boss. Dude, I think I'm going to upgrade this armor. I think I'm going to make this armor. I think I'm going to make it. Dude, this looks fucking incredible. The one I'm wearing currently, though, what is the one I have? You can only make 3, though. Like 3 fully upgraded Gale Guard armor unlocks a new armor perk that further extends dodging iframes, which stacks on top of the relic skill you just awakened. Definitely worth setting aside materials for if you focus on dodging. Like you only have 6 silk. Oh yeah, this is 2. This is also 2. And then this is 1. No, I can make a full kit with 6. I can make a full kit with 6. I just don't know how much golden silk I can get overall. Because I could upgrade as well. You know what I mean? What's a spirit skill? You can fully upgrade 2 armor sets per run. Dude, this just looks so sick. Maybe I shouldn't have jumped to this, but Gale Guard looks better, so use Gale Guard. Too late now. Oh, Spirit is the baby.
Hey, let them prattle as they will. I'm not lustful. With
Shut up, bitch.
age comes fondness for fair sights.
What did I get? I get the Blue Bridge Romance.
It's simply to soothe the eyes. By light of day, This village isn't half bad to look upon.
Wait, let's go back to.
You know, our master was taken by its looks. That's why he insisted.
Be nice, bitch. Nah, he's just a yapper, dude. He's a grade A yapper. Gay. Get it? G-A-Y, grade A yapper. He should come into this realm with me. Oh, what the fuck? Yo, this armor's got some crazy shit on it.
Mine eyes doth see the Tao from the confines of my abyss. This is what my ceaseless toil finally yields.
Long aura amplification pellets. That shit looks crazy. I might need to use that. And what do we got? We got 9. Chat, we're just going mana, right? Right? We're doing mana again. It's for Spellbinder.
Seek from within to ascend.
Old man, you got shot at one shot in the last boss. I don't know. Is my health too low at this point? I actually don't know.
Uncover the secrets of sky.
Is this chapter 3 or 4? Chapter 4.
No shame in taking the pills. More
I'm in the last chapter.
skills.
Upgrade drinks. How do I still not have enough awakened wine worm to fucking upgrade the lamb brew? What is he selling? Pine brew. Each sip recovers 35% of maximum health when health is below half. Yo, this is kind of good. I think I should buy that, right?
Try it as you will. Joy is what counts.
Pine brew.
You have a sharp sight, young friend.
Should I just finally upgrade the fucking lamb brew or what? Like, I don't think I'm going to use the lamb brew, honestly. Increase the number of slots for soaks, reduces the amount of health recovered from using the gore, but enhances the effect of continuous recovery. Yeah, lamb brew is ass, dude. I don't think I'm going to use it. I can upgrade the medicine sage gourd. Am I using this? Am I upgrading this? I'm using this, right? This is the one I'm using currently, right? No. Oh, this is pine brew, which is, oh, fuck. It's the drink. I'm using Jade Essence currently because this one is better because it gives you mana. This increases your movement speed. This gives you mana. It only has 2 slots. This has 3, but I think it's better to have 2 slots and increase your mana. Imagine being the world's fastest monkey though. I thought the other thing was a soak. I got excited. I was wrong. The main gourd and the brew is the best. At the end, you just have to keep upgrading it. Wait, really? Should I not upgrade this then? No, this is all of it, right?
Yeah,
it just increases the gourd uses. And then this, you mean the 3-year-old coconut wine gets the best? Why are people saying, doubters are saying no? Do I get better gourds or not? I mean, better drinks. I'm sorry. I'm using a better drink currently. Yes, the gourd has turned mythical in chapter 5 if you have it fully upgraded. Go to equipment now and change gourd active drink Passage soaks mini. Oh, it gives chill immunity. Oh, I'm using the Fury gourd, which is a 7. Fuck. It is better, I think. But I guess this has more uses.
Down a few mouthfuls in one go. It's delightful.
Who think of my work?
Great, man. Shut up. Here, take more.
I've spent my whole life in leaving so soon.
Pink Pony Club. No.
Back so soon. Give it here.
Dude, I want to see what the fuck happens if you upgrade this shit. Fuck me, dude. So I was using the Gale Guard Beast mod, which is at 48. Now I'm at 72.
I'll get to pounding.
There are some armors that are drip upgraded when you turn to the mythic. Yeah, I know. I can't wait. Go upgrade the coconut wine. I'm not using the coconut wine, chat. I don't know if I should waste it on the coconut wine. I thought we were waiting.
Age enriches the brew, and the two both cloud our mind.
46% of maximum health. The older the wine, the greater the recovery. Recovers more health upon using the gourd. Like, I'm using Jade Essence. I'm not even using that.
Remember, young friend, a sip
No, why would I switch to it? Jade Essence is better.
makes one tipsy, many sips make you happy.
Like, Jade Essence is 36%. Coconut wine, 18-year-old, is 46%. But Jade Essence also gives you a mana boost. Why did you upgrade it? Because I'm going to eventually upgrade it more. But it also gives you 2 slots. Not upgrading the weapon. You can't upgrade weapon. You can only upgrade armor. All right, let's get back to it. The Webbed Hollow, Estate of the Jew. You decide, my friend. I think at this point you're focusing on the littlest of things. The point is to just get stronger, so you have a better time. You are wise beyond your years,
Nice shrine
young
here,
master.
kid. We should take a look.
Hold your monkeys. Let me fix you up a little.
Yes, you are unsubscribed. That's the top of the hour. That is the problem. Here's this 3-minute ad break now.
Ah, welcome, good sirs. The feast is all set. Please come in and be our guests.
Why did the trickster pork let me walk in as a pork?
My gentlemen, you're fashionably late. Is your lady not joining us again this time?
Our lady prefers not to be seen in the lower realm, but she's been thinking of you all and sent this small token. She hopes your lady will recover soon and pay her visit up there.
It's a pity she didn't come. Or she would certainly enjoy a splendid show we've prepared for her.
Oh shit, what kind of show is she talking about?
Now, the gift's gone and blood's been shed. I say, you two should take the fall.
We're just servants, madam. What's the jest?
猪八戒. I know you find your look embarrassing, but why hide from my mother with another pig face?
猪八戒!
Rude girl. Don't you know I'm a pious Buddhist? Give me your mother's name, and I'll check my list.
You heartless ass. After you ruined her house and her reputation, you're telling me you don't remember her?
Reputation? Yao Guai's care about reputation. All she cared about was lust. Now I know. You're one of her spiderlings.
Oh, he piped? He piped?
Well, your rudeness is forgiven. Show some respect. Maybe I'll kindly pay your mother a visit.
Hey, yo, Zhu Baixue said I fucked your mom.
I'm afraid that is not your call.
He said he's a pious. He said he's a pious Buddhist, and then he said I lay pipe with your mama. Wait, what the fuck? Oh shit! Oh shit! What is happening? Oh, no crit. Oh shit! I ate that and I fucked up that master kid. That was so easy. What the fuck? Yo, guard chief, the second sister. Owned. That was incredible, dude. Baixue is like, bro, get your ass back here. He said, let me get that. No. No, he got hit in the head. Oh no, if he dies, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Curse it! Bugs are bugs!
Probably not.
Wearing
Why?
human skin can't change your gross nature!
Yeah, sure. We are so low compared to you, a glorious admiral of the court. Ain't the last monkey still fresh in his grave? And here you are, another monkey's sidekick.
Cut your bullshit! Get your mother to beg for mercy, and maybe I'll spare your foolish life!
Truth is, the thing you seek is right here in the hollow. Flee now if you're too scared to come in.
Scared my hoof! I'll destroy this rotten hole right now! Let's see where else you'd build your lair!
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, Spellbind is pretty insane. Like, dare I say, a little overpowered. Like, it's causing me to think differently about the way I've structured my character thus far. It's making me feel like maybe acknowledge this pussy. I did. Zhu Baixie was like, bro, get that pussy back over here. Get that spidussy. Get that spidussy over here. I'm not done with you. He's like, first your mom, now it's your turn. Yeah, upgrading mana was dumb if you're a Spellbinder user. Wait, what are you talking about? Why would upgrading mana be dumb if I'm a Spellbinder user? It literally uses mana. It converts to attack points. Doesn't it? Am I wrong about this? Shit. What the fuck are these guys, man? Can I even hit that? What the fuck? What the fuck? That's so fucking annoying. Oh, you fucked my ass up. Fucking bitch. Wait, there's another one? Bro, I hate these motherfuckers, bro. Let me guess, this is a fucking monster. Oh, thank God. By the way, you can use a heavy while doing a light combo as a way to dodge attacks and gain focus. Yeah. You mean a resolute strike, right? Zhu Baixie is an old school way to insult someone and call them ugly in Chinese. That's sick. But Zhu Baixie is not ugly. And he pipes. I don't know why they're hating on my boy like that. Where'd he go, by the way? Monster? Nope, thank God. Because he used to be a hot fuck boy. Oh, is Twink death? Did Zhu Baixie experience Twink death? Am I going in the hole? Do you think this will win Game of the Year? No. I don't think it'll win Game of the Year because of anti-China fears. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I'd have to consider. What are some of the other games? I feel like this has been a really good game. Really good year for gaming. I think Concord will probably win Game of the Year. It deserves it. Just kidding. Genshin has been winning shit nonstop, right? So, and that game is significantly worse than this. Bro, please read my message. I'm not going to be able to do that right now, chatter. I don't know how to communicate this with you, but I think this deserves it. It's one of the best games of the year. Like, birazdan. Yesin o zaman. Hayır, beraber otururuz ama yemeyeceğim yani. İlla her şey yemek üzerinden olmak zorunda değil bu ailede. This is second Concord is Game of the Year. I agree. Or that other woke game, Dustborn. I feel kind of lonely without Zhu Baixie by my side. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I got used to the little guy. Upper mana bot. Wait, it has no equipped effect? How is there no equipped effect? That's so ass. What are the new curios I got? Moderately increases poison resistance. Okay, that's not worth. Classic Turkish family trying to make you eat? Yeah. Turkish chatters know what I'm talking about. My family is literally constantly fucking hounding me to eat with them. Wait, what just happened? Am I stuck here? Oh. My brother's like, dude, you have to eat with the family. It's like, no, I don't. I actually don't. I'll hang out while you guys eat if you want, but I'm not gonna fucking eat. It's kind of annoying that I have to eat every time. Like, I'm trying to diet. Wait, I can craft a new weapon now? Chitin staff. Attack 80. Upon a successful hit with a charge heavy attack with each focus point costs... Dude, I don't know. The Kanjin staff is pretty fucking OP. The thunder damage to enemy instead of area damage is pretty good. You know what I mean? Should I get the Chitin staff? Chitin staff? Chitin. If you do a secret level, it unlocks 90%. You plan on bulking in the winter? No. I mean, I'll upgrade it after I get it. The Rat Sage was such a disappointment. And I like the crit. Continues against folks for a brief moment after seeing. This one looks fucking crazy. 80 attack. But I guess the Chitin is even better. 80 attack, 5 crit chance. And the unique effect is pretty good. But I've been popping off with my crits. Umbral Abyss. Ooh, this is good. Should I just use this one instead? L2. The Macaque is better than... It's the second best? What's the first best then? Ebb and Flow? Macaque, yeah. Bro, am I perma stuck in Spellbind? What's happening here? I've just realized now that, like, I'm still in Spellbinder. Okay, I'm out of it. Never mind. All right, we'll end it here. I'm going to hang out with my family. I'm not going to eat, but I will hang out with my family. All right, Chapter 4 has been pretty good so far. Pretty exciting. Have you growed your worm yet? I grow my worm every time I play these games, man. W Gaming. W's in the chat for gaming. Some of the best content, in my opinion, of this stream. Straight up. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Okay. That'll be all for today.
Stunning lo-fi introduction starting.
See you tomorrow, everybody. That'll be all for today. Love you all. Peace and bye-bye.
Hassle people, hey. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. Plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction. A mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.